Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. TM, America's favorite mentor. We are live. It's election day, decision 2024, election day 2024. And we're here to support anybody and really everybody who is feeling some kind of anxiety and fear around this process. Just finished up my Breakfast with Champions run this morning, 5 a.m. And great conversation around the anxiety that people are feeling, the apathy that people are feeling. Some people are ready to vote. Some people don't want to vote at all. Many of us didn't necessarily like our options, but today we're going to be live. And the idea is that we're going to be live from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. A lot of anxiety, a lot of fear around the vote. Decision Day 2024, right? I mean, the bottom line is we've been building up, working towards this day for a mighty long time. And now it's here. Whether you like Kamala, don't like Kamala, like Trump, don't like Trump, we need you to get up, get out, and exercise your vote. You get up, get up, get up, get up, and exercise your vote. A lot of people are like, I don't want to vote. Like, I don't like either candidate. Listen, it is your right and your responsibility to get up, get out, and vote. And so we're going to be talking to people across the country today from 7 to 7 about voting and how are they feeling about voting. Not necessarily who the party is, what party they are part of. Not that, right? It's about what are you feeling and what's next. What are you feeling and what's next? This is the intro to Decision Day 2024, TM America's favorite mentor. And man, the day has arrived. The day has come. And so let's get it. Let's get it. November the 5th. I can remember when Election Day landed on the 3rd, but it's the 5th. Voters choose leaders all across the country, not just the president and the vice president, but we're also identifying senators and congress people. We're electing governors and mayors in different parts of the country as well, right? So the whole democratic process is crucial, and your participation is necessary. Presidential candidates, but I'll tell you what's most important to me. It's your congressmen, it's your senators, it's your state representatives who help to shape what's happening for you locally, right? And I'll tell you, we aren't hearing a whole lot about our local representatives, but I believe there's going to be a whole lot of wins, on the state and in the local process. Significance, a lot going on amongst the different generations. I'll tell you, the millennials are on the forefront right now. Who's going to be the next president? Boy, I'm sitting on the edge of my seat. Are you? Yes, of course you are. Of course you are. It's going to be changed either way. It's going to be changed either way. But we need to engage. We need to participate. We need to make sure that we are empowered to leverage our voices, because our voices matter. Your voice matters. And being represented at the polls really builds up your confidence to let you know that, listen, a lot of people feel like your vote doesn't really count. Your vote doesn't matter. It does. It does. So don't feed into the idea that it doesn't count. It does. Key positions being elected. Key positions. The president, that's where all of the noise is right now around the presidency of the United States. But U.S. representatives nationwide, state legislators, their seats are up. One race that I'm watching really, really closely is the Ted Cruz race out in Texas. I think it's Colin Allred, I think. Allred is his last name, is giving Ted Cruz a run for his money out in that area. Local governmental roles, judicial roles, Supreme Court, I think positions come with this next presidential election. And so Trump put Supreme Court roles in place the last time. Come on, possibility he'll be able to add more. He'll be able to add more. And so judicial and other roles, please don't have apathy towards the process. right? I know it's not ideal. We may not like either candidate, but it's important that you go out and make a decision and encourage others to go out and make a decision as well, because every vote will count. Every vote will count. This is a crucial election between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. It's going to shape the future of the United States. It's going to shape the future of the United States of America. Think about those who are incarcerated, the laws around incarceration. Uh, really do your facts around who supports who. Do your facts around it. Because, I've heard a lot of things around Kamala Harris and her being a prosecutor out in San Francisco. But the fact is, she was more a proponent, right? More of an advocate for the penal system than someone who is just trying to lock people up, if you do your actual research, right? So take time, do your research, and understand what's at stake with each candidate, and not just on a federal level, right? Candidates statewide as well as candidates locally. First female vice president, Kamala Harris. Extensive political experience, one of the most qualified people that we've ever seen be nominated. She has the skill set, she has the proficiency, she has the credentials, right? She's not dumb like Donald Trump calls her. She's far from dumb, right? And so I'll leave that there. Do your research, understand like what's at stake. She's very progressive in her policies on healthcare. Definitely focuses on racial equality, and that's where a lot of her work went into as a prosecutor previously. Strong advocate for climate control, and the support around our climate. Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States, businessman, media personality. I loved Donald Trump when he was on The Apprentice. I did. I did. I loved. You're fired. You're out of here. I loved it. I did. But him, in this political position, not so much. Not so much. But he has a strong stance on immigration. He's focused on economic growth, right? He critiques foreign policies like nobody's business, which is a contrast from Kamala's profile, right? And so I think you've got to lean into both candidates. And so in comparison, Harris is very progressive. She's progressive on reform. Trump is very conservative. Healthcare, public, when it comes to healthcare in general, like public options versus the repeal of the ACA, and we don't want to go backwards when it comes to healthcare, right? The one thing that I love about the current healthcare system is it's the preconditions that they can deny you rule on, right? The preconditions that not being included in the process right now for being able to get adequate or sufficient health care, I think is extremely important. Extremely important. Climate change, strong initiatives versus deregulation because, nothing's going on with the climate. Understand what's at stake with each client. Immigration, pathway to citizenship versus strict policies, right? I think depends on what's important to you. Economic strategies, investments versus tax cuts. Trump is certainly known for tax cuts. Kamala's talking about investments into small businesses. And so either way, what's at stake for you? That's what you should be actually voting on. What's at stake for you? What's the impact for you long term, not short term, long term? Key takeaways, right? Candidates define the future for us. And as an entrepreneur, as a business leader, I certainly get tax cuts. I want tax cuts like the next person, but I'm also open to investments, right? So do your research to understand what's at stake. Voter decisions impact the policies. They say our vote doesn't matter. It's not true. Our vote does matter. And so if you have a stake as a United States citizen, if you pay taxes, it's important that you get out and leverage your vote based on what you understand. Understanding platforms are crucial. Understanding what's at stake is crucial. Engagement in the electoral process is essential, right? And you must stay informed, be informed as a voter. Local and state elections, I believe, matter way more at times than the federal process. I believe the local and state election matters sometimes more than the federal process. And so they're crucial for shaping the community, policies, and governance. And often less voter attention is applied to the local and state elections versus the presidential. So we can do better. I can tell you that direct impact on our local life, on our communities locally, is where your local and state representation comes from. So not just focusing on the presidential election, but also focusing on those local elections are extremely important. Representation of community values, right? Vital for local governance and citizens in the community overall. Everyone should be represented. So I think, why is it important that we get out and vote? It's because we all want to be represented, or should be represented, whether we feel that way or not. We may feel that we don't matter, our voices don't matter, but it's not true. We absolutely matter, and our voices absolutely matter. Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz. This is an example for me of local government and how local government experience things that often others will not be able to experience. Local government, Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz. I believe Ted Cruz is going to lead an upset in Texas. And so we're going to start to bring folks into this conversation here shortly. But are you watching the local state elections as closely as you're watching this current election we're preparing for today? It is Decision Day 2024, my friends. 2024, my friends. River Scott from Canada, she watches us closely as American citizens. She watches us closely. She's going to be chiming in. Listen, we got my guy DJ. DJ Justice is out at the polls. He is a DJ at the polls out there right now. DJ, I'm going to bring you in, brother, just so that we can, see what's going on out at the polls with you right now. What's good, brother?
Man, I'm doing excellent. It's a beautiful morning. We're live here right now. I'm in Jamestown, North Carolina. We rocking. We out here early. I got a little quiet right now because I'm gonna turn it up here in a little bit. But man, some folks are coming in. People are exercising their voice, and it's a beautiful day, bro.
Bro, why is it important for you to be DJ and not at the polls? And we thank you for
Man,
this space.
I voted early. I want to bring some of this good music. This right here is Rich Daltrey. I want to bring some good music to folks. If you haven't heard of him, Google him. RichDaltrey.com. It's one of the artists that I've been working with. So we spreading some love this morning. I'm out here.
Rich Daltrey. We certainly gonna look Rich Daltrey up. DJ, what were, when you went to the polls to vote? I voted early as well. Were you feeling anxiety? Were you feeling any kind of fear?
I wanted to get it done. You know what I'm saying?
Urgency, sense of urgency.
This is one of those elections that it's extremely consequential. Like, we either gonna do it or we're not. And if we choose, not voting is voting in another way. So being able to put the things in place that I feel are genuine for my legacy, for my family, everything, I had to do it.
Had to do it, absolutely. And I think we all absolutely have to do it. You said a word. This is absolutely one of the most important, right?
And that's why I also signed up with DJs at the polls. I've been a DJ for 27 years. I'm a veteran in this game. but I felt the importance to give my time, give this day. I got 3 sets today at 3 different locations. I'm gonna tap back in with you a little later. This is the first one. I'm out here in Jamestown, and then I'll be in High Point, and then I got a spot in Greensboro. So I'm all over the triad of North Carolina right now. North Carolina coming out today, baby.
Jamestown, High Point, and Greensboro.
We're
North
gonna make
Carolina.
it. As Jamie Foxx said, I'm gonna make it do what it do, baby.
Make it do what it do, bro. We're gonna check in with you, bro, all day from Jamestown to High Point to Greensboro, because we need every vote in North Carolina.
Absolutely. I appreciate everything that you're doing. You're always a light in the community, and man, salute, man. America's favorite mentor.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
Hey, we'll talk to you soon, brother.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you.
Peace.
DJ Justice out at the polls. He said that he absolutely signed up because, listen, it's important to him. It's important to him. Are you following your local state election? Your local. I know we're following Trump and Harris, but do you know what's happening locally within your state? How does your state representative right now, Congress or the House, right, or the Senate, right, regardless of where that person sits, do you know the status? Is that person serving you? I believe that Colin Allridge is challenging the hell out of Ted Cruz right now, challenging the hell out of Ted Cruz. And so, my friends, I need you to get up, get out and vote. I need you to invite others out with you to vote as we continue to keep this conversation moving along. As we keep this conversation moving, I want to bring River Scott into the conversation. River, I don't know if you are available to talk, to speak. Would love to know your thoughts right now as America is preparing to get up, get out, and we need a new president. Are you available in Canada? What are your thoughts about what's happening right now in America?
Good morning.
Hola.
This is like actually the first time and like since I started paying attention to politics that I feel like a peace and I just feel like people are going to do the right thing and vote their hearts and minds, and that's going to give us the best solution.
Yeah, well, I hope America agrees that we're going to vote our heart and our mind, and we're getting some love online right now. Madam Boston, I need you to come in the studio. Come on in the studio. I sent you the link. Come in the studio. River, how would you describe the political landscape in Canada right now?
Ours is upside down. And it's been upside down for like the last little bit. I was sharing with you that they came to an agreement the last time with the election, and now they've broke the confidence agreement, so we might be going into early election as well. It was upside down world, but the people are coming back together now. But during our election time, you had like people, they were being like so disrespectful. They had the flag upside down. They were it was wild and very contentious, but the people have come together again, like united together again. So hopefully we have a better election going forward, and hopefully in America you guys do too. It seems that, like you asked earlier, the temperature seems to be different. Like more people, they're anxious, but at the same time it's not like as fearful as I'm listening anyhow as the years before. They just know that they got to get out and vote and get their voices heard. That's what I hear. I'm not sure what you hear from there, but just like I hear like people from Detroit area and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting to say the least. I wonder how our election will impact Canada and you all as citizens, because there certainly will be a global impact, right? When we elect a leader, the president of the United States, we're literally, standing up a global leader as the United States and the American dollar. Regardless of the debate about the value of the American dollar, it still is the strongest. It still drives what happens globally. And so, it's probably debatable, but I'm not going to debate about it. The bottom line is America remains the superpower. And so, what we're going to do today, we are going to stand up a new president that's going to take effect January 20th, but it's going to impact the entire world. My sole reason for being here right now, my friends, is to encourage you to get up, to get out, and to do something. Whether you like Donald Trump, whether you like Kamala Harris or not, these are the options we have. You got to get out and you have to choose somebody. But it's not just about them. There is a state significance and a local significance to this as well. And so, voter impact on local issues, we're talking about budgets that we're influencing. The decisions on budgets, these are big budgets, right? Typically $1 billion plus budgets, hundreds of millions of dollars that we weigh in on. There's things about the process that we really don't pay attention to. We're just looking at the figureheads, but it's bigger than the figureheads, right? Our ability to vote locally shapes local education policies, right? Impacting public safety laws, right? Senior citizens, the elderly, or the lack of support for the elderly. We're talking about children. Your vote is not just about the president of the United States. There are senators, there's judges, there are other people on these ballots that we got to pay attention to, right? Driving infrastructure development, right? Encouraging community initiatives. What the hell are we going to do if the pre-K program goes away? What are we going to do in America? What are we going to do if Project 2025 kicks in and the public education system as we know it dissipates? What if you had to start paying for your child to go to school? For some people, it's not a big deal because they've been paying for private school for years. For some people, it's not a big deal because they homeschool already. They saw this coming. Well, a lot of us, I went through public education. I had a dynamic public school education. I did. Virginia leads the country in public education. Can't say that for other states like Florida. Public education is completely different in Florida compared to Virginia. Virginia's advanced. But what if we had to pay for education ourselves? It would be problematic for a lot of people. This is where it started. Our voter engagement started with these two guys in 2024, right? Shaping our future in 2024 started with these two guys. And now it has changed. It has changed dramatically. Now it is not Joe Biden, but it is Kamala Harris. And the engagement with Joe Biden stepping out of the equation has changed a whole lot. It has changed a whole lot. River, has there ever been consideration in Canada for a female president? Has a female president ever been considered in Canada?
If so, not in my province, because we have different provinces have different people over them, and so I'm not definitely as prime minister. I'm really thinking back here, at least not like in my adult years.
Yeah, I think in America it's a very interesting concept, but the reality is um, there are females running countries, and they're running these countries very very successfully. That's the reality. There are females running countries, and they are running these countries very successfully. And so I think, the question of if Kamala Harris is able to lead, there are females leading right now in other countries, and they're doing it successfully. And so I think just as we had to give, Trump a try, and we had to give Obama a try, right? I think everyone is worth a try, and then we can just go from there. My friends, we are here today to support those who are feeling anxious, who are feeling fear around this process. There is no need to feel anxious, and there's definitely no need to fear going to the polls. There's nothing bad that can happen to you going to the polls. There is a lot of propaganda, and I think a lot of intention to make us feel anxious and to make us feel fearful, so that we can be under like a hypnotized state, if you will, right? No, clear your mind, clear your mind, and absolutely get up, get out, and take somebody with you to the poll. Nothing bad can happen. It is your responsibility. It is your right to be able to get up, get out, and vote. Get up, get out, and vote, right? That's the idea. And so, want to make sure that you have as much information as possible. And today, we're going to be here from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. having conversations with people across the country about the process of voting and its importance, right? It's essential for democracy, empowers citizens' voices, right? It influences our leadership choices, determines state and local elections, and the agendas that are attached to these elections. Your state, your local elections, way more powerful, way more important than the presidential election, in my opinion. In my opinion, we've prepared. Preparation eliminates anxiety, but there's still some people who are going to the polls not really understanding everything that's on the ballot. Everything that's on the ballot. I had a friend that called me and he said, I went to register and I was active. And then I went back and I was inactive on the website. Well, I said, go anyway. He called the election board. They said, come anyway and vote. He went and he was able to vote. But the website was a deterrent. The website was a deterrent to try to keep him from the polls. Check your registration status, and if anything looks crazy, just go to the poll anyway, right? Know your polling location. I vote at the library here in Atlanta that's not too far from my house. Your location should always be near where you live. Sometimes, based on your location, it may be a little further away, but check your location. Make sure you're going to the right place so that you're not wasting time, wasting an Uber ride. Today, just in case you don't know, Uber rides in some places are free. Public transportation is free today, just to allow people to get to the polls. So check and see if Uber is free in your area, if Lyft may be free in your area. Public education, public transportation is probably free today in your area. Call people up, let them know. Review the candidates' positions. You don't just have the vice president and the former president on the ticket today. You got a lot of state officials. You got a lot of local, maybe some judges. And then there may be some policy changes that they also want you to vote on today. Plan your voting time. I think the polls close at like 7 in most places, like 7. We'll be here to 7 o'clock today. And we want to hear your voices. Bring us to the poll. Bring me to the poll with you. Bring me to the poll. If you actually are at the polls, I'd love for you to come into the studio. If you're watching live, come into the studio. We'll drop the link on the various sites to come in the studio and talk to us live about your experience, what you have going on, what are you feeling, but mostly like what's next? What's next? As we sit and watch the numbers come in between tonight and tomorrow, and we find out who the new president's going to be, what's next? For me, encouraging voter participation across the board, like the next generation, preparing for the next generation, that's what's next for me. Promote voter education. Utilize social media to get information out there. Host community discussions. Provide transportation assistance, which is why I talked about Lyft. I know Lyft is free today in my Uber is free today in Miami. That was confirmed this morning during a show I was a part of, Breakfast with Champions. Lyft is free in Miami. Um, Public education free. Typically, I keep saying education, transportation, public transportation. Check and see if it's available today for you. Think about the future of our next generation. I believe that women are going to play a significant role in today. I believe women and their influence are also going to influence a lot of men today. If you are above the age of 18 years old, you now have the ability to leverage your vote, weigh in today. Don't allow fear and anxiety to keep you from doing what it is that you have to do to protect democracy. Doesn't matter who you vote for. It's a personal choice. It's a private choice. You don't ever have to share it. Don't allow people to put you under that kind of pressure. But you do have a responsibility, right? And at this point, a sense of urgency to get out to the poll to make sure that your voice is leveraged. It's essential to choose the right leaders because, in my opinion, leadership is lacking right now, lacking in a major way. I am TM, America's favorite mentor, your go to for mindset and leadership development. Leadership is lacking right now. So we don't have really the benefit of sitting on the sidelines and not weighing in, right? You got to weigh in on someone. Being indecisive is the number one reason we fail as individuals because we don't want to make a decision because it's too tough or I don't want or I don't like it. Listen, press past your emotions. We're very emotional people. Let's press past our emotions and be a little more decisive for the benefit of the future, right? We impact national policy when we decide and when we don't decide. Because when you're indecisive, you give the other side your power. Leverage your own voice, your own power, weigh in. Influence your local, state, and federal elections and governance. Your voice does make a difference. Outcome. Listen, it affects the future generations, your children, your grandchildren, their children. Every voice counts. And I really need you to understand that and not feed into the BS and the hypocrisy. Because most people who are talking about your voice don't count, it doesn't matter, they're not going to vote. They're not going to vote. So don't listen to people who don't even participate in the process. Let's mobilize because mobilizing the community to vote makes a hell of a difference. Don't feed into what they're saying. Feed into what people are actually doing. Follow people who are actually doing something, right? My goal for being here today is because there's a lot of anxiety and fear that shouldn't be there. People make a business, build businesses, and have big bank accounts off of anxiety and fear. Yeah, as a neuro linguistic programming practitioner, my goal is to release and eliminate anxiety and fear and limiting beliefs so that people aren't stuck in procrastination, self sabotage, imposter syndrome, right? Because that's where a lot of people want us to be stuck in imposter syndrome and self sabotage. Stop sabotaging yourself. And let's manage these negative emotions, specifically the negative emotions we have about going to the poll, right? Let's encourage each other. Let's engage local conversations and organizations that actually build people up, that want to support people. Host your own registration drive, right? It may be too late this time, but there's a lot of elections coming up. You got the school board, you got city council, right? You have your Senate and your representatives. At some point, it's going to come back up again before the next presidential election. If your community and the future of your community matters to you, then guess what? Get involved. Utilize social media to get the word out. Provide transportation to the polls. And it's not too late to provide transportation to the polls today. Ask somebody, do they need you to go with them? Ask somebody, do they need a ride? If you haven't voted already, ask somebody, do they need a ride? Specifically, the person who you know for a fact really isn't that motivated to vote. Tell them, I'll go with you. Encourage people to vote by mobilizing the community to vote. Your neighbors, ask. I was on a 5-mile run last week. I had forgot to vote. And this lady that I pass every time I'm out there running, walking her 2 poodles, she stopped me in the midst of my run. Have you voted yet? Caucasian lady asked me, have you voted yet? I see her all the time. But you know the crazy thing? I don't even know her name. And so the fact that I'm saying that, I'm going to find out her name. I said no. I wanted to lie to her. I wanted to lie. And I wanted to say, yes, I voted, but I couldn't. I said, no, I didn't. But you just reminded me. And the crazy part was the library was right across the street. So guess what I did? I went home, I changed my clothes, and I went and voted. I needed that push to do the early vote. I was going to vote regardless, but it was her push to do the early voting. We all need a little help. We all could use a little help. Yes, we all could use a little help. I know I can use a little help. Provide some transportation to the polls. Educate voters who may be unaware of the issues. Help them to better understand the issues. Because some people's comprehension of what's really being said and what's really being done, it's on E. It's not resonating. People really aren't processing things on their own effectively, right? So help people to process and comprehend, and then the light bulbs will start going off. They'll be like, "Oh, I didn't understand it that way." Yes, that's exactly the way it was meant, right? Well, let's stop operating in fear and anxiety. TM, America's favorite mentor. It is 7:45. 7:45 where I am here in the ATL. And we're here today. I am here today to help to reduce the anxiety, reduce the stress, and just talk to you, talk with you, talk to you, and bring you into the conversation. You can join the studio as well and tap in. You can literally come into the conversation. Would love to have you. Would love to have you. And so let me see what's going on out here. River, you still with me?
Yes, I'm still here.
Are you watching the news right now?
No, actually, I should turn it on.
You know,
Yeah.
just a question. Not that you had to be. I just know that last night, yesterday was a whirlwind of touring for both Harris and Trump in the state of Pennsylvania. I think she did about 4 dates in Pennsylvania last night. He did a couple, but I think she did a marathon. I think there was her last stop was in Philly around 12 o'clock last night, and it was star studded. It was star studded. River, how do you feel about the celebrities who are popping out? I was shocked to see John Legend knocking at people's doors on behalf of Kamala Harris.
Went out there, the last thing I heard was, how do I feel about the celebrities that are popping out?
Yeah. How do you feel about the celebrities who are popping out? Because I actually appreciate celebrities using their celebrity, right, to do something beneficial that don't necessarily benefit them. I actually appreciate it.
I think, like, as far as a lot of people don't really pay attention to politics, but they do pay attention to their favorite celebrity. And so that's the only way to get them in, is having the celebrity there for them to pay attention, right? Because they're not paying attention to, a lot of people aren't paying attention to Trump or Camilla or Biden, but they are paying attention to, like, Jay-Z or LeBron or Cardi B or something like that, right? And the
Yeah.
message through them, they'll hear it. And so they're using their celebrity. That's what it's for, right? To use their
Well,
voice.
to do
Some
something
people don't
good.
know if
That's what
they're
Should be for sure,
Yeah.
for sure.
So it's just sometimes people don't know if they're being entertained or if they're being educated, but I don't feel that that's necessarily the case in this situation. Just sometimes you have to know if you're being, edutainment or, what it is. You have to pay attention and listen. And still make your own decision as you're voting down, like, what I said earlier, vote with your mind and heart. Take the information from, your celebrity, if that's who's going to make you pay attention and that's the outlet that you're choosing to get your information from, but still do your research and vote for what's going to be best for you because, yeah, the celebrity might not even live in your local area. So you still got to, like, as you said, vote local and then up and down the ticket.
Yeah, so we certainly must vote local. We must vote local. We must vote local. I was reading off some stats earlier, and very few people show up for the local elections. Few people show up for the local elections. And so, what's next after today, my friends? We've got to stay involved first and foremost. We really have to stay involved because it's our ability to stay involved that makes all the difference in the world, I think, for the future and for the young people who are coming up. I think we've got to show the younger generation the need to stay involved by us being involved. Right? What's next? We got to analyze the results. We got to implement some feedback, make sure we got the right systems and processes in place because, there's been a lot of gearing up for this election. But do we have the right systems and things in place to safeguard the process? Right? We got to prepare for the change in leadership because, that leadership change is significant. It's significant. Will we accept the results? Will they accept the results? Right? The one thing is they've asked Trump a lot, will you accept the results? He's like, well, if it's fair. Well, we know his definition of fair doesn't quite align with our definition of fair, right? Or the average person's definition of fair is what I'll say. And so making sure that we are preparing and that we are staying committed to being engaged and involved. I think that's what's next for a lot of us. It is Decision 2024. It is Decision 2024. We are here. We are here, my friends. And I think we have a long way to go. We have a long way to go. A lot of anxiety, a lot of fear about what's happening today across the country. I say fear not, fear not, because listen, God is going to always be in control. God is in control. He will stay in control. And I got a download last week that regardless of who becomes president, Trump or Harris, justice will prevail. Justice will prevail regardless of how the ball bounces. So there's no need to be anxious. There's no need to be fearful. Go out to the polls with a clear heart, a clear mind, right? When it comes to emotions, understand that anger, sadness, fear, hurt, and guilt, specifically anger and fear, it only lasts about 90 seconds. Negative emotions, anger, sadness, fear, hurt, and guilt, the emotion only lasts about 90 seconds, but it takes most people out in about 5, 10, 15 seconds because fear shuts us down, right? Fear causes us to be stuck. As America's favorite mentor, a neuro-linguistic programming practitioner, coach, mentor, I'm here to tell you, don't allow your negative emotions, specifically the fear and the anxiety, to keep you stuck, cause you to procrastinate, right? Have you feeling like you're an imposter some way. No, that's the intent. The intent is that you question yourself. You're not questioning yourself. You know what's right? You know what you want the future to be for yourself and your kids and your grandkids. Vote your heart. Go with a clear mind. and reject the fear, reject the anxiety, send it back where it comes from. Send it back because people want to confuse us. People want us to feed into a lot of propaganda, and it's on both sides. The propaganda is on both sides. I will agree. The propaganda is on both sides, right? So you have to stop looking to what people are saying. And the question is what do you say? What do you say? TM, America's favorite mentor. It is Decision Day 2024, baby. Yeah, Decision Day 2024. And we're here to support you. We're here to support you. We will be going live to different parts of the country today, visiting friends, wherever they are at the polls, wherever they are. And so we will have people to pop in throughout the entire day. DJ Justice just popped in. He's in Jamestown, North Carolina, where he is a part of the DJs at the polls. The DJs at the polls certainly is a Kamala Harris initiative. I could not be a DJ at the polls today, although I wanted to. I wanted to. I really did. I wanted to be a DJ at the polls, but I just couldn't make time right out of my day to be at the polls all day today. So I chose to actually be here with you, helping to reduce anxiety and fear and frustrations about voting. There's a ton of people who still do not want to vote. They're like, I don't want to vote for either one of these cats. I say it is your right and responsibility to get up, get out, and vote and take somebody with you. Take somebody with you. We're voting for the future. We're voting for our children. We're voting for our grandchildren. We're voting for our businesses, right? We're voting for democracy. That's why we're voting. And so we welcome anyone who wants to actually pop into the studio. If you want to pop into the studio, I'm going to drop the link and you can actually come backstage and be a part of the conversation. Dropping the link in our chat. And so, boom, just drop the link in our chat to join us live. It is Tuesday, November the 5th, 2025. Tuesday, November the 5th, 2025. Election day in the United States of America. The biggest election that has happened since, I believe, Obama. Obama. This is the biggest election since President Obama was elected. And if you are experiencing anxiety or fear, my goal during this time is to help to eliminate it. I need you to reject the fear, reject the anxiety, cancel it, send it back where it came from. The intent is for you to be anxious going to the polls. It's for you to be fearful going to the polls. And I just want to let y'all know, do you know that fear ages you? Les Brown said fear causes you to start to look old. And none of us want to look older than we need to be looking, right? So listen, I need you to control your fear a little bit better. Let's not walk around in a hypnotized state, right? Under a hypnotic spell because we're fearful of what the future holds. No, reject it, send it back where it came from, right? Knowing that God is in control, right? I don't care if you have mustard seed faith. Mustard seed faith will get you to where you're trying to go. Go to the polls with a clear mind. And if you decided that, I'm not going to vote, I want you to challenge that. Challenge that. Vote for your children. Vote for your grandchildren. Vote for your business. Vote for your community. But encourage other people to get out and vote as well. It's extremely essential. It's extremely essential for you to get up, get out, and vote. Don't allow negative emotions and limiting beliefs and self-sabotage. Right? And more than that, don't give your power away. Don't give your power away. I refuse to give my power away to people who don't give a damn about me. I refuse to let people who don't give a damn about me scare me, make me feel anxious and fearful about the future. Listen, I'm a believer in the Most High, Yeshua HaMashiach. Okay, I operate in the spiritual realm, and I literally like got an answer to my prayers last week. Like I got a download from God. God was like, listen. Regardless of who becomes president, justice will prevail. Justice will prevail is what I heard. It was clear as day. Clear as day. And then I leaned into that. And this is what it comes down to. We're focusing a lot on the presidential election, but we're not thinking about our state and our local elections. They're just as significant. They're just as significant. Okay. So justice will prevail. I need you to do your part. Do your part. Get up, get out, vote. And I think everything else will fall right into place. Right into place. Drop some comments. If you are online, drop some comments. Let us know your thoughts so far. What have you heard? If you have feedback, if you have questions, I would love for you to drop them in the chat. Let me know your thoughts. We are live on TM Hyman, the business page. We are live on my personal page. We are live on YouTube right now as well. And so what I would ask you to do, if you could share out the link wherever you are viewing from, if you could share out the link, I would really appreciate it because we're going to be here for a while. We're going to be here. The goal is up until 7 p.m. and we just hit the top of the hour at 8. We had DJ Justice, who's DJing out at the polls to weigh in at 7 o'clock as he was getting set up in Georgetown. DJ Justice is going from Jamestown, North Carolina, to High Point, North Carolina, to Greensboro, North Carolina. They will be getting the vote out in North Carolina today, right? I'm in Georgia, and we are DJing at the polls as well. I chose not to do that today. But if you are anywhere near a poll or if you want to weigh in, please, I dropped the link in the chat. And so you can join us in the studio here to join us to come backstage and become a part of the live conversation, or you can continue to watch us and comment live. I'm going to show Madam Boston's comment. The tension is definitely thick in the atmosphere. The tension is thick in the atmosphere. Listen, absolutely, because it's real in the field. It is absolutely real in the field. People are taking this thing super serious, and I think they should take it super serious because it is super serious, right? It is super serious. This is a special edition. This is a special edition, Decision 2024. Decision 2024. We are here to help to manage your anxiety, to manage your fear today. And we're going to invite you to become a part of the conversation to talk with us live. We are streaming live right now across multiple platforms. The plan is to be here until 7 p.m. So we want you to share the love, share the link out, let people know that we are here and we are live and we're here to support anxiety and any kind of fear right now that people may be having around the polls, So thank you all for being here. River, you want to share anything?
I'm sharing it on Facebook and making a post right now.
I'm sorry, what you said?
I said I'm actually sharing your live on Facebook right now, and I'm just creating a post, so I wasn't in the
Okay,
stream.
gotcha.
I'll be back on this, sir.
No, you're fine. Thank you. I am afraid of tomorrow and the weekend. Oh, jeez. You know, what's next? what's next? I think a lot of people are afraid. Um, and that's why we're here, Judith, because I don't think we really have to be afraid. I think we have to remember that God is in control. It's a fact. Like God is in control, and we're going to do our part and let Him do His part. We're going to do our part and let Him do His part. But I certainly understand where that fear and that anxiety is coming from. I certainly get it. I certainly get it. You said, and the weekend. Yeah, because, I was listening to a conversation this morning, um, and the conversation was really around uh, January 6th. January 6th, and the fact that we're still debating January 6th. We're still debating January 6th. People have still have not owned January 6th and how it happened and why it happened. And so, Judith, you're concerned about being afraid of tomorrow and the weekend. I absolutely get it. What is the next chapter of this story? I think that is the question of the day. And my friends, we first have to get out and make the tough decision, right? And I think that tough decision will help to tell the story, but I think we have a significant role in what's next. I do. I think we play a significant role as to what's next here in this country. And so the question is, do we really want to own it? Do we want to own it? Yes, we have to own it. We have to own it for our future. We have to own it for our children. We have to own it for our grandchildren. Scary, yes, yes, but we certainly have to own it. And Judith, I would love for you, if I know you're probably working and tuned in, but I would love for you to share a little bit more. If you could actually come live, the link is in the chat to actually join us in the studio, and I'll drop it again. But I would love for anyone who wants to become a part of the conversation to just click the link. It'll bring you directly into the studio, and we will have a conversation. We'll have a conversation. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule. This is all about supporting the anxiety and the fear that many of us are experiencing today as we go to the polls. I voted early. I had a heightened sense of urgency around voting as early as possible. And then I received a little nudge from a neighbor while I was out running. And so I got that done last week. And so I'm going to encourage you, nudge your neighbor. Nudge your neighbor. Even if you've gone out to vote already. Listen, we need people who don't like the candidates to still go out and pick somebody. Well, why don't you influence them to pick somebody? Maybe they just need somebody to say, hey, just pick this person. I don't know. I don't know. But the anxiety and the fear that you're feeling, it's intentional. And I need you to reject it. Reject the anxiety, reject the fear, go to the polls, it's your responsibility. Do your job at the polls. Pick somebody. Listen, one of our biggest challenges as individuals is our inability to make good decisions. We struggle making good decisions. We're fearful to make good decisions. Oh, I don't like it. I don't feel like it. Listen, do what grown people do. Do what adults do. Make tough decisions. I don't necessarily like the candidates either. It was, wasn't the best choice that I had to make, but it was the choice. So I went out and I did it. Don't be fearful. Don't allow anxiety and fear tactics, right? Because there are intentional propaganda on both sides. I'm fair, right? On both sides. But what do you say? What do you say? What do you think for the future of your family, your children? It's election day, 2024. It's election day 2024. Have you already voted? Did you take part in early voting? Drop a comment to say, I've already voted. If you have already voted, drop a comment because I voted early. If you've already voted, drop a comment. I see we have several people actually tuned in live. It looks like most of our folks are on the TM Hyman page on Facebook. Thank you all for being here. If you have voted, okay, Judith voted early. Absolutely. Congratulations. Anybody else already vote? You actually voted. You voted early. I voted early. I think Madam Boston said she voted early. Yeah, just drop it in the chat if you actually voted. Thank you for being here. TM America's favorite mentor. This is a special social lab edition. Real people, real talk, real times. Real people, real talk, real times. Powered by Leadership on Demand. Sponsored by TM Hyman and Associates. We're here until 7 p.m. helping to rid you of anxiety and fear. And we're just going to have the conversation. Madam Boston says she voted. She voted. And now that she has actually voted and she has gotten herself together, my friends, let's welcome into the conversation Madam CeeLo Boston. Madam Boston, what's going on?
Hey, hey, hey,
Hola.
hey, man! It took a minute to get in this StreamYard, but I'm here. I'm here.
Hey, but you are here looking as if you ready to do some CNN action. Let's go.
Hey, man, trying to do something weird. Trying to do something. Look,
Madam Boston, this decision Day 2024. Decision Day 2024. You have voted. What kind of anxiety did you experience when you were out at the polls?
so because to be honest, I didn't feel anxiety myself because just based off what I've learned, it doesn't matter who becomes president. Um, we just have to learn what rules, you know, we need to learn whatever new rules there are and how we work through and around those, um regardless, because we're not all going to get what we want, but at the same time you could feel the anxiety in, like, okay, so I voted at a coliseum, so it's Bojangles Coliseum, right? Like where they have local events and everything. So the lines were not long, but it's like you could feel the energy of like everybody wanted to get in there, get it over with. Um, you could tell like the relief from some people after they voted. They also cheered for people who it was their first time voting. So they got, a lot of support for being first time voters. It was a lot of young people in there. Um, and then for some people you could see the attitude, like, and what I mean by that is after them submitting their ballot, them looking back in the room like their decision is what might take it home for us. So um it was excited energy. It was a You could feel the, I hope nothing happens, I hope this line doesn't take forever. Like it was mixed, like, yeah, it was mixed energy in there, because you could feel the variations of the people being excited to be there, and then also the people who felt like they were there to complete a mission.
Complete a mission.
Yeah.
Did you feel urgency, anxiety, or any fear?
No, urgency, yes. Fear, no. um I can say that, am I bracing for some discourse? Yeah. Afraid about it? No, because I think it also comes down to when you became aware of political climates. or you know what I mean? Like how emotions raise every time voting happens. And to be honest, it doesn't matter whether it's for president or city council or, the judges, the attorney general. Like, it doesn't matter when someone's being voted in, everyone's interest is on the line. So, in that, there's always going to be anxiety wrapped around politics, right? Because we hope for the best, um, and we try to fight against the worst, right?
That's exactly right. We hope for the best and not the worst.
Yeah,
And we hope for the best and prepare for the worst, right? Versus hoping for the worst.
right.
Because I think when you hope for the worst, you get what it is that you focus on, right? What you focus on is what actually manifests. Now, I love the cup because the organization changed my life, but I need to send you a new mug. That mug needs to say like TM Hyman or Leadership on Demand or the Social Lab. Yeah, just turn it around. Just turn it. I don't even like them. I don't like them that much no more. Yeah, just turn it. Turn it. You don't even
Right.
gotta hide it. Yeah, just turn it. Yep. This is a special edition of the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by TM Hyman Associates. Madam CeeLo Boston. I've been working with this woman for quite some time. We've been through a lot together. And my friends, thank you for being here. This is the one thing that we share in common across the board right now. If you are an American, if you are a taxpayer, it is Decision Day 2024. 2024. And we don't want you to have any anxiety, any fear around today. Judith said that she's afraid of tomorrow and the weekend. She wants to know what is next. What is the next chapter of this story? I think a lot of people are a little uncomfortable, anxious about tomorrow and the weekend. Because what happens if people reject the majority vote? What happens? We know what January 6th looked like, and a lot of people are wondering, are we going to encounter another January 6th? Madam Boston, you didn't come out and say that you were preparing for a January 6th,
Right.
but you said that you anticipate some angst. You anticipate some people being a little pissed off, unhappy. Elaborate. What do you think is next after we have made our decision today and the majority has ruled? What's next from your perspective?
So, y'all remember the meltdown that some people had when Trump became president the first time? Well, um, I think it's going to happen the same way. Now, are there going to be isolated incidents of violence? It could be. Is it warranted? No. And the reason how it's like the foreshadowing of what this climate has been since Mr. He who shall not be named even ran. So it's like he's speaking the same rhetoric. He's speaking the same rhetoric that he did right before January 6th happened. Um, so much so that I was hearing like overnight how you know the courts had been in discussion about his verbiage that he'd been using. His camp has been trying to quell the talk around his incendiary speeches. Um, he all but said shoot the press, and he'd be fine with it. because they have to shoot through them first to get to him. Um, it's like I don't even understand. So, in my personal opinion, I don't even understand why it's a conversation because we're talking about s- the versus is a convicted felon. That's a pause right there, right? But then we have someone who has served the people since she graduated from college. And even before then, to even put her on this pathway, it was a choice she made to serve. On the other hand of it, his viewpoint isn't to serve the people, it's to serve himself and his network. And that's really all supporters are his supporters are even interested in. Even the people that are, that we see that are on TV or in the news that attach themselves to him. You're like, how could they? But it's bigger than him. It's not about him, it's his network. It's the finances that are attached to him, not the finances that he has. He has nothing to give anyone. I I wouldn't even know if he knew how to budget his own household, much less our country. So it seems comical to me that he even gets a chance to run. However, it is still a prime example that this is a free country, right? Um, but I just don't think Kodak Black would have got the same energy. You see what I'm saying? I don't think so.
Can we talk about one thing that you said for a minute that I
Sure.
think a lot of people know to be true, but we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. And that's a president with 39 felonies. If Barack Obama had 39 felonies, would this even be a conversation?
Sir, Barack Obama wouldn't have been able to get a ticket. He wouldn't have been able to get a ticket. They
So
shot down.
I find it very interesting because we know that's true. We know that's true, and it goes back to the point that you made in reference to a lot that's being required of Kamala Harris with all of her credentials
Right.
compared to what's being required of Mr. former President Trump.
He's doing.
It's an unbalanced playing field all day, every day. We can't act like it's not, right? And if anyone else, whether it was Obama or whether it was, Pete Buttigieg, what is his name? The Secretary of Transportation, the mayor out of Pete somebody, right? I don't even think if Pete had 39 felonies, he would even be a consideration. See, I think there's some things that we just like have to stop playing games around, and
Right.
that's one of them, right? If anyone else outside of Donald Trump had 39 felonies, would they even be a consideration for the highest office in the land? I already know the damn answer. The damn answer is no. That's the answer. You can pretend and act like it's whatever it is you want to do to make yourself feel good. I know the answer. You know the answer. Anybody outside of Donald Trump with 39 felonies would not be able to get this far, would not be a consideration. It would be a joke. Therefore, why is it okay for him?
Again, it comes down to net. But see, okay, so how about this? To me, what we're watching is what minorities go through in corporate world, period. Because you could be qualified, but you're not in their network. But if you're in their network, you don't have to be qualified. And it's like once you get into this
Oh,
system,
say it
where
again for the people in the back.
if you're in their network, you don't have to be qualified. But you could be qualified and not be in their network. So what that does though for the people who enter into these institutions, businesses, just lines in society, right? People have to fight so much harder and do things that wouldn't even be required by those people who are not, the same as those who are not qualified at all. It's like they never have to hit the mark. There is no mark outside of you're in the network and just show up to some stuff, you know. But then when you are trying to get there on purpose because you have a purpose, you're fighting harder. And it's like on his side, because it's not even about Republicans and Democrats is what is another problem, because if this is our choices, is what I mean by that. If all our choice is by Democrat and Republican, we don't have any other choice, because remember we were talking about how Cornel West is on the ballot. I love Cornel West ideas, right? But the thing is, voting for Cornel West then does what? Take away from would it be considered the popular vote or the popular candidate? And then those
Popular vote.
votes seem to be wasted. But this man has great ideas. Love to listen to him when he speaks. Would love to see a lot of things implemented. But he's not an option because people are stuck on Democrat and Republican, and we all want our needs met, regardless of what side you're on. Even if you're independent, you still want your needs.
Yeah, and I had heard about Cornel West being a part of uh, being on the ballot, but you know what? I didn't take it seriously initially. I just didn't. I didn't take it seriously. But when I saw his name on the ballot, when I actually went to vote, it was like, wow, like powerful one that his name was on the ballot. I was having a conversation inside Breakfast with Champions this morning. Someone mentioned Mary Kim actually mentioned Mary Lynn in Breakfast Champions mentioned how she went to the polls yesterday and she was just feeling blah about it. And she didn't use the word blah. She just said that she didn't have good feelings, not feeling good about her candidate, right? Because we all want to be over the top about a candidate and we're just not there.
Right.
And then I was like, well, you can write your own name in.
I thought about it.
You could have just wrote your own name on up in there and voted for yourself, right? Let's not allow the anxiety and the tension and the fear hold us down, weigh us down. Let's educate ourselves. Let's be prepared. Let's use this as an opportunity, right, to become better, a lesson learned. Mary Kim, who is all in the chat right now, I hope, Mary Kim, you are able to join the studio when you are at the polls with Desi, because she takes her son with her to the polls. She wants him to understand the process. And I think that's the best way to get it done. It's not to tell us what to do, but it's to show us as human beings what to do, because we do what we see. We don't necessarily do what people say. We do what we see, specifically as kids and young people coming up, right? We were a product of our environment. And so I love parents who are taking their kids to the polls. This is a special edition. This is Decision Day 2024, a special edition of the Social Lab. We're streaming on the Social Lab's page right now. The Social Lab was the first podcast that we ever produced, gleaning over 100,000 listeners. And so we're streaming live on that page right now. We're also streaming through YouTube at tmhyman.com. We are on TM Hyman, the page, business page, as well as my personal page. Please share this out so people can become a part of the conversation. We want to encourage anyone who is considering not voting. We want to push you over the top. If you know someone who is not voting, we want to encourage you so you can go encourage them to go vote. Don't allow the anger around the fact that, listen, we got immigrants coming in, right? Being put in hotels and being, given money when we're struggling as citizens. Use that frustration, put it in the polls. Because guess what? All of that is driven by, believe it or not, that's not the president of the United States. That's not the president of the United States. There's some senators who had to sign off on that. There's some people in the House that had to say, yeah, we down with that. Let's not blame people who don't carry all of the blame on their shoulders. You need to get out and vote to make sure you have the right representation in place, because it's the Senate that signs off on a lot of that, but we want to blame the president. Yes? Yes. Yes. Our local and state elections are just as important, if not more important, than the presidential election. Let's get out, let's learn, let's understand, and let's hold these people accountable, right? Are you being served? Do you feel as if you're being served by your representative? If not, you're fired. Out of here, right? Get somebody else in there. Get somebody else in there. Oh, gosh. Just saying. I'm just saying. Decision 2024. Decision 2024, my friends. We are serious about it here. We're serious about it, right? Because listen, people have been planning for November the 5th. It's today. They've been preparing for this for a very long time. Since 2020, they've been preparing for this. Were you preparing? Are you prepared? Listen, know who the candidates are, because it's time to get out and vote. Voter choice is significant for your local, state, and national leaders. Listen, if we don't uphold and protect democracy, who's going to do it? If we don't uphold and protect democracy, who's going to do it? It is critical that you participate, not just today, but that you participate every day, right? Every day. Boston, have you voted in all past elections since you've been eligible? I think I voted every year since I was 18. I take it seriously.
Okay, so I do take it seriously. I'm trying to remember, because when I became old enough to vote, I went into the military, and I think I forgot what we did to vote, because we'd be in the field and stuff like that. So I think it was something we would have to do. I just can't remember what that process was. Because I think, if I remember correctly, we were able to mail in because we were, I don't know. Don't miss, yeah. I remember first time voting for Al Gore. I think, yeah, I voted every time except for, I can't, it's 1 year that I didn't vote. I was like, the hell with it. And I don't even know why I was like, the hell with it. But no, there was 1 year I didn't vote. Because even on the list that they send you out when they keep track of, like, when you voted, it was only one time that I didn't vote. So, yeah. But I have voted the last few for sure. Definitely voted for Obama, Biden. Um,
Well, you're pretty committed
yeah.
to voting. It sounds like you're pretty committed.
Wait a
I think
minute.
it's
The ma-
extremely important.
You went to the major.
Yeah, extremely committed. Listen, local and state representation, my friends, important, important. Whether you are a millennial, whether you're part of Gen Z, Gen X, listen, doesn't matter. All of us have needs and things that we need from our local representatives, right? We need local representation, and we want to make sure that we have the right people standing up for us, right? And the only way you can have the right people standing up for you is that you get up, you get out and vote. You got to get up, get out and vote, right? Based on what you know, not what somebody else is saying, but what you are saying. What do you think about the candidate? Not what somebody else thinks about the candidate, what somebody else has to say. Learn these folks for yourself. TM, America's favorite mentor. Wow. It is 8:34 where I am here in the ATL. Madam CeeLo Boston, we got River out of Canada. And so, River, I don't know if you are there, but what are your thoughts so far? I want to make sure that we are checking in Canada right now. Thank you for being here and supporting everything that we do. We appreciate you.
So I was just reading some of the newspapers and stuff here from the thoughts and stuff of the Canadians, and most of the, according to the newspapers anyhow, most of the Canadians are rolling with Camilla Harris, is what I'm reading right now anyhow. So I will let you know more. I'm just in the middle of reading the newspapers.
Let's talk about this for a moment. Thank you, River. Madam Boston, let's talk about this for a moment. I saw a commercial, and the commercial was um, three Caucasian older women. The commercial's running here in Georgia. They were having a conversation in a coffee shop. And one of the ladies was like, it was a lot of anxiety around election, and they're in a coffee shop, they're having coffee, having breakfast, and it's a lot of anxiety. Um, and one lady says, "I just don't know what to do." And another lady says, I've never voted for a Republican in my life." This is what she said. "I've never voted for a Republican in my life, but this time I will." And another lady in the conversation says, um, I think she might have said something like, "I'm a Democrat, but I want to go." Oh, no, no, no. She said, I don't, she might have said, "I'm not going to speculate." This is what I know she said. I'm not going to speculate because this is what I know she said. "But I want to feel safe. I'm going with the candidate because I want to feel safe." It was the stronger candidate. This is my question, because I'm telling you that the commercial got my attention. And it got my attention because they were normal people having a normal conversation. And I thought safety is absolutely important to people right now. Being
Yeah.
protected, feeling protected. Like they would listen, I'm I'm gonna give credit where credit is due every time. The Republicans slam dunk on that commercial.
Right.
Slam dunk. It was very humanistic, right? But it made me wonder this question, and I'm asking everybody who's tuned in. Does the thought of a female president make you feel unsafe? Let's
Or
talk about it, because see, that's the elephant in the room that I don't think we want to talk about. And I have perspective on it, right? When you have the strongest military in the world, right? It's like, I'm like, what are you talking about safe? But it landed though. It landed with me. The commercial landed. Do you feel having a female president makes us less safe as Americans?
no. However, I do understand how some people would question it, but then to me it narrows their viewpoint. For me, I mean, like, for the people, for instance, that expressed um not wanting to vote for Kamala because she was a woman, right? And I'll say, the majority being men. I did have spoken with women who don't specifically care for her, but it was more men. But then when I looked at the relationship that these men had with the women in their lives, they didn't trust the women that they were in relationships with. So how could they fathom a woman, regardless of on paper qualifications, if they already don't trust women, they're not going to trust a woman regardless of how qualified she is. And so, but the thing is this, if you look at people who have had strong mothers who held down and who could multitask and did all the things, right? And kept everybody on task. Those people can see it. But then it goes back to like the limiting beliefs that we have. You know what I mean? And it seems like it's coming out. It's coming out in the election. It's been coming out in the conversations leading up to this election. Um, Misogyny is real. And I also feel like there's some people that are afraid that she will get it right, because then you'll keep having women presidents. So there's that. Because if we get it right,
Mm.
she gonna do then.
Listen, what I know to be true is that women a lot of times can organize in a way that runs rings around men, right? I know a lot of successful women uh, growing up in corporate, right? I know a lot of strong women, a lot of smart women. And I'm looking at the comment in the chat when I asked the question. Mary Kim said no. She said just the opposite.
Yeah.
No, just the opposite of feeling less safe, right? She's like no, right? And then her question was, how does anyone feel safe, right, with the rhetoric that we hear? And I'll tell you clearly, half of America feels safe, or maybe they don't. Maybe they just go along with it just to get along with it. I don't know, right? But the next comment was, these are studies of women being stronger leaders than men. There are studies. I know that, did I think it's Australia? Did Australia just elect the female president? Somebody do a fact check on that for me. I think Australia just hired a woman to lead the country. I do know that there are countries outside of America, foreign countries, where females, right? I mean, just think about the Queen of England, right? We loved her. She ruled for a long time. Now, the royal family and that approach is a little different. I think that's what Donald Trump is looking for. Donald Trump is looking for something like, you know, like that, where he can just rule. Mm. Hopefully, my friends, we don't allow it to take place because there's some ramifications, some implications, right? That we must be okay with future state once we have made the decision. Now, this is the deal. I'm good either way because I'm a team player and majority rules. I'm a team player and majority rules. That's why it's important that we show up today to encourage those people who are apathetic towards the process. You don't think your vote matters. I say it does. And I say, do us a favor and leverage your vote today. Don't allow fear mongering. Don't allow propaganda, right? Don't allow anxiety to keep you from the polls. You deserve it. And we encourage you and hold your hand all the way. TM, America's favorite mentor. This is a special edition of the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by TM Hyman and Associates. Thank you, Madam Boston. Thank you, River, for being a part of the conversation early. Thank you for everyone who has weighed in on the various platforms. Go for it, Boston. Go.
Okay, so it was Mexico that, uh, yeah, recently had elected their first female president, Claudia Sheinbaum. She took office in on October 1st.
Boston.
And
How many other countries are led by females? If we could do that quick fact check, how many
yeah.
countries?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 continents, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
Did you say 25?
Yeah.
What? Okay, we're certainly in a bubble because I had no idea that many. You said continents and countries were ran by women. Had no idea, and so we're certainly in a bubble in a very misogynistic country, a very sexist country, right? Where it's interesting that like women question women's ability, and I think that has a lot to do with how we were raised, right,
Yeah.
and our relationships with one another. How we were raised and our relationships with one another. You said something that listen. I think I'm gonna create a T-shirt around it. Repeat what you said about being in the network. What, repeat what you said about the network.
Amen. And that was off the top of the dome. Okay, so look, you can be qualified, but not be in their network. But you could be in their network and not be qualified.
I think that's so profound because it's true. It's true. And it's showing up in conversations where people want to hold other people at a high level of clarity and understanding, but we don't want to hold our own to that same standard. And it's what you just said because you are in my network, you don't have to be qualified,
Right.
right? But you can be highly qualified and not in the network and it be a problem. And that idea, that ideology, that approach is
Right.
is no good. It's no good. And we've got to call it out and we got to hold people accountable and get people out of there who are no good for us holistically. Yes?
Right.
Yes?
Correct.
Yes. This is a special edition of the Social Lab powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by TM Hyman and Associates. Listen, we want you to get out and leverage your voice, but this is not just about the election, right? Um, both candidates are all about business. One wants to provide tax cuts to billionaires who are in business. The other wants to invest in the average person to start businesses. Do you have a business? Do you own a business? I've been a business owner for quite some time. I've been full time in business for the past 2 years, and I'm having the time of my life. Are you in business? Do you have an entrepreneurial endeavor happening going on right now? Right? Because you have to own something. You need to own something. You can't spend all your life, right, supporting somebody else's dream. Because when they've had enough, when they want to pull back the coffers and resources, guess who's going to not benefit? Hello?
Yeah.
You want to be in business because you're in the United States of America, a country that benefits business owners. Are you following Kamala's policy when she says that she wants to invest in you starting a business? She wants to invest in home ownership, right? I don't know if she'll listen. I don't know if she will execute on these damn things. She could be lying like all of them lie. But let me tell you something. I appreciate what she's proposing because if we can get just a little bit of what she's proposing, it's better than what I'm hearing. Because listen, I'm not a billionaire. I'm not rich. I might look rich. Y'all might think I'm rich. Listen, I'm not. Hello? I got a long way to go, right? But I do understand the assets that I have. I need to keep growing them. And my money needs to make money for me. I realize that. I need to get my tax strategies together, right? To not pay so much in taxes as I'm getting
Right.
my arms around all of that. Listen, I want to work smarter, not harder. But what I do recognize is that there's two different tax systems. Okay. Which one do you sit in? Which one do you sit in? You want to be a beneficiary of assets. If you don't have assets, let me tell you what you have. You got a lot of liabilities. A lot of liabilities. Increase your assets. Increase your assets. And we're talking about that more and more and more in an 8-week business um, group coaching masterclass right now, helping a group of business owners to strengthen their concepts, reduce their limiting beliefs, overcome negative emotions, right? It's about that mindset so that we can execute. A lot of people, we love information. We
Yeah.
love it. We love it. We love it. But we're allergic to execution, allergic to it, right? Actions speak louder than words. Action speaks louder than words. If you are trying to go from a practitioner to a leader, you've got to get your mindset right. We've got to manage our negative emotions and all of this anxiety that keeps us stuck a lot of times, right? Yes, yes, yes. If you are online, drop us a comment. Let us know your thoughts. Have you voted already? If not, we want you to take us to the polls with you. Take us to the polls. Go ahead, Madam Boston.
So while you were talking, I started thinking about something because Trump really, okay, so he's going to do these tax cuts for him, his friends, right? And there are a lot of people who are like, yeah, Trump is going to give us money. These are people who are not in the 1%. And I looked up to see what the 1% is, right? So to be considered the 1%, it says, okay, so it says the wealth threshold to be in the 1% is 13.6 million in net worth. So that's like including homes, investment, savings, less any debt. But then to be uh, in the top 1%, you have to at least bring in $787,712 annually. So what I'm saying is, if you're not making over $787,000 a year, he's not looking for you. He's not checking for you. He's not going to do anything. He could care less because the people he want to be involved with is in that 1%. So yeah, that's so crazy.
No, it's not crazy. It's real,
No,
right?
it's I'm just saying it's crazy how
It's
people
real.
are. You know what I mean? Like even commercials that are like, "Oh well, I was doing better under the Trump administration. Well, he did the tax cuts," and I'm like, "You weren't even affected by the tax cuts in the sense of beneficial. You were hit in the pockets tax wise, because I know I was in my business side of it.
But
So,
because we don't understand what's really happening, right? We
right,
we live in an echo chamber where people simply regurgitate what they've heard someone else say in an effort to sound smart, even though they don't have a damn clue, right? Because he clearly talks about billionaires. And you have to be at a certain tax bracket in order to even benefit, right? And then when you hear about tariffs, and we understand tariffs for those who do understand what a tariff is, right? And you can easily Google it, educate yourself. Tariffs hit the citizens of the US because we have to pay the difference that now has been hit, right, of the country in this
yeah,
instance that's been hit with the tariff. So we don't really understand a lot of what's happening. And a lot of people refer to the money that they got under the Trump administration. They think it was Trump money because he had his name on the check, right? But truth be told, if it was anybody's money, we could probably say it was Pelosi's money.
right,
It wasn't Trump's money, it was Pelosi's money. The money came because of COVID and the devastation that the country was in because of COVID. It was the bulldog Pelosi, okay? Not Trump, although he likes to take credit.
yeah,
So if you really follow the breadcrumbs, you could piece it together for yourself. But most of us are not trying to piece it together. It's easier to just repeat what you've heard through a soundbite.
yeah,
I challenge us to do our own homework, do our own research. This is a special edition of the Social Lab. Real talk, real people, real times, my friends. This is Decision 2024. Decision 2024. And there's a lot of anxiety around where we are right now. And we are simply trying to reduce the anxiety, reduce the fear, and have an open, honest conversation. And we want to talk to people who are at the polls, who have already voted, who are trying to vote, people who don't want to vote. We're talking to everybody today because we need people to go to the polls. Take somebody with you. Why don't you? Go to the polls and take somebody with you if you can. Dee Dee, welcome into the studio. Wait to see your face. Dee Dee, have you voted already? Have you voted? Certainly would love to know if you have voted. If you are out viewing on either of the platforms, drop us a comment. Tell us what a takeaway has been so far. It's 8:57. We are headed into hour number two. Hour number two, and we're going to be here until 7 p.m. This is going to be a marathon for us. But I think this is going to be so good because we're going to start reading some results and we're going to follow this thing all the way up to 7 o'clock. This is going to be a marathon. So share. Can y'all share it out? Can y'all share this out so we can get more people tuned in? We need people to go pick people up from the polls. I think transportation may even be free In some areas today, public transportation may be free. Uber may even be free. Go ahead, Boston. What you?
So I know for North Carolina, in South Carolina, Uber is offering half off for rides to the polls.
We will absolutely take the half off of Uber to the polls. And you may want to check into your public transportation as well, because public transportation may be free today. May be free today. This is good. This is really good. Um, Ted Cruz. I'm following the Ted Cruz um, election out of Texas closer than anything right now, because um, this is going to be a total upset, along with several total upsets that I believe will happen at a state level across the country. At a state level across the country. Is there a race that you're following, that you're watching?
No, not in particular.
Yeah.
Yeah, not in particular.
To me, Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. I think it's Colin Allred. Let me make sure. Um, who is Allred? Allred. Colin Allred, candidate for the U.S. Senate. He's 41 years old. Which I think is the new energy, right? That we need in new spaces, in these spaces and places. Ted Cruz is, listen, he is a flip flopper. First of all, a flip flopper, like a lot of these folks, right? They're flip floppers because they don't know how to stand up to leadership. As a leader, listen, you must be able to stand up for what's right in leadership. And so we will know by the end of today if Ted Cruz or Colin Allred is the new representative in the state of Texas. We will know. If you're in the chat, what race are you following real close outside of the presidential race? Because that's what everybody's following. And if you had to bet today, if you had to bet money on who's walking away the winner, who's the winner? Who's the winner? We are going to leave soon to the polls. We'll go live with you when we do. Thank you so much. I can't excite it. Desi had off from school and slept in. Shout out to Desi. Shout out to
Yeah.
Des. Flip flopping leaders. Flip flopping leaders. Oh yeah, we got some flip floppers.
Listen, and you know what? You asked me. I was trying to see if it would let me share the live again, but it wouldn't. So I lied when I said it was one that I wasn't watching. I'm watching the Josh Stein and Mark Robinson race. The man who calls himself the Black Nazi.
Oh yeah. That's the big dude. That's the big dude that Trump distanced himself from.
But it took him a long time to distance himself from him.
Yeah, I remember that. That's the guy who likes porn and all
Yeah,
kinds of stuff.
he likes the slavery porn. Yeah,
Wait, wait. Did you say slavery? What the hell? What?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
What the hell is slavery porn? Okay, no, don't even worry about it. Don't
Be
worry
another
about
topic.
it. Okay,
However,
I need
CNN,
y'all. I need y'all to get y'all leaders together. Slavery porn? What the hell?
sir, listen,
Okay,
it's a thing for everybody, but
okay.
it's something for everyone, rather, somewhere. But Josh Stein, I remember Josh Stein came in when I first moved to Charlotte, and he's also because he came in as I think it was as an attorney general, and he fought to get the because it was like a lot of rape cases were found. I mean, a lot of untested rape kits were found when the new, I think it was the new, not sheriff, police chief. When the new police chief took over, he found a lot of untested rape kits, right? Then Josh Stein started running on. He's going to push to get these kits tested, and throughout his term, he did, and he did, get a lot of backlog cases like on the docket and heard tried. A lot of people were able to have some sort of, resolution. So and the other things that he ran on, um, as far as like with the schools, that not so, I'm not really mm, North Carolina schools. That's a subject within itself, but I am watching to see how this goes. I think Josh Stein is going to win. Um, I couldn't fathom Mark Robinson winning.
No, no, no. Listen. Now I'm gonna tell you something. Do y'all remember uh during, I think, the last time during the Trump administration, what I remembered was, do y'all remember the he was a wild cowboy. He was a wild cowboy. He was a loose cannon. He also had a lot of questionable things. I cannot remember this guy's name, but he was a wild cowboy, and he was the last person who we thought would have been elected into the Senate, but he was elected, and ultimately he was kicked out for some egregious stuff. And I cannot remember his name. I cannot remember his name. Maybe does anybody remember the guy who he was a trumper? He was a wild cowboy trumper too. And this is the point, though. Fast forward to the point I'm trying to make. You might think that people have rational thought processes. But if
Right.
that man was bold enough to say that he likes slavery porn
Right.
publicly, if he was able to say that, I believe there is a section of that state that can
What
get
it
in.
is, CNN actually, someone brought it to their attention, and they did like this um breaking news type thing, about like his comments that he made on it. They matched up his usernames and everything. And so like they really did a piece on him. And then that's when, after that came out, is when your boy, kind of backed up off of. Hey Didi.
DD Willingham is mobile, but we love to hear your voice. It's election 2024. What's going on in Virginia?
Good morning. Good morning. The state is busy. Everybody is out. People been out since 3 this morning waiting to vote. We opened up at 6. Um, so me personally, I'm an absentee ballot voter. I do not like standing in lines. So I don't like crowds. But I do send my ballot in. My whole household is absentee ballot. So we have casted our votes. And you already know we're going to get Kamala in the House of Love. I don't know if that go together, but so that's what's going on in VA. People are up, moving, ready to vote, change the world.
Up, moving, ready to vote, change the world. How did the absenteeism ballot work for you? I received a text message this morning from a dear friend, and I'm going to read the text message because I also had a friend that contacted me recently to say I'm having problems. When I looked at the poll, when I went to the poll previously, when I went to the website, he said I was active on the website. But when he went back to the website, he was inactive. I said, they playing games. Do you know this is Georgia, right? Go to the polls anyway, right? Go, just show up, because you can ask for a form at the polls, right? You have to know your rights. And that's why we're doing this right now, because a lot of people don't know their rights. And at the end of the day, we're overwhelmed with fear and anxiety. As America's favorite mentor, okay, a business leader, a coach, and a NLP practitioner. What is NLP? Neuro linguistics programming. We cannot allow our minds, right, to be overwhelmed with negative language, things that make us angry and fearful and sad, right? Because the anxiety of it all will take us under. It causes us to pause, stop, and not take action. And that's what they want. They want you not to take action. They want you to stay in a perpetual state of indecision. Hello? If we stay in a perpetual state of indecision and don't decide and stay home because we're fearful and anxious, guess what? That allows people to do whatever they want to do. Not today. Not today. Listen,
Not
I'm gonna
today.
read.
And Virginia in particular, listen, this is so important. Let me take my glasses off. For those who have heard on the news about, they did approve the purging of the voter registration. So your name may be lost in the process. It may say you registered, not registered, active, inactive. I second that motion. Show up at the poll with your ID anyway. Don't let fear tactics keep you from voting. So important.
Don't let fear tactics keep you from voting. It's so important. You mentioned the absentee ballot that you had to file, and many are filing absentee. I received this text this morning, and if you're in the state of Georgia, this absolutely applies to you. It was a post from the ACLU nationwide. It said, "Attention voters in Cobb County, Georgia. The Georgia Supreme Court denied relief for over 3,000 Cobb County voters who requested absentee ballots but did not receive them on time due to the county's failure to mail them out. Ballots must arrive at your county election office by 7 p.m. today." This was yesterday. So they said tomorrow. Tomorrow is today. Okay, November the 5th by 7 p.m. If you don't get that absentee and ballot in, your vote will not be included. That is from the ACLU, who fights on behalf, right, of all across the country. Get up, get out, know your rights, do your part, and don't accept that you're not active. Don't accept that your name is not here, right? Sign whatever you need to sign to make sure that your vote counts, because there is an intentional movement in place to keep you in a perpetual state of indecision. I want you to reject that. I want you to cancel that and send it back where it came from. Hello? Hello.
There you go. That's right. That's right. Because the fact that they waited to the last minute to do these things. For me, I recall when I registered to vote, checking. Well, no, we got a notice at our home and that asked us would we prefer to receive absentee ballots for the rest of anytime that voting came up. So we were like, yeah, of course. Why do we want to go stand in line? Needless to say, so it makes the process easy. I never received a text like that. I do get a lot of texts pressuring me to vote one way or the other. But to hear that definitely is a scare tactic, and encouraging everybody out here listening that has an ID that is over the age of that 18 and able to vote, go and stand in line and make your voice heard, make your voice count. You have up until 7 p.m. Don't let anyone take that from you.
We cannot allow anyone to disrupt what is an absolute right that we have. We cannot. We cannot. Appreciate DJ Justice, who tapped in from Jamestown. He is a DJ at the polls, right? A DJ at the polls. And shout out to all DJs who are investing their time to make it an enjoyable experience in different parts of the country, where I believe the Democratic Party has invested in making it as fun as possible. And so don't be hating. See, that's what happened when we early vote. We missed out on the fact that we could be rocking out at the polls today, right? But shout out to everyone who's at the polls and who get a little bit of music and positive vibes. DJ Justice was in Jamestown. He's headed to High Point, and he'll be tapping in with us from High Point here shortly. And listen, then he'll go on to Greensboro. They're not playing in North Carolina today. They rocking out at the polls, and we're going to be rocking out with them all day long. TM, America's favorite mentor. Listen, I love it here, my friends. Thank you for taking time out of your day to tap in. The whole point of today, this is a special edition of The Social Lab. The Social Lab is the first podcast we've ever produced. Politics and all kinds of stuff was a part of that discussion. This is a special edition of that. Real people, real times, real talk. The Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by TM Hyman Associates, and we're happy for it. And so we have friends all over the country right now. We tapped in with North Carolina. Charlotte is in the building. Jamestown has tapped in. We got Virginia. I'm live out of the ATL, baby. And we got River out of Canada. River is doing some fact checking. River, anything you want to share? Any facts you have obtained so far? As we want you to also click the link and rock the vote, my friends. Click the link and rock the vote. Use the link that was just provided. Listen, DJ Justice just left Jamestown. I just told y'all, right? He is on his way to High Point, and he literally in the whip headed to High Point.
Yeah, in the whip, TM.
We in the whip. I got Skibo riding shotgun.
TM, what up?
We out here, bro.
Hey, what was that experience like in Jamestown, bro?
You ready?
Are you ready? So we was at a senior citizens facility.
Very nice.
Very nice place. And I'm playing some smooth jazz this morning, some Rich Daltrey. And a gentleman came down and complained and swung his cane on me. And so we had to leave. But it's okay. We did what we were supposed to do. We're on our way to the next location. But God bless him.
Wait, you got attacked by some senior citizens?
I was assaulted this morning by an 80-year-old white man. You know, but God bless him. He God bless him. This is going in my movie, I swear. This right here, and assault on the elderly is not, I've never, but if he hit me, this was going left.
I just
I just looked at him like, I got my DJs at the pole hat on. I'm here on official business. I am not just trespassing. I'm not, and I'm playing jazz early in the morning, like smooth jazz. I ain't come out with Nuck If You Buck. I didn't come out with Tear the Club Up. I'm playing some smooth jazz, and he is banging on me before breakfast. I hadn't even had my coffee. I got up there. The Ski-Ball had left to go to Bojangles to get us some biscuits and some coffee. It's 7:30, and I'm like, bro, I'm sorry. This has just been my election day fiasco so far. But I got 2 more locations, so it won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
Can't stop, won't stop.
You know what I'm saying? I got 2 more spots. We're gonna bang this thing out. I got the equipment in the back seat right now. We're on our way to the next location. God bless him.
Bro, wait a minute. So is it that they had no idea that you were scheduled to be there?
I don't know. I got my official card. I got my tablecloth. I got the hat. I'm supposed to be where I'm supposed to be. I'm standing on business today.
On business.
Yo.
Yeah.
But they said, hey, don't worry. I called the folks, let them know what happened. They was like, no worries, we're still gonna pay you. Thank you.
I'ma still get paid
Give
whether
me
you
my
try to
money.
hit
Give
me
me
with
my
a chain or
money.
not. That chain cannot stop this check.
Yo,
No.
this today's money is going to a specific cause. I got a purpose for this. So God bless them. Thank you.
God bless you. Good night. I can get to this next
Let me
location.
go on to the next one early. I got it.
Next to a black
Let's
church,
get it.
so.
And the next two are churches. So I'm just playing. I'm coming in with Kurt Franklin. So the devil can't steal my joy.
Hey,
Oh,
with the seniors, you better.
I'm coming in hot, bro.
wow.
With Jesus' joy. Hallelujah.
Wow. With Jesus' joy. So let me ask this question. Do you think that he didn't know, or do you think even though you were authorized, they were like, not today?
I don't. This old man was on. He came down and stood on his business, which I respect. I just wasn't about to hurt nobody. Because when he swung that cane at me, I looked at him like, are you serious, bro? Like, you a breath away from Jesus. Do you want to? I don't want to be that person. I'm not that person. Not. You're not gonna have me on CNN tonight. No.
DJ's at the polls.
DJ's at the polls.
Assaulting the elderly.
No. My mama's on the ballot today. No, sir. God bless you.
What I appreciate about the candidness of it, right, is, the delayed doesn't mean denied at the end of the day.
Hallelujah.
And so, listen, your strategy today was super lit, though, because you were like, I don't just have one location. I got three.
Right.
I got three. And so, listen, we going from Jamestown to High Point to Greensboro because we need everybody to get out this vote, and they will have fun doing it.
That's all. I don't care who you vote for. Just get out and express your vote. You know what I'm saying? We'll figure the politics of this out later. We're gonna survive. It don't matter. It don't matter who's in office on January 20th. We're going to survive because that's what we do.
Yeah, facts.
You know what I'm saying? How we navigate different ball game, little different question, little strategy, but we gonna be all right. I'm like Kendrick. We gonna be all right.
We gonna be all right. Facts.
I'll tap back in when I get back set up. But
hey,
yeah, bro, the old man swung on me today, man.
Yeah, that's nuts.
As soon as you get there, go live. As soon as you get, let them know.
Nope. And like the other guy that was there, he went to a whole other side of the parking lot. That brother dipped.
Well, no trouble.
He was like, I'm not here for this. I'm just trying to collect my $200. I was like, they're paying me $5. God bless you.
Right.
All right, I'll see y'all later.
DJ Justice. This
is your worldwide mix master. I go by the name of DJ Justice, and we coming in hot.
DJing at the polls.
I'll see y'all after 11.
We check you soon, brother. DJ Justice, supporting the polls out there. Listen, DJing, creating fun for people, although everybody's not with it this morning. Listen, everybody's not feeling the vibes. Everybody is not happy today. Listen, there's a lot of anxiety. There's a lot of fear. There's a lot of angst around today, right? And what we just heard live was a DJ that was paid, right, to be somewhere, to do a job, to make it fun for people who are coming to the polls, and he was turned away. Right. But see, the thing here is it didn't hurt him. He's going to get paid regardless. Right. It's the people that he was there to serve that ultimately lose out.
Right.
But guess what? Life is not fair. Today has a lot of people. Emotions are high today. Emotions are high today. That's why we're here. We're here to have this conversation, to be candid, right? And to help to reduce your fear and anxiety, not increase it. Madam Boston, what are you thinking over there? River
So,
Scott, feel free to weigh in. Go ahead, Boston.
okay, so I was just going to say that to what DJ experienced, right? It really made me think about the episode of Martin when they were gonna go to I think it was Philadelphia for they were supposed to go somewhere for the holidays, and him and the lady got in a fight in the bus station. That's exactly what it made me think of. But what I wanted to say though, um, but what I put in the chat was the link to Rock the Vote, which of course has, a plethora of information. But what I specifically shared was a link for states that allow same day voter registration. Because, like, for instance, in North Carolina, you had to have already been registered 25 days prior to voting. But it does not like that in every state. And so that list will give you a state. You could check your local area. It does have all 51 states. And let's see, for instance, like for Alaska, let's see, on election day, it's only offered in presidential elections to vote for president or vice president. So, like, it doesn't, I guess it does not, um, it's not for their local elections. They can only do it for president. California, you can do same day registration. It also allows you registration during early voting and in-person absentee voting and on election day. Colorado is the same, all three. And then Connecticut, for instance, their same day registration is only for general elections, meaning for their local, you'd have to be pre-registered to do, presidential. And so that's, pretty much to give you a picture of what's available on the list. And if you're unsure, and also if you're unsure that if you voted or not, always make sure that you should always have a form of identification on yourself anyway, but particularly to go vote, you probably need a picture ID, a government issued or state issued uh, form of identification to vote, because they do check your name usually against the voter registration list.
Absolutely. Your license, but definitely nothing less than a ID. I think a passport would work because a passport is equivalent to an ID, but driver's license is the first thing they're going to ask for, or an ID for sure.
And
For
it
sure.
cannot be expired.
Say it again.
It cannot be expired.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And so please check that because sometimes we don't remember or know the expiration.
Yeah.
It's normally around our birthdays, but it's like years out. Like sometimes I think it's 5 years, maybe 5 years out before it's a renewal. So,
State. Yeah.
yep, check your license for sure. My friends, TM, America's favorite mentor, your go-to person for mindset and leadership development, hanging out with Madam CeeLo Boston. We've had several friends to stop past and check in since we started live at 7 o'clock. We're here to help those who are going to the polls, right, on this oh so important day that we share. We don't get to share a lot of days in which we all have the same thing in common. Today is that day. We share having in common as citizens of the United States of America and weighing in on who our next commander in chief will be. Listen, the idea of it being one or the other really isn't exciting the majority. We are split in half, almost like dead heat split in half. We need everybody to vote. It is your obligation. It is your responsibility. You do have the right to stay home. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. But I think it would be one of the most selfish things you could possibly do today. I'm just speaking from the heart. You have the right. Nobody can make you do anything. But speaking from the heart, it's one of the most selfish things that you could do because the margins are slim.
Right.
Every vote matters. And then if you think that things aren't going right, if you have a problem with how things are being ran in the United States, listen, you may not be able to change anything at a federal level, but you can change a whole lot of things at a local and state level. Where your taxpayer dollars go really matters at a local and state level. How your money's being spent, who your
Right.
money is helping, right? There is an agenda within Project 2025 to defund public education. What would happen if you had to pay for your child's education? What would happen if we had to start to pay for public education? Some people wouldn't be phased at all because they're already prepared. They're doing homeschooling. They're doing private education. Their kids been in private school for years. It's not a thing for them. But how about you? How about you? How about the people you care about? So you may not care about the candidates per se, but do you care about free lunch? Or can you pay for the lunch and the breakfast that your kids are getting for free right now from school? Can you afford that? Because we're talking about the difference between having free lunch and free childcare and free education versus not having it. That's what's at risk. And we have decided to invest the entire day into helping to decrease anxiety, decrease fear, and encouraging people who are somewhat apathetic about the process to just get up, get out, get up, get out, vote. Ubers are half price to free. In some places, Ubers are free today to get you to the polls. Other places, it's half price. Public education is free. It's not the best day as I'm looking out the window. It's not the best day in Atlanta. Not the best day. I don't see the sun out. Look like a little rainy, maybe dreary. But I've already voted, so I don't have to go out at all. I can hang out with you. But why don't you bring us out with you to the polls? Why don't you bring us out? You can click the link and you can join the studio. You can join the studio here, and we'd love to bring you into the conversation. Drop a comment to let us know whether you appreciate. Let us know. Do you appreciate what we're doing right now? Is this helping you, giving you some perspective? Offer a ride to somebody who may need to get to the polls. Tell them you'll help them. You'll help them understand the ballot. See, some people don't want to go because they might not be able to really comprehend the process, the ballot. Tell them you'll go with them. You'll go with them, right? That helps people to get out to the vote. Every vote counts. We need everybody to go to the poll. I don't care who you vote for. I really don't. Actually, I do. I'm lying, but I ain't gonna harass you too much about it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna sit and lie. I do care who you vote for, but I'm not. I'm just not gonna harass you about it. That's all. That's all. Yeah,
And I
you gotta be honest, man, boy. They ain't trying to be a liar. You know what I'm saying? We got enough liars. We hear enough lies. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
for free, and ain't nobody vote on that.
For free, right? And so, yeah, absolutely. What is top of mind for you right now? Like, what is the most important thing that your vote is tied to right now?
Hmm.
For
Time to
me, go ahead.
change,
Go ahead.
change. Off
Change.
top of mind, change.
That's broad. What kind of change?
And it is broad, right? Because the changes that need to happen broad would have to be narrowed down. But then that's how we face everything, because like we can start with a blanket of something, but we still have to find what part is our path, regardless. So that's why I say, regardless of who gets elected, we still have to figure out how to circumvent through whatever rules and regulations are put into place. And if you don't know how to survive already, you're either going to get taken out or you're going like taking out by the process. You know what I mean? Like of even trying to wrap your mind around trying to survive if you don't already know how to survive in chaos. I mean, like a lot of people that weren't used to it got a taste of it during COVID, right? Because that was kind of a great equalizer, right? Um, but how about this? Right now, even though the storm hit, the storm Helene hit North Carolina and like destroyed a part of Western North Carolina, right? 59% of the people in that area still were able to vote, and they're in the middle of adversity. Adversity doesn't it can make or break us. And what we've been facing, I feel like, is nothing compared to what we're going to have to face going forward. Because even after the election, there's still going to be time and adjustment if and whoever becomes president makes, works on inflation or the inflation prices of groceries or these price gouging of groceries and supplies. Um, are they going to do anything about the tariffs from the things that we get overseas? Because your homeboy, he wanted to he taxed them, but which in turn taxed us. But our problem was our our infrastructure of manufacturing that we used to do is no longer there, but we're fighting to get it back. Is his plan going to get us there, or is hers? We gonna cry either way. Which pain are we willing to live with? We're gonna have to learn how to survive regardless. Democrat, Republican, Independent, it doesn't matter, because we all have to eat. We all have to hydrate. We all have to get rest. We all have to earn a living. Those of us that can. And then also those of us that can have to take care of those that can't. But then that leads us to what? The immigration, right? Because I know that's a hot button topic. And, you could feel plenty of ways about it. But one way I've felt all my life is we have to take care of home first. You can be kind to visitors or people who want to come to stay, but your foundation has to be solid before you even bring them in, or that foundation crumbles and then you're all homeless. So it's like either way, it's going to take communities like ours to keep that progression going, to stay informed, educate ourselves in any capacity that we require to go forward, to expound, to um, expand, right? You're on mute.
Yeah, just agreeing. Facts is what I was saying. Um, Taking care of one another.
Yeah.
That piece resonates with me, um, and I think it's significant. I think for the whole,
Yeah.
it is about the whole, not a section or a piece of the whole. It's about the whole, and it is about when it all falls down, which is the better solution holistically. holistically. Some people are challenged by that, and that's what's bringing some of the anxiety, and that's what's bringing the fear. But we simply have to get some points of clarity about us, and really stand on our core values. What core values are you standing on? I stand on character, integrity, and trust. And anyone who knows me knows that character, integrity, and trust is important to me. It might not be important to you, and I'm not challenging you whether that's important to you or not. I'm telling you what's important to me. And when character and integrity and trust doesn't exist in a situation that I'm being asked to be a part of, then that brings me anxiety, right? So I get it. What core values are you standing on? Because I make decisions based on my core values: character, integrity, and trust. I think it makes it easier for us to make decisions when we're standing on core values. Because when you're faced with things that are not in alignment with your core values, some people allow money to dictate their situation. Some people allow money to dictate what's going on with them. We should not allow money to dictate what's going on with us, right? At no point, at no time. Madam Boston, you still there? You look like you're frozen. River, are you still there? Just to make sure that we are still live.
I am here.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. It looked like I lost my connection for a moment, came back. Madam Boston, we can see it. Yeah, like yeah, what? Yeah. Yeah, I had to bring River in to make sure I was still live. Yeah, I think that we got a little choppy. I think there was a glitch or something. But we are live now. It looks like we are certainly live on LinkedIn as well right now. And so, what was the last thing that you were saying, Boston, that might have got cut off? It's okay. This is a special edition of the Social Lab, my friends, powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by TM Hyman and Associates. Listen, your go-to for mindset and leadership development. Mindset is everything. I am a neuro-linguistic programming practitioner. What does that mean? What is neuro? It's the mind, it's the brain. Linguistics, it's the words that we use and how it impacts our attitude, our behavior, our actions, right? As we go to the polls today, we want to manage our negative emotions as best we can, because we don't want to have limiting beliefs around who it is that's going to lead us into the next 4 years globally, right? What we decide on here in America today will impact the globe. So we want to get it right. We want to get it right. We don't want to feed into the propaganda, because there's propaganda coming from both sides of the aisle, right? And I'm not concerned about which side of the aisle you sit on. I'm more concerned today about the apathy, right? The apathy that concerns around the process and getting out to vote. I was a part of a conversation this morning where flat out people are saying, I don't care about this person. I don't care about that person. Therefore, I'm not voting. And I think that's absurd, right? But it's totally in alignment with the thing that causes many people to be unsuccessful. It is our inability to make tough decisions. Our inability to make tough decisions. And so let's press beyond the fear and the anxiety. Preparation eliminates anxiety. I said preparation eliminates anxiety. So let's push beyond the fear factor, the propaganda, because listen, we both are talking about, and I heard this morning, and I loved it, right? Two sides of the same bird, two wings, two different sides of the same bird. Let's not get too bent out of shape about what we're hearing, because a lot of it is propaganda designed to keep you in a perpetual state of indecision. Press past it. Press past it. TM, America's Favorite Mentor. Listen, if you could share this out, we're streaming live across multiple platforms. We'll be here for quite some time, and we want to have the honest conversations as as the day progresses. We'll talk to people all over the country who have weighed in early voting or they're voting today. We're going to just talk about it and support one another and not be overwhelmed by negative emotions, limiting beliefs, procrastination, self sabotage, and imposter syndrome. Yes? Yes.
Yes. So I was looking at the battleground states.
Battleground states, baby. What are the battleground states for those who may not be familiar?
So Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And let's see. So what does that really mean? So you know how like the electoral votes are pretty much what select the president, right? So Arizona has 11 electoral votes. Georgia has 16. Well, hold on, let me start over because I'm gonna give you the poll when the polls close as well in those battleground states. So Arizona has 11 electoral votes, and the polls close at 9 p.m. Let's see. Then Georgia has 16 electoral votes, and their polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Michigan has 15 electoral votes, and let's see. First polls in Michigan close at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but some are in a different time zone and close at 9 p.m. And then we have Nevada, and it has 6 electoral votes. And okay, so it has Nevada has actually the smallest total out of the battleground states, and their polls close at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, North Carolina, it says they have 16 electoral votes, and the polls close at 7:30 tonight at Eastern Standard Time. Pennsylvania has 19 electoral votes and closes at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and Wisconsin has 10 electoral votes and closes at 9 p.m. Yeah. And it seems like right now, if I'm looking, so they have where I'm getting my information right now, guys, is from CBS News.com. And why there in particular they have a battleground tracker. And so it's just giving current estimates so far. And it seems, honestly, guys, a toss up in each electoral state except for Nebraska. Nebraska is leaning towards Kamala with 51% and Donald at 47. So it seems like it's a toss up between the two. They're showing like a anywhere between a 1 to 2% difference, or gap rather between the two. And in the event like where percentages are missing, it's normally to account for like the independents and the other uh the other candidates that were on the ballot.
It's certainly going to be a toss up. That's what have been seeing. That's what we've been hearing, right? You'll see a +1, +2, +3, a -1, -2, -3, right?
Right.
And all of that is within the margin of error, right? And so the margin of error says that anyone could become the next leader of the free world. Anyone, anyone. And so, America, it is totally in our hands. We cannot allow propaganda and fear and anxiety, right? And those who want to, again, keep us in a perpetual state of indecision because of such fear and anxiety. There's some techniques you can apply, right? As you're going to the polls this morning, this afternoon, this evening, simply apply what is called the 478. The 478. What is the 478? It's a breathing technique, right? It's a breathing technique because anytime that you can literally close your eyes and do 4 reps of inhaling and then holding it for 7 seconds, and then exhaling, pushing it out for 8 seconds, pushing it all the way out, and then inhaling, holding it for 7 seconds, exhaling, pushing, counting to 8, pushing it out. It's called the 478. The 478 eliminates anxiety. It gets you back to a natural state. As an NLP practitioner and somebody with high blood pressure, I often have to apply the 478. I hope my doctor's not watching because I normally do the 478 before I go see my doctor. Yeah, it lowers my blood pressure when I
Hey,
take my blood pressure pills. I
a
just
lot
gave
of people false positive like that.
yeah, what you call it, a false positive. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. So I just gave somebody a hack for their physician, and I hope mine is not watching. Okay. But it also helps those that don't have high blood pressure. It will reduce your anxiety. Reduce your anxiety. It's called the 478. Don't let fear and anxiety rule your life. You got to manage these negative emotions. Don't allow people to be intentional about trying to push fear on you and anxiety on you. I'm just trying to help somebody today. I'm just trying to help somebody. We are here to help. Let's go to the polls. Let's go with an abundance of urgency, if nothing else. You don't have to like being there. It's like a job today. We're doing our jobs today. When I went to the poll, I did my job. When you go to the polls today, you're doing your job. Get your sticker and feel good about it. I got my sticker. And I didn't just toss the sticker when I came out. I held that sticker high and I took a picture, and I never posted it, but I took a picture because, yeah, I did my job, right?
Gonna make
And
me go to my sticker.
you
I
felt
got
good about it, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I felt real good.
It's
Yeah.
important that we do our part, my friends. If you're going to talk about it and you're going to share the negative aspects of a process, any process, I think it's important that you actually do your part in the process. Do your part in the process. Wow. For me, what's top of mind for me right now is affordable housing. Affordable housing is top of mind, and how I can be a solution and how I can partner to be a part of the solution. Business development, right, is important to me right now. That's top of mind. I think everyone should have a business of some type because everyone has skills. Everyone has knowledge that could benefit somebody. And so if you have skills and you have knowledge that could benefit someone, you should have a service or a product that also helps to benefit someone, right? And it helps you economically because when you're in business now, you are just outside of one tax system. You're in the beneficial tax system, and that's how we generate wealth. There are some folks who are focused on maintaining wealth, and then there are some folks who's focused on helping to build wealth, right? I'm on the side of helping to build wealth. Although I want to maintain and grow wealth as well, but I'm on the side of helping to build wealth collectively. Collectively, know your rights, get involved, and don't allow fear and anxiety to hold you back. To hold you back. This is a special edition of the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, sponsored by Team Hyman Associates. And we appreciate you for taking time out of your day to weigh in. It's election day. It's decision day 2024. It's election day. Decision day 2024. And we are voting for the future here in America, right? It is Harris versus Trump and a whole lot of state and local offices as well. What happens today will shift the trajectory of what's happening in America and in the world. Madam Boston hanging out of Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm live out of the ATL. And we have River Scott, who's with us out of Canada. She's been doing some fact checking as she's heavily involved in what is Parliament in Canada. Slightly different from what we experience here in America. However, she is very astute, and we appreciate her support as well. Along with everyone who's chimed in today, we've had North Carolina heavy. We had DJ get ran out of Jamestown. So now he's on his way to High Point to DJ at the polls. He'll be in Greensboro later on today. That story was hilarious.
Okay.
Story was hilarious. River
Yes.
Scott.
He was playing jazz.
Was that Jamestown, Virginia that he got ran out of?
No, Jamestown, North Carolina.
Oh, okay, well, it's still kind of setting a tone that we may be looking forward to. So we just have to stand together and stand united with that, because that's the foresight of what we might be looking forward to if they chased him out with a chain just from trying to play the music. But good thing that we've come together, and you know what I mean, we have a plan forward for after today, what comes next. And that's what leadership's all about. So I thank you for, using your voice and making this possible. And when I was checking, they were looking at the blue wall. That's what they call it, as Madam Boston mentioned, Michigan. So that's what's bordering between Canada and the United States is the blue wall. So that's what I'm paying attention to there. Some of the people are for Camilla, others and those are ones that are worried about the tariffs that are in place between Michigan and Canada. Here we have it's called Line 5. It's a gas line that kind of brought us to what went global with, you've seen how Canada was in protest against the government a couple years ago, 2022. That was kind of what ignited all of that. So let's peace, love, and light and do our part. And if you don't vote, you don't get the opportunity to complain going forward.
And it's a fact, right? I often struggle with people who want to complain about a process that they're not a part of. And so you asked what's next. Judith, who was tapped in earlier, also asked what's next, right? She talked about being afraid for tomorrow and the weekend, because there is a high probability, right? A high possibility that things will be rejected. People will be upset. People will be frustrated to the point and to the likes of January 6th. That's what makes people afraid, right? And so what's next is the question. I think, one, we have to analyze the results. That's what's going to be done, right? They're going to be highly scrutinized. Lawsuits and things have already been filed. It's already happening across the board. And so, I think the idea is, how can we look at the results and be as honest and fair as possible so that we can make sure everyone feels like their voice has been heard. We can implement feedback. We can make some adjustments if we need to make adjustments, but we can also prepare for the change in leadership, right? We have to prepare for the change in leadership. There will be a change regardless. There will be a change. So we have to prepare for that as best we can, and then plan to, one, stay active locally, hold our local leadership accountable, our state leadership accountable, and engage as best we can, engage as often as possible, right? That's what I would suggest. That's what I would suggest. And I think those are some practical steps that we can apply to move forward and help to determine what's next. Help to determine what's next. Jude, I can't get in. Can't get on the live stream. Yes. So if you can click. So do you see either one of those links, Judith? Do you see either one of those? Can you access either one of those links that was just dropped in the chat? Okay. I'm seeing Boston. Are you here? Seeing some folks have lost the StreamYard. Okay, stand by. Stand by, my friends. I see you. Boston, I saw that you were still with us. We are live. This is a special edition, my friends, of the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by TM Hyman Associates. We're here to support the process of voting today. We want to help people to rid themselves of the apathy that we have towards the process. You can't complain about something that you aren't a part of, right? You can't complain about something that you are actively involved in. And so please get up, get out, and vote. Judith, I just dropped that link for you in text. And we're doing the same for you right now. Dropping it via text for you. If you are streaming live and you have a comment, please drop your comment in the chat. Please drop your comment in the chat. We have Madam CeeLo Boston hanging out of North Carolina. We have River out of Canada. We have DJ who's DJing at the polls. He went from Jamestown earlier this morning. He's setting up right now over in High Point, North Carolina. I don't know if he'll be going over to Greensboro, North Carolina. And so thank you much for hanging out and being here with us. River, are you back? I see you twice. River, I see you twice. So I'm not, okay, there you go. And then now I can see Judith as well. So I'm going to bring you both into the conversation. Hola. Judith, you said earlier you were fearful. She came and then her device just dropped her. Judith said that she was fearful for tomorrow and the weekend. She also asked what was next. And so hopefully she'll be able to come back in, as I'm not sure what just happened. Her device disconnected. River, you can hear. You're back. Want to make sure. Hopefully you can hear us. Judith, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Judith, your phone keeps clicking you out, and I don't know if that's an Android or what. I don't know what that is, an Android or what. But I know Mary Kim has one of my friends hanging out with her at the polls. My guy Dez, and so Mary Kim, I don't know if you can see me. I cannot see you. Uh,
I'm trying to get the camera to work. Hold on.
take your time, Madam Boston. Judith, I don't know what's going on with your phone, so let's try it again.
I see.
Uh,
Hey, Judith.
we can see you, Judith. Hey, hey. Now, let's see if is your microphone working. While we give Mary Kim some time, let's see if your mic. Yeah, see, something's going on. Yeah, I think she's on an Android.
Say that because I'm on Android. Thank you. Okay. Hey, Judith.
You know, I'm sorry, Android users. You know, okay.
Something.
Okay.
Well, we got to go.
Well, Android is working good for Madam Boston today, so it's no
Damn it.
no excuses. Hey, Boston, you know how many people have actually voted in North Carolina?
I can look that up. What I had pulled up was both of their issues, Kamala and Vice President Harris and Trump. Okay, so let's see. You know, I type slow. Let's see. Well, the first thing that pops up is North Carolina breaks in-person early voting record. That was a day ago. Let's see. Let's go with this. Okay, so it says, and this says that as 2 days ago. I hadn't found anything that's like current, like right now. But as of Sunday, because early voting did end Saturday about 3 o'clock. It said more than 4.2 million North Carolinians cast their ballots during the in-person early voting period, which
Yeah.
ended Saturday afternoon statewide. And let's see, it says 2024 easily topped the previous early voting record of more than 3.6 million ballots cast in 2020. Now, back in 2020, North Carolina voted for Trump, and so it's very interesting. We're going to see something. Let's see, it said as of Sunday morning, including absentee voting, 4,465,548 voters have cast their ballots in the 2024 general election. That's just the general. Okay. So that's 57% of the state's 7.8 million registered voters. So that means about roughly 3 million people are going to vote today. If in fact everyone that's registered votes.
That's if folks are registered. And so, I think the shift is in the past, Democrats have mostly taken advantage of early voting and, and had people to come out early. I think Republicans have seen people come out early this time, unlike previous, times. And so I think there are some dynamics that the polls just can't solve for.
Yeah.
The polls just can't solve for, some of the missing components that's why it's important that we encourage each and every person who is eligible to get up, get out and vote. Do you all realize that there are people who've lost their right to vote? There are people who would love to vote in the United States of America. But, because of whatever reason, they've lost their right. And so think about that. There's some of us who we don't want to leverage right? The right, when there's some who don't even have the right and would love the right to actually vote. And so I am going to welcome my good
Oh,
friends
I'm here.
out of
Okay.
NY, baby, out of NY into the conversation. Mary Kim and Dez. What up, Dez?
Hey,
What's
Desi.
up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, Mary Kim is
The sticker.
Mary Kim is
His
taking
shirt
Dez, listen,
says,
to the polls. He just
what
left
does
the
it say?
poll.
Future voter.
Hey, look at that.
He's been going since 2012 to the voting spot with mommy since he was in my belly.
That's
Right,
amazing.
Des?
That is amazing.
He's a little nervous with all this stuff.
Listen, this is what it's about. I was in New York recently with Mary Kim and Desi, and I had a ball because listen, she is an advocate. He is a future speaker. He is an author, and he and his friends. Listen, I learned so much from Des and Mary Kim. I saw something in New York around advocacy that we need to expand on. She takes him to the polls. She just shared he's been going to the polls since he's been in her belly. He's 11. He's 11. He's going to be ready set when he turns 18. Right? He's going to be ready set.
Yes.
Mary Kim, why has it been so
Yeah.
important for you to take him to the polls?
Just to show him, because if he was a typical kid, I would do the same thing. But because he's, boy with Down syndrome, I think it's most important because he needs to understand the rights that he has by the laws, and also be aware of what's going on. So when he turns 18 and votes, that he knows how to vote, right? And who is going to be behind him, and who's making laws that
We missed that last piece. I think you said someone who's going to be making laws.
Yeah, so it was important for me to bring Desi because that's how laws get enacted or not enacted, right? For his vote, and to just show him the process, because when he gets 18, he's going to vote and have to make that decision on his own. President, local laws, and having that understanding. So why he goes kind of everywhere with me also, just to learn about how to live life and do the things. That's the best education, is that way, right, Desi?
Absolutely. Yes. Future voter. Future voter. Listen, he's an author. He's a speaker. He is a soccer player, my friends. I was able to have him participate in Future Whiz Kids, which is a business program that I partnered with Christina Howard on. He worked alongside a peer. They learned from each other. Desi is going to publish a book. He has a T-shirt line. Mary Kim, I would love for you to talk about the T-shirt line a little bit.
Yes. So the T-shirt line is through Bonfire. It's the platform, and he's probably got about 15 shirts that he designed. Not he designed. He came up with the slogan. He hired me, his mom, to help him design them. He's approved them. And he was inspired to do that to raise money, because his goal for the T-shirts is to raise money to create his 501(c), creating a space for the mentally ill in New York City, men and women, to create supplies and things that they may need as they live on the streets. Inspired by his uncle, who has been diagnosed since my brother was in his 20s, because he's been around that, so he understands that. So that's his goal. He has the whole vision for the 501(c). So we are looking to get that all implemented this year. But the portions of all the proceeds from the T-shirt line goes towards that mission for him. Right.
Thank you so much for sharing. My friends, listen, we want to support those who are making positive impact in the world, in our community. And listen, these two dynamic duo are certainly having a positive impact. And so, thank you so much for weighing in and sharing the experience today. Des, man, that's a cool T-shirt, buddy. Cool
Yes.
T-shirt.
And on
Mary
the
Kay.
back, we didn't know it was Rock the Vote. It's by Old Navy and Rock the Vote partnered. And I
Nice,
just noticed it today. But he took some cool pictures.
nice, very
He's
cool.
dying for some IHOP, so we are gonna log off.
Me too. Me too.
Right, Des?
Enjoy.
IHOP on
Enjoy.
the voting
Thank
day.
you so much.
Thanks, TM. Say
Absolutely.
bye, TM.
Appreciate you guys.
Wave. Wave.
Des. Hey.
Okay, I'm getting pushed. Bye, TM. We'll be back later.
He absolutely makes decisions. She said he hired me. He absolutely hired her, my friends. I love the support that she provides. She's a leader. TM, America's favorite mentor. This is a special edition of the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, sponsored and brought to you by TM Hyman and Associates. How cool was that, Boston?
That was awesome. That was awesome. And yes, he did hire her. Yes.
Yeah. And he's fired her. And he has absolutely fired her. and she will tell you that she
I
has
got it,
been
Mom.
fired and hired in the same day.
He can delegate. Yes, he can.
Hired and fired in the same day. It's a beautiful thing. It's an absolute beautiful thing. Mary Kim and Desi out of New York, and so we're on a roll. We got Charlotte, we've had Jersey in New York in the building. We got several parts of North Carolina. I'm coming to you live out of the ATL. River was out of Canada. Judith is somewhere, I believe, in Michigan, but couldn't quite connect. So I'm not sure what the issue was with the connection, but hopefully we'll get Judith back in because she certainly had something to say. She spoke of being fearful of tomorrow and the weekend as we go into the election, not knowing how people are going to respond, not knowing if the election goes in a way that the former president doesn't necessarily agree with. Will we experience another January the 6th? I think that's top of mind for a lot of people. And I say, listen, give people less power and put more of your faith in tomorrow in like a higher power. Right? I believe that God is in control at all times, and I believe that justice will prevail. I just believe that. I want to believe it, and I believe it. Right? Justice will prevail. Let's not feed into a lot of anger and anxiety. I could feel you thinking. I can feel you thinking.
I took my anxiety medication before I even got up here. I hope y'all do the same. Don't go out there. If you take meds that you're supposed to take, take your meds before you go outside.
Yeah, well, you want to absolutely. For me, blood pressure pills, the whole nine. Like I need them. I even take a Mind Clarity pill, and I thought about taking 2 of them today, and I've already voted, right? But just to have this conversation, right? Because I know there's a lot of anxiety around the conversation, which is why we're here, and we've committed to the day. This is going to be a marathon. It's already a marathon as we are in the 10 o'clock hour, right? We've been live since 7, and we'll be here until we can't, and the goal is to stay until 7, right? And so it should start to really pick up some steam as people really start to head to the polls as they're getting off of work, transition, and leaving early from work and those type of things.
Yeah. I got some people hit me up out of Virginia. They're going to be coming on in a little while, probably around lunchtime. Yeah.
Absolutely. And so we will take a lunch break at some point, my friends. But until then, we'll keep this conversation going as people are popping in all over the country. Judith, we see you. Can you see us? Can you hear us? We'd love to hear you. Go for it.
Every
Yeah,
time
it's
you hit
something
that
that when
button,
she hits her, yeah, when she hits her microphone, there's something within her headset that I believe is kicking off her mic. So when she comes
might have
back,
to
we're
check
going
the
to open
settings
her.
and stuff.
We'll open the mic for her when she comes back because every time she hits it, it takes her offline.
Yeah.
It takes her offline.
I'm gonna also I'm gonna post this in the chat also for those that still may need to cover some issues or have questions about some issues. So I'm gonna post Vice President Harris's issues that she is addressing throughout this campaign, and she's claims to is going to take care of this during her term. So there's that. And then I'm also going to upload DJ T's. Oops. So, let's do- Okay. Dropping that second one in the chat now. And it's interesting because if you look at like both lists, just looking just looking at the list, when you it's like the top of her list is, cut taxes for the middle class families, right? And then but he says his is to rebuild the greatest economy in history. And I will say there was a time where well, first of all, America has always been looked at as like one of the greatest countries, right? Because it gave people a space to practice their own religious freedoms and their own, ways of life that they couldn't live in their own countries. So they made their way this way, right? And then we have this beautiful melting pot that we've turned into. The thing about it is, only one of the candidates really likes that idea of the melting pot. Um, and the problem comes in where there's division, right? And there's division in between, you know, uh, not only just different ways of life, but different ways of raising our children, different ways of implementing privileges that some have generationally had. And then we're in a space now where a lot of people are trying to build that and create these foundations. And so we have to decide which one of these candidates, right? Because there's some people who look at it like I don't like either candidate. And so that's why I made the statement earlier that we're gonna cry either way, right? You have to just pick uh which pain are we willing to live with? Because we're gonna have to adjust regardless of who gets even if how about this, even if the candidates had different names, we'd still be in this space if our lives are, because we're living in the residuals of COVID, right? And so it's like we're in a real, we're all in a transitional space. And this matters. This matters because it's not just reproductive rights that are on the line. It's also, health care that people have been fighting to receive for years. Um, it's still like, let's even look at like the housing crisis. They say the housing crisis, right? If you listen to the news, they'll say, okay, well, there's in real estate, there's this, housing gap
Mhm.
where you have all these people and all the apartment complexes are filled supposedly. And we don't have a surplus of housing.
Mhm.
But that's funny to me because I'm like, well, what about all these empty houses that I drive by? What about these incomplete subdivisions? And that happened before COVID. That was happening before COVID,
Mhm.
right? Um, happening during and after COVID. What about the places that became empty for the people who couldn't afford those increases on prices? So it's a push to build new houses and new housing. But then what about what's already in place? Because we can't build any more land, right? But we can build on that land.
Mhm.
We have to unlimit our thought processes because just where we're from isn't the only place that exists. The places we see on TV, those aren't the only places that exist. You have to think about the places that you've never seen, that you've never heard of,
Yeah.
that you've never been to, drove by, or any of that. It's recreated in every city and state. We have to open our minds. It's bigger than us. It really is bigger than us. And I digress.
It's way bigger than us. I think, but collectively, we make a difference. Way bigger than us, but collectively we make a difference. And I think when you understand that every vote counts, every vote matters. This is a tense environment right now. People are afraid right now, and it's real,
It
right?
is.
I mean, it's real. The question that's been asked several times today is, "What's next?" What's next? That is absolutely the question that's been asked. And so, listen, we invite you to join us live here in the studio. Become a part of the conversation wherever you are in the country right now. Wherever you are in the country, we want you to weigh in. Tell us what your thoughts are. How are you feeling about what's next? You can click the link and join us live right here in the studio. Just click the link right on the screen where it says join us, and you can. And we're going to be here and we invite you into the conversation. We just kicking it. This is what we do.
Judith just asked a question.
Where did you see that?
It popped up. Oh, you know what? It's a delay on
Oh, okay. I'm like, where did you see that?
it popped up on this screen, but it was already on this.
Got you working over there. Absolutely. This is a special edition of the Social Lab TM, America's favorite mentor, your go-to for mindset and leadership development. Madam CeeLo Boston, live out of Charlotte. I am live out of the ATL. And listen, we do this because this is what we do, right? Podcasters, producers. We ran a podcast many years ago that you can still access today, the Social Lab. This is a special edition of that. It's a special edition of the Social Lab Judith, your microphone is already open. Don't touch anything. Just speak.
Hi, Judy.
Hello, TM.
Hola. We figured it out. We're like, every time she tries to open the mic, it disconnects. So we got her this time. What's
Yeah.
going
I have
on?
a new phone and I didn't know how to change the browser settings, so I had to put it in my old phone so I can get on live with you.
You are here. You are here.
This is so exciting.
You're in
I'm so
Michigan.
happy for you.
We are here. And listen, this is so like
Surreal.
we had to talk about it, right? We've been talking
Yeah.
about it in Clubhouse. So we just had to go to the whole nation with Judith. You brought up two questions. You made a statement earlier and then you asked a question. Your first statement was, I'm afraid uh, of tomorrow and the weekend. And then you said, what is the next chapter of this story? But what is your thought process around what makes you afraid for tomorrow? What are you thinking?
Well, I have children that live close to Chicago, and they when in the last couple elections they had issues with the riots, and so it came out of the city and into the suburbs, and it was pretty hectic for them, and they were actually afraid for their lives, and because there were just people all over the street and everywhere and stuff like that. So I mean, I just hope and pray. The best thing I could do is have prayers and pray that whoever wins or whatever happens, that the other side contains themselves and just accepts what it is to be, and we move forward as a nation, and this divisibility just stops. I mean, it's just this name calling and this nonsense on everybody's side, and with everybody and between families, and it doesn't matter who wins. We as a country need to come together. We need God in our lives.
We need God in our lives for sure. We need God in our lives for sure. Let's talk about the riots in Chicago. You said they were scared for their lives. Let's talk about that a little bit.
Well, it's very interesting. I mean, I wasn't part of it because I stayed away from the city of Chicago during the last couple elections and the last things that were happening. But you know, there is a whole, and it's this isn't a black or white thing either. This is everybody that was right. I mean, it wasn't
Yeah.
any race that was rioting. It was a combination of both, of everybody that was rioting. Um, and it got pretty I mean, it got pretty dangerous in the city, and people coming out of and once they were done in the city looting and rioting and all that, they headed towards the suburbs. They got as far as Naperville, Illinois, which is a good 15 miles out of downtown Chicago, 15, 20 miles out of downtown Chicago.
Yeah.
So it, there's a lot of things that happen because of all this buildup with these elections. I mean, this isn't just, an election and then tonight we all go to bed, we wake up tomorrow, we find out who won, or in a couple days we find out who won and it just goes away. I mean, we have people burning ballot boxes up in Seattle, Washington, and we have just crazy stuff happening. I was driving out last night and I went past our Board of Elections at about 6 p.m. and they allowed early voting to continue all the way until 9 p.m. last night. And there was a line of people at 6 p.m. around the building and outside waiting to go in and vote. So I can only imagine what it looks like today. And voting's great. I mean, I think voting's very important. I think I wish there was a better way for us to vote, thumbprint or some, electronical way that we could all use our phones and vote or something, but it's just a very tenacious situation right now in our city, in our country.
Yeah. No, to say the least, right? To say the least. And I think your question about what's next, the question about what's next is that there is a transfer of power that has to happen. And I think Madam Boston just called out something that we should really consider because I think it's important. Whether or not it was Harris or Trump, right? If we changed the names and these were other people, we would still have to deal with a change, a shift right now in our country. And so we're in transition, my friends. And so that transition is very real for a lot of us. And, I think it's not just a transition, but I think it's almost like a revolution that's happening in America. And so, um, yeah, this is going to be interesting to say the least.
Yeah, and
Interesting.
I just want our country to be the country that I love. And I mean, a bad day in America is better than most days in most countries. So we have so
And that's
many
a fact.
privileges here, and we have so many privileges here, and so much, and you know, it's emotional because it's. I mean, I'm 62 years old, so I vote. I think the first time I voted was in the Reagan election, if I'm correct, in the 80s, and it's it's gone downhill since then. And I don't know if it's a 24-hour news cycle that we have, and they're all vying for attention, and they're all trying to keep alive because we don't read newspapers anymore like we used to, and we don't have journalism like we used to. I don't know what's causing the breakdown of, just tell me what your plan is for the country and stick to it and leave the other side alone. That's quit the nonsense.
The name calling is certainly interesting, right? It has gotten interesting. I mean, we're used to the mudslinging. It's politics, right? It's politics. But I think we've got to be more adult about all of this, all of this. And so, Madam Boston dropped in the chat earlier, and I'll bring it back up. Right? You can visit kamalaharris.com/issues to learn more. And we did the same for Trump, right? So kamalaharris.org/issues, or you could visit Donald J. Trump. I said .org, but it was .com, right? It's .com. kamalaharris.com/issues. The same. DonaldJTrump.com/issues. Do your research. Let's go. Let's
And
go.
one of the things that I've always told you too is the local elections are just as important as this presidential election.
Always.
We
I've always
need to
said
be
it.
careful who we're putting in as judges. We need to be careful who we're putting in these school board elections. I'm in a new area, so I had to do a little bit more research before I voted because I didn't know any of these people. But this isn't just a presidential election. What happens to us at home and in our states and in our communities is just as important as what's going on nationally.
My friends, a great segue back into, right, what we have been reiterating. This is an important day across the board. Judith, thank you so much for
Okay, well,
weighing in.
I'll pop in later on. I've got an appointment to go to, but I'll
Thank you so
definitely,
much.
now that I know how to get on, I'll pop in later on. And keep up the good work, TM.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's not just about the presidential election, right? It is absolutely about your local and state elections as well. And so we can go into the overview. Again, this has been a great morning as we are prepared to go into midday here, right? Brunch, lunch, midday. Voters choose the national leaders. Um, your vote, your voice matters. My vote, my voice matters. It's critical that we participate in this here democracy, right? Because when we don't participate, it says that we don't care that much. And we do care. We care about the presidential elections. We care about the senatorial and the House elections. We care about our local council elections, the judges. We care about all of that. So we should act like we care, right? We should act like we care. Let's understand, right? The people who are running more, not just a little bit more, more. Who are the people who are influencing our local governments? we need to become a little more knowledgeable so that we can hold people more accountable. I think we have more alike than not alike. And I think the election process and today, November the 5th, is one of those days that we share a whole lot in common, right? Outside of today. November 4th, we were preparing for today. Tomorrow, we'll be reflecting on today. November the 5th means more to us holistically than any other day, I think, on the calendar. It's always election day, even though a lot of us differ in perspectives. The one common thing that we have in common is that we go to the polls on this day and we all exercise our right. We all exercise our right. For the president, the United States, for the U.S. Representatives, like nationwide, for the state representatives, for our senatorial representatives, right? All of these roles are up for grab. Judges in some states, like the treasurer, trustees, like office managers, like city managers, city managers. A lot of these positions are up for grab. Madam Boston and I was talking about opportunity, and how there are so many people who do not take advantage of local elections. Believe it or not, you stand a high chance of getting like a local office if you apply for the right position, because a lot of people don't even go out for positions in some of these towns and cities, right? And so you could probably pick up one of these positions if you took it seriously, because there's not a whole lot of competition. There's not a lot of competition. And so, Madam Boston, not sure if you are there to weigh in on opportunities that exist locally, because listen, I was joking around and was like, yeah, go ahead and become like the commissioner of the watershed department. But listen, it would be great on your resume, commissioner of watershed. I don't even know what the damn commissioner of watershed does. But because most people aren't going out for the position, you could probably get it and become a commissioner of watershed. I don't know. I'm just saying. There are opportunities amongst us because people aren't that involved and don't really like go out for a lot of these public offices and a lot of these public positions. TM, America's favorite mentor. It is 10:40 where I am here in the ATL. Top 10 reasons to vote. Top 10 reasons to vote. I shared this inside Breakfast with Champions this morning, and certainly want to reflect back on the top 10. Exercise your democratic right. Exercise your democratic right. I don't think we take in consideration something that was just shared. I think Judith just said it. We are still the best nation, period, hands down, in the sense that a bad day for us, right? A bad day for us, it is still like a horrible day, right? For people outside of this country. So for us to have a bad day just because we are citizens of the United States, it's significant. It's significant. And so I'm just here to encourage people today to take this a little bit more seriously. If you've not already voted, it's a huge opportunity to go ahead and vote and take somebody with you and encourage someone to go with you today. If you haven't, but if you have voted like myself, and at this point, about 50% of America has already voted. It's phenomenal, like 50, 60% probably almost. We early voted. We had a sense of urgency about it. If you've done that, invite somebody out. What I'm doing all day is I'm live across multiple platforms, literally just having a conversation in hopes that someone who wasn't going to vote, someone who was fearful or too anxious to go to the polls, heard this conversation and they said, to hell with it. I'm going to go out and I'm going to make this happen. And I'm going to bring some people with me. That's why I'm here. What can you do to push people out the door to the polls today? What can you do? I challenge you to think about it. I challenge you to think about it. My goal is to help you to reduce fear, reduce anxiety, and go out and leverage your voice. Leverage your voice for your community, leverage for your future, for your children's future, for your grandchild's future, for your grandchildren's future. Go out, do it. Right? Yep. Let's do it.
So there's something that is, to be honest, yes, I voted, but I did not see this part. So under the president of the United States, and to give context of what I'm looking at, I went to the Rock the Vote website, and at the very top, you can search to see what your ballot looks like based on your address, and your location. So you remember how we were talking about the different parties? Okay, so we know about Republican, Democrat. Now, normally I would see, or we would see, independent, but that's not even that's not even a thing that I'm looking at. So how about this? Randall Terry, he's the most offensive man that I've seen this entire. He's more offensive than uh DJT. Um, but there is you see it at the top? See what's on your ballot? Yeah. So when you click on see what's on your ballot, you fill out your address information, and then it'll give you what your ballot looks like, and you could then fill it out, and you don't have to put your phone number or get text messages if you don't want to. It'll still allow you to pull up the ballot with your address information and name. Excuse me. But okay, so for Randall Terry is representing the Constitution. Kamala Harris, she's representing the Democratic Party. Jill Stein is representing the Green Party. Cornel West is Justice for All, is the name of that party. And there's a Chase Oliver who's also running for president under the Libertarian Party. And then, of course, DJT under Republican. But I found that interesting. So under the federal races, you have the president of the United States, the vice president, excuse me, and then your U.S. representative for your district. And for myself, I only have like two options, which is either a Democrat or Republican. But then it also allows you to look at what is on your ballot for your state, right? Where you're selecting your congressional, your governor, your lieutenant governor, your secretary of state, your attorney general, uh, state auditor. And now I'm reading off for North Carolina because it may be different based on where you're located, right? But then I have also the commissioner for agriculture, and then the commissioner for labor, and then also selecting a few seats of appellate judges for a seat. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so like there were 3 seats in North Carolina that were up to be filled, which was seats 12, 14, and 15 for North Carolina. And again, if you're just joining, I'm speaking specifically to North Carolina. However, you can go to the rockthevote.org and put in your local information, and it will pull up your ballot for your locale. Now, there were 2 in this. Like, you remember we were talking about where it was like only one person, right? On the ballot. So example for me is like our North Carolina state representative, Becky Carney, is the only one on the ballot. And then also the state senator, Caleb Theodros, who's a Democrat. But everybody, all the blank, or not blank, but the ones that only had, one person to select from, they all also seem to be Democrats as well. Now, I was trying to see if this will open this up. Okay, so also on our ballot, there was this one part about a constitutional amendment that's on the ballot, right? So the constitutional amendment that's on the ballot is to provide that only a citizen of the United States who is 18 years of age and otherwise possessing the qualifications for voting shall be entitled to vote at any election in this state. So what does that mean? It means that you can either vote yes, you agree with that statement, that only citizens of the United States 18 and over, and have qualifying, they're meeting qualifications rather, can vote. And then you also have the option to vote against that as well. But those are like some of the nuanced things that you have to pay attention to. Don't like just gloss over.
Yeah, I
Let me
think
stop.
Rock the Vote is a great resource. It was the campaign that really engaged me to get involved back in the day. It was Rock the Vote. I can remember a whole lot of personalities. I asked the question earlier, if we thought that celebrities' roles in the process made a difference. For me, absolutely, absolutely, it makes a difference. And I think that difference is their celebrity, right? Because when we see people involved, people that we like, we tend to want to get involved as well. But the same works for us. When we get involved, people who know, like, and trust us, they don't have a problem getting involved either.
Right.
Yes.
When people
Yes.
have confidence in you. Yeah.
Because
But
people are more influenced by what you do versus what you say.
right.
See,
Right.
I see people talk a big game, but their character and their actions are not in alignment with their speech, and that's problematic for me
Right. It's confusing, to be honest.
and very confusing.
Yeah.
And so I think we can't look past people's actions and what people show us. We've got to go off of people's actions, not their words, because I have fallen victim to people who know how to talk a good game, but at the end of the day, right, their ability to execute is not in alignment with the game that they speak.
Right.
Oh boy. So very important, to your point. Very, very, very important. Rock the Vote, my friends. I want to bring this back because it's a great tool, great resource. And when you go to the, I clicked, what was that? See what's on my ballot. See what's on my ballot. You can actually put in your information and click show your ballot, like Madam Boston just showed us. But you also, if you go back to the home page, find your polling location. If you put in, right, your voting address, your name, and it will show you your location as well. And so rock the vote, use the tool, and go out and be sure to rock your vote today. great resource.
Okay. Are you gonna fill it out? Oh. I told you it's delayed, so I'm looking at. I'm like, okay, you're gonna fill it out. Okay, so while you were doing that, I was looking at one of the. All right, like another position that was only had one person, right? Was the county register of deeds. But this is stuff like looking at the opportunities that are right in front of us. You know what I mean? Um, like for instance, okay, what did I just say? The county register of deeds, right? To see filing for candidacy, you have to contact the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections to register as a candidate, which just involves submitting necessary paperwork and paying filing fees. If you receive the most votes in the election, you become the register of deeds. There's no the eligibility is the register of deeds position must which must include age, residency requirements, and potentially some experience with land records management. I might be on the ballot in the next 4 years. You see what I'm saying?
Because listen, all we have to do is do some research based on our interests and see what opportunities, right? I mean, you might be like, I have no interest in it. It's truly about building, one, your skill set, building your
Right.
network. If you're going to be successful in anything, you got to be able to build relationships. That's where it starts. I learned that maybe too late, if I'm honest. I learned it too late, the importance of building relationships. But it was really operating in my last capacity that I really learned how to depend on other people in order to get things done. Because I think in most corporate environments, we can work in silos and be successful. We can work by ourselves and be successful. But in my last capacity, I couldn't be successful without depending on leaning on other groups. And so, that was a challenge to a certain degree because for a long time in my capacity within that same organization, I worked in a silo by myself because I worked with external partners, vendors, right? And so I didn't operate a lot internally. But when I acquire a internal position, right?
You froze.
I think we are back.
Look, I'm watching the to the
Uh,
label. Let see if
think
that
we're
works.
back. Not always easy, but necessary for us to operate outside of our silo and understand the importance of relationships. So important that was a pro tip I just dropped. That was a pro tip.
If you're not being pushed to be better, you need to change your environment.
Change your environment. You have to change your mindset. You have to focus on leadership. You have to be comfortable with sales. A lot of people aren't comfortable with sales, but service is sales. In order to provide excellent, outstanding service, right, ultimately it leads to a transaction. It leads to some type of compensation. And so I think we've got to focus less on sales, more on service, because just like leadership is challenged and leadership sucks in a lot of places, right? That's why we have to be the leaders and focus on leadership and put the right leadership in place. And today we're putting the right leadership in place with our votes, right? And ultimately the majority wins. The majority wins. And in America, We've seen it before, right? There are some people who are focused on, totally what's in it for me, right? And then there are people who are focused on collectively, how can we benefit? And so right now it's a battle of, me versus community. And ultimately that's going to be the outcome. That's going to be the outcome, right? And so regardless, for me, the challenge today is anyone who is apathetic, anyone who is like, I'm opting out, I don't like either candidate. We want to encourage you this morning, um, challenge you this morning to think differently and get to the poll and take somebody with you, right? And if you already voted, congratulations. I've done it as well, right? We've done our job. Job well done, regardless of who you voted for. But it's not over. It's not over until it's over. And that's going to be later on today. Later on today, right? And so we're just here to hang out, have some fun, talk to a few people across the country. We've talked to a few people already. Thank you all for tapping in to the conversation early this morning. Madam Boston, what has you galvanized over there?
Um, just looking through the the different resources actually on Rock the Vote. Like this is definitely if you've never used it before, definitely an awesome resource. Um, even for those who submitted absentee ballots, it gives you an option to track your absentee ballot to see where that is. Now I wonder this though, because remember we were talking about earlier, and we were talking about this the other day on Clubhouse about and Judith even brought it up about the ballot boxes that had been set on fire, right? How huh, how were those people contacted, if at all, and do they get another chance to vote, or are those votes lost?
That's a great question. I think so in both of those circumstances, the outcomes were different. There was one ballot box that caught the majority of the ballots on fire, if not all of them. Then there was another ballot box that actually only a few of them were damaged because there was an extinguisher inside of the box that put
Okay.
the fire out almost immediately. And so they were saved. The majority of them were saved. That's a great question, though, because this is deductive reasoning, because I thought about that as well. My question was, how do we know whose ballot was in the box?
Exactly.
That was my question. Like, how do we know? And so for me, you wouldn't know unless the people, they would have to say locally, they would have to go on the news and say, if you dropped a ballot off on the corner of 16th and Main Street yesterday, you need to go resubmit your ballot.
Because I was thinking in the instance when um, hand somebody your mail. Hey, can you drop this in the mailbox for me? How you know what mailbox they dropped it off in, and know to check?
They
You
would
know,
have to know. The person who submitted, the onus would be back on the person who submitted it, because it never landed, it never made it to the post office. So there would be no real timestamp. The question was, for those who may have just joined, the question was, how do you know, um, whose ballot was dropped in the ballot box that was burned? That was a question I had. You wouldn't really know. It would be on that person to have to, say, I dropped the ballot off, right? Because the election office wouldn't know. The post office wouldn't even know, because it never made it to the post office. It never made it to a place where it could actually get the timestamp. That's my thought process, my reasoning. I would love to hear somebody else's perspective on it. River, are you there? Because
I am here.
you heard about our burning boxes, right? I mean, how would how would we know?
You wouldn't know, especially if it's not being broadcast on mainstream media about it, or like, if there's no awareness brought to it, you wouldn't know. You would just have confidence that you have already, did your part and did your voting. You wouldn't be looking further unless word of mouth traveled in your neighborhood that happened, but otherwise you wouldn't have knowledge of it.
We would not have knowledge at all. And so, I'm thinking it's a very unique situation. I say I honor those who submitted those ballots. And again, it just is the testament to how important the vote really is. So important that people want to burn votes. That just should give you a clue unconsciously of how important it truly is. As we focus on um, as we focus on the presidential candidates, Kamala Harris's background, but please pay attention. Um, Pay attention. Uh, Trump's background, please pay attention. And what's important to him, right? Versus what's important to her. Pay attention. Compare. Compare the platforms. How does the platforms benefit you or not? Pay attention, do a little bit of research. Like do a Google search while at the polls. A lot of talk around black men and the impact of black men in this electoral process. I think engagement in alignment with the things that are important to us are extremely important. What are your key takeaways? What are the things that you're using to fuel your vote? Let's go. Let's go. State and local elections, extremely important right now. Extremely important. State and local elections. I believe it's going to be the state elections that are going to flip some of these states, right? Some of these states are going to be flipped and it's going to benefit the overall. So let's make sure that we're engaged and we're paying attention to what's important locally, because that's extremely important, right? Making sure that everyone has that local representation. Listen, if you don't stand up for your community, who's going to stand up? If you don't stand up for your community, who's going to stand up? Yep, that's my question. Make sure that you get up, get out, and go and vote today. Take somebody with you. We've been at this for 4 hours and we have a few more hours to go, right? We want to make sure that we have done our part, right, to invest into the day and into this process. And if we can encourage one or two or three or four or five or 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, people who hadn't planned to vote, this has been well worth it. It will be well worth it. It will be well worth it. River, you got any bets on on what's happening in America? You betting any money in Canada?
I have some bets, but I'm gonna play poker with it. So there's a lot of like so many bets going on right now with this election. It's not funny, but there is like so many wagers going on. Like I think I've seen more people voting on I mean not voting, betting on this than I do on the Sunday football games right now. In the pro line, they're serious about it.
I see why. This is one of those things that you absolutely have to uh, you absolutely have to get in on, because it's the biggest game, uh, and I'm not downplaying when I say game, but sports event, right? It's going to lead to a championship for somebody, game in that sense. And so people certainly are weighing in. Figured it out. My phone is on 2%.
They have one that's called America's Gender Reveal for today. Is it going to be a boy or a girl? And so people are betting on that, but that means like Kamala or Trump. And then what else? There's so many. They're betting on the blue wall states, whether they're going to switch or not. How many people abroad actually paid attention and used their voice and used their vote. There's just all those different wagers on the side going on there.
It's a lot going on. A lot going on for sure. Yeah, Boston says she saw that. Oh man, so many things I think are on my mind around the next couple of days. I think this was the first step, though. The first step was having the conversation, creating space for this conversation, committing to the time that it would take to pour into, I think, the discussion around the election process. What's happening local and statewide is way more important, I think, when it comes to the thing that impacts us the most. Leadership is extremely important. Leadership is extremely important. And we're lacking leadership on so many levels. So many levels. I want to bet on how many people wrote in Mickey Mouse. You know what's interesting? You know what's interesting about this comment? I thought about writing Mickey Mouse. That's what's so interesting about this comment. I want to bet on how many people wrote in Mickey Mouse where you could write in a name and vote for it. I thought about that. That's weird. That's how popular Mickey Mouse is, right? Or how much of a funny or joke. I thought about writing Mickey Mouse when I went to vote, but I did not. I did the right thing and I voted. I was decisive about the candidates who were on deck, right? I was decisive about the candidates who were on deck and need you to be decisive too. As we head out to High Point, North Carolina, and we keep this thing moving. It looks like DJ rocking.
We back outside, baby. We back. It's peaceful out here, though.
No trouble out there. Nobody chasing you with canes out in High Point.
Nah, it's peaceful out here. So
what does the line look like, bro? What does the line look like?
No line. So if you haven't voted and you're worried about long lines, come on out right now. If you're about to go on your lunch break, come on out now. We got some folks pulling up. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead and get this done. Let's go, man. It's DJs at the polls. This is your worldwide mix master. I go by the name of DJ Justice. We got some folks just came up to holler at us. What's up, guys? Yo, say hello to the world.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey, we out here. We outside.
We out here,
So come on out. Let's get it popping.
DJ on the mix out there in High Point. DJs at the polls. Shout out to all of the DJs at the polls. Making it easy and making it fun.
Yeah, man. Hashtag DJs at the polls. Like, if you see a DJ, come up and say hello. We out here. We nonpartisan. We just want people to come out and vote, period. And I'm back playing some jazz. Hopefully I don't get swung on with no canes.
Nonpartisan at the polls. Just trying to have some fun, baby. Bringing some good vibes.
Yeah, man. I'll tap back in with you a little later, man. Thank you for all you do, bro.
Appreciate you, man. And his next stop is Greensboro.
Mount Zion Baptist Church. I'll be there in a little bit.
Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for what you're doing. Thanks for serving, bro, at this level.
Yes, sir.
For sure. This is a special edition of the Social Lab. Real times, real talk, real people. powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by TM Hyman Associates. I am TM, America's favorite mentor, your go-to for mindset and leadership development, just helping to reduce the stress, the fear around our duty today. We have a civic duty today. I completed mine early, right, through the early voting process here in the ATL, and want to encourage you not to be bogged down emotionally by the dramatics, right, the anxiety, the fear that many people are experiencing right now. It's not easy a lot of times to manage the anger, the sadness, the fear, the hurt, the guilt. But I just want to remind you, listen, fear and all of those negative emotions only last about 90 seconds. It takes us out in about 5, 10, 15, 20 seconds. We never get anywhere near the 90 because we get stuck. We procrastinate. We pick up some type of anxiety, negative emotion, limiting belief, right? And here comes the sabotage. Not today. We need you to go to the polls clear, intentional, and yes, indeed, everyone has, and every citizen has the right to vote, right? Our democracy depends on it. Our democracy depends on it. Thank you all for tapping in. This is a serious day for us. This is a serious day for us. It is Decision Day 2024. It's Decision Day 2024. And my question is, have you voted? Do you plan to vote? Whether you understand it or not, it's every citizen's right to vote, and our democracy depends on it. Do you believe that? Do you believe that? It's true whether you believe it or not. It's very, very true. Our democracy depends on it. Thank you for everyone who has completed the task through early voting. It has made a difference. It has made a difference. Thank you. And I'm gonna pat myself on the back because, yeah, I had to show some intention about it. I had to show some intention, right? I wanted to do my part, and I'm gonna talk about it, but I know that I can't talk about it for real if I'm not a part of the process. So thank you to everyone who has voted early. Encourage somebody, pick up the phone and call somebody, volunteer to take somebody to the poll who's hesitant, who's disconnected, right? Who's very apathetic, right? Call somebody, volunteer to take somebody to the poll. That's how we can make a difference. That's how we can close the gap. Because the only way to really, right, get what you want out of the process is to take massive action, like in the process, right? Massive action. What is massive action? Going above and beyond what you would normally do. Going above and beyond yourself. For me, this is how I'm going above and beyond. You're seeing me live. I'm talking to you live right now. And I've been at it for about 4 hours and 13 minutes and 47, 48, 49. You get it? You get it? Yep. This is my investment. This is my investment because I want us to woosah. And when you start to feel stressed, right, as a neuro-linguistic programming practitioner, what does all of that mean? It means that I'm very conscious of how linguistics, words impact our neuro, our mind, our brains. So I help to reframe negative language so that you can process things with a higher frequency more positively so that you can get more positive results, more positive outcomes, because you don't have negative emotions and limiting beliefs holding you down, right? We procrastinate when we see something as overwhelming. We pause because our unconscious mind wants to protect us, right? Our motivation and our hesitation comes out of the same place. Don't allow the fear or the anxiety to cause you to hesitate and shut down today and not go to the polls? Yes, yes, yes. Let's manage the negative emotions. Let's manage the fear. Let's manage the anxiety. And let's go with a clean mind, right? And clean hearts. And you can get that through like a 4-7-8. 4-7-8. What is 4-7-8? 4 reps of inhaling and holding it for 7 seconds, pushing it out 8 seconds, pushing for 8. 4 reps, 7, hold it, push it out 8. 4-7-8. It will neutralize you. It'll neutralize you. And I shared earlier, as someone with high blood pressure, right? It also tricks your doctor, right? Because it'll give like a false positive, when I forget to take my blood pressure pills sometimes, because I don't like taking the pills, but I realize I need them to live, right? But listen, the 4-7-8, it helps to balance you out. It reduces the anxiety, and you have to know consciously that fear only lasts 90 seconds. And so if fear only lasts 90 seconds, listen, just sit in it, process, pray during them 90 seconds, whatever you got to do, meditate. I don't know, but the feeling will subside. It will. River, you have applied the 4-7-8 often, along with mirror work and so many other things. Don't know if you are available to speak, but I know that you have benefited from the 4-7-8. Can you share? Can you share the benefits?
The benefit of it is breathing into the moment and taking your energy and back from being here, there, and everywhere, and going in the moment and bringing clarity into the moment so that you can take the next best step and put your best foot forward. It's okay to take that pause in that moment so that you can gain the clarity, and you will do that with breathing life back into yourself.
Absolutely. Thanks for that share. The 4-7-8, my friends, it will get you back to a neutral state. And this is not just about the election process, right? This is about life in general. This is about managing anxiety in general. And so, I support entrepreneurs, business owners, leaders who are on their climb to the next level. Whether it's the next level within their career, within corporate America, the next level in success. It's about managing your negative emotions, getting the limiting beliefs out of the way, right? So that you can plow, so that you can move on and execute without all of the weights, without all of the obstacles, really that are a lot of times us. We're in the way. We're in our own way a lot of times because we have limiting beliefs that's driven by negative emotions. There is an intent, I think, an energy almost that prevents us from wanting to make tough decisions. None of us like pain. We don't like pain. We want to bypass pain at all costs. We'd rather operate in an area of pleasure, right? And good things and positive things, but that's not life, right? We will experience some pain, and it's about how we manage it. It should help us to grow at the end of the day, right? And so I think how we process negative emotions helps us to manage what becomes limiting beliefs, self-sabotage, procrastination. A lot of people who don't want to go to the polls, it's because we don't like what we see. We don't like how it makes us feel, right? But there's still an obligation to be had, to be executed on, even in the midst of things that we don't like and things that make us feel upside down. And I think this election process, this voting process is that, because not only are we bypassing other candidates on the ballot, right? Waltz and Harris, Vance and Trump aren't the only ones on the ballot. There's judges, and then there's other seats, and there's senatorial positions that's on the ballot. And then there's things that impact people like homestead laws and exemptions that's on the ballot that need your vote. And so, listen, get up, get out, encourage others to get up, get out, and leverage your voice, specifically if you're a taxpayer, right? If you're a taxpayer, you certainly want to get up, get out, and leverage your voice because it dictates budgets and who gets what, right? And we don't need our kids and our parents and our grandparents to be cut out of resources just because we didn't go to the polls. Just because we didn't go to the polls. Um, River, you want to weigh in on that at all? Because regardless of where you live in the world, I think that's significant.
That actually it is, because of the fact that if you don't vote for your area at your city level, then the money and stuff that's allotted to your school boards and such things, even like as far as garbage disposal and all that stuff, it affects everything on all those levels in order for you to have a quality of life. And it starts with the local level of government. I guess you guys call that the down ticket. So all around though, just vote and use your voice, and the small guy matters too, and that's your local level. That's the one that you can have like the best, closest relationship to. You're not going to really get close to the president, but you can make your voice heard through your local level because they're there for you. You can show up at your city council meetings and stuff like that and have your voice heard to the closest person that can take it to, I guess it's the White House in America for you. Here it would be the parliament, but yeah, use your voice, say what needs to be heard, and you can show up to like your local school boards or your union boards or whatever it is for you that works for you, and say what you feel needs to be heard. But if you don't speak on it, then it can't be fixed. You can't heal a problem that you don't reveal.
Yeah, and so we can identify a lot of problems. We can identify a lot of issues that people have, but there's not a whole lot of recommendations that people are providing. And so I say, if you're going to be involved in the process for real, be willing to provide recommendations, because recommendations are wanted or desired even. I can guarantee you that. Natasha Smith, what's going on, my friend? I'm going to go ahead and pull you into the conversation. What's happening? Are you at the polls? Have you voted already? Are you preparing to vote? What's going on?
Oh, I'm still at work. I just joined in to see what was going on here from this morning.
All right. Thank you for tapping in. Thank you for tapping in. Thanks for being here. My friends, listen, there's a lot going on. There is a lot going on in the country, but the bottom line is, what's going on within you? What's going on within you? Have you already voted? If you have, who can you call, right? Who can you assist to help to get out to the polls before they close in your area? And so I did get some communication around polls opening and closing. And so I wanted to take a look at this, because just in case you may not be aware of, you can go to, I think this was, hold on, I wanted to make sure I know the site. Ballotpedia.org. Ballotpedia.org was a tool that Madam Boston actually sent over. And this actually has the opening and closing date times of the polls all across America. Like Alabama, the polls opened at 7, they close at 7. Most polls close at 7, and we're going to be here live until 7. It looks like Arizona's polls opened at 6, closes at 7. Arkansas, 7:30 to 7:30. California opened at 7, closes at 8 p.m. Colorado opened at 7, closes at 7. I'm going to go ahead and forward to Florida. Florida opened at 7, closes at 7. Georgia, the polls opened at 7, closes at 7. Let me go to Louisiana, opened at 6, closes at 8. Looks like Maryland opened at 7, closes at 8. Mississippi, my friends out in Jackson, opened at 7, closes at 7. Let me go down to Virginia. I think those polls opened at 6, closes at 7. I'm familiar with those polls. Let's go to New York and see. Opened at 6, closed at 9. The polls closed at 9 in New York. And so, Madam Boston, thanks for that resource. You available to come back to the stage? This is a special edition of the lunch, not the lunch power hour, although we're about to go into the lunch power hour, about to bring the lunch power hour into the conversation. That is something we do over on Clubhouse every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 12 noon. And so we will pause for the cause to have a conversation, have the conversation, but we'll have it as a part of our Clubhouse discussion as well. So yeah, interesting. We leveraging technology all over the place, all over the place. We've been at this for almost 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours. This is what I said when I said yes. I called up a few people. I said, listen, we're gonna go CNN on them. We're gonna go CNN on them from beginning to end, from 7 to 7, and see how it go. Right. They really didn't know that I can carry live broadcast, live programming, like we live on CNN. People they don't get it. They don't understand. I've been doing this for a long time. Hello. Listen, love it here. I love it here. Madam Boston, are you available? I have a few questions, but I'll wait until Madam Boston comes back. And so what I will do in this moment, my friends, I just want to run through the importance of the day, right? The importance of the day and the need to help to get other people to the polls, because the polls opened as early as, I'm going to say 6 o'clock in most places this morning. We've been here since 7, but I watched 6 people vote in New Hampshire about 12 a.m. I watched about 6 people vote in this little town where only 6 people live. It was crazy. But they voted. They voted. They went into this little box, a little curtain, and they voted. 6 people. Have you voted? Have you? It's important. It's crucial, critical. This comes around every 4 years from a presidential perspective, but so many other aspects of this process exist, right? Listen, we are determining the presidency outcome today, but we're also determining so many other influential roles today. Your voice matters. Our democracy depends on it. The president of the United States, U.S. Representatives nationwide, right? Senatorial seats, all kind of legislative positions are open. You help to determine who those next officials, next leaders are going to be. We don't need you to opt out. We've been hearing a whole lot about the presidential candidates and their running mates, right? If elected, she was the first female vice president, but she will be the first female president in the United States of America. That's pretty powerful. But are we following policy? Do we understand her perspective on policy, right? She has the political experience. Do we understand her focus on racial equality? Did you even know that was a focus, right? So make sure we're doing our research on what's important, because she believes in being a strong advocate for climate control, action to the climate. Guess what? Donald Trump says that there's no issue with the climate. Do your research. He was the 45th president, right? If elected, he will become the 47th president. We know for a fact he's a media mogul. I used to follow Donald Trump when he was on The Apprentice. I used to run home every Sunday to watch The Apprentice, right? Not so much today. Not so much today. Understand what he stands for. Strong stance on immigration, right? He focuses on economic growth for rich people, and he critiques foreign policy like no one we've ever heard, right? So understand the both, compare the policies of the two, right? Progressive approach versus a conservative approach, right? Public healthcare options versus repealing public healthcare options, change for strong initiatives versus deregulation when it comes to the climate, immigration. Immigration, I'm gonna tell you, I still haven't figured out immigration myself and how I feel about immigration. I don't personally, but listen, Donald Trump was a whole president. And yeah, he handled he built the wall, even though he built it, but sold it as if Mexico was going to build it, right? And then he got mad when we didn't want to build it. Well, you said Mexico was going to build it, right? So we just need people to do what they say they're going to do and not flip flop. We've had enough flip floppers on both sides. They're flip flopping Democrats just like they're flip flopping Republicans. I get it. My challenge to you is doing your own research, deciding for yourself, and not operating out of an echo chamber because of what you've heard other people talk about. Candidates define the future of really the trajectory of our businesses, our economy. And I'm going to say, a few generations, because we can't undo some of what we do when we put certain people in place. So understanding that the platforms, the different agendas that are behind the platforms that people are standing on, right? Black men have been put at the center of this electoral process, right? We were scrutinized even, are scrutinized about the vote. Well, guess what? I think we're going to show up tonight. I think we'll show up tonight. And it's important that we show up with informed voting, right? We show up intentionally and we are informed. We talked about the state and the local elections and how important they are on all levels, right? The school system, local council, state senate, right? The House of Representatives, are all very important. And making sure that you can be directly represented in your daily life is important. The president is not going to represent you in your daily life, right? It's really going to be your local school board, your local council, your mayor, your governor, right? Your senator, people who you can roll up in the offices. Those are the people who are going to be able to represent you. So listen, make sure that you choose and you choose wisely. I have Tom Cruise, far from Tom Cruise. I have Ted Cruz here because he is in a race right now with Colin Allridge, I think, or Allridge or something like that. Allred, Colin Allred. He's in a race with Colin Allred, and I believe that that there's a potential that Colin Allred can flip the state of Texas, where Ted Cruz represents and has been a state senator for quite some time. Tonight is going to tell the story. Will Colin Allred upset Ted Cruz tonight? We're going to find out. We're going to find out. This is one race that I am following along with one that Madam Boston brought up, I think in South Carolina, with the guy who's running for Senate. I think that Trump distanced himself from because he got a little too crazy in the media out in South Carolina. Can't think of his name right now, but that's another one we should be following. The impact of votes on local issues is very important, right? We influence the budgets. There is so much money locally that can be earmarked for things that matter. A lot of times the money ends up being used for things that aren't as important because we are involved in the process, right? If we allow our votes to leverage and help to shape local policy around education and affordable housing and healthcare, I think we could come out with better outcomes, but we're not involved, right? And so, listen, our local vote impacts public safety laws and infrastructure development. And so, encourage people to get involved. You also get involved. Get involved. It doesn't take anything but to pick up the phone, ask some questions. You could end up being a council person or a commissioner simply by asking questions, because a lot of people aren't asking questions. A lot of people are not involved. This is where it started. It started with these two guys. And, we may not like the two people who are in place today, but I'll tell you, I feel much better about who's in place today versus where it started. Joe looks concerned, doesn't he? He looks worried. Look at his face. He looks worried. I was happy and sad at the same damn time, because I love President Biden in the sense that he has served and he's been a leader for a long time, right? I respect him and love him for his service, right? He hasn't always done it right. I don't know anyone who's always done it right, but this is where it started. Thank God this is not where it ended. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? It's important that you get up, get out, and vote, right? It's essential for democracy. It empowers the citizens' vote. It builds confidence. People want us to believe that our voices and our votes don't matter. It's not true. It's not true. It does matter. We help to shape what happens in our communities. We do. We help to shape what happens in our country. So keep on voting and encourage other people to get up, get out, and vote. It determines state and local agendas, and it helps us to build community. And for me as a business owner, right, it helps me to build business. Check your registration status. Make sure that there's no misalignments with your information. Knowing your voting location is extremely important. Understanding the candidates, what they stand on before you get to the poll is important, right? Map it out. If you're on a lunch break, you got to know it's probably going to take you, at least an hour, unless you're going to a poll that that the lines aren't long at all, which is good, because DJ just popped in from High Point, North Carolina, DJing at the polls, and he said there were no lines at all, which was pretty cool. It's about the future. It's about the future. It's about the future voters of America. These beautiful young folks and young folks that look like them. Let's encourage voter participation. And, Mary Kim popped in with Des earlier. She's a parent that said she always takes her kid, even when he was in her belly, she took him to the polls with her, right? She was promoting and encouraging voter participation even before her kid was born. We just saw him, right? And so, along with promoting and being an advocate for Down syndrome acceptance, right? Desi is very intelligent. He has very articulate conversations. I've been a part of those interactions and conversations. We can't underestimate anyone, right? Because if you are a citizen of the United States of America and you are over the age of 18 and over, you have a right to rock the vote. So let's encourage voter participation. Let's utilize social media to get our messages out. Consider hosting community discussions like this. This is a marathon discussion that I've committed to, right? And we're at 4 hours and 39 minutes into this investment into the discussion, because we want people who have been considering maybe not voting to get out and vote, and then people who may not have been as knowledgeable as they could have been on their way to the poll. We wanted to help with that, as well as reduce anxiety and fear today. And hopefully we're doing that. Hopefully we are doing that. Madam Boston, how are you? How goes it where you are?
I have been 4-7-8ing it this whole time. That's what I'm gonna tell you.
You said breathing, breathing and breathing.
What? I had to breathe and repeat. I had to get on my other phone. Oh my God. Oh. But I'm back. I'm back. And look, this is
We
something.
can't see you. We can't see you.
Oh, okay. Hold on. What the hell? Okay, here we go. Yay. Okay, so look, this is a question I had because so many people raise hell when President Biden rather stepped down, right? But did they raise this much hell when LBJ stepped in for Nixon or took over when Nixon had to get the hell out of there?
I don't know.
I don't remember that ever being spoken of. Like I like out of all the things that
Well,
I can.
wasn't that a scandal though? I think the difference
Oh yeah,
is that was a scandal. He was pushed out, and I'm not sure that I wouldn't say President Biden was pushed out because it was his choice, right? You can't bully the most powerful man in the world. You can't bully him. I believe that he did what he felt was right for the country under the circumstances.
true.
That's why I was happy and sad because we know that it was going to be he was going to get pummeled.
Yeah,
We knew that. I didn't want to see it. I hold him in higher respect. I didn't want to see it. I'm just going to be
right.
honest.
Yeah,
So
right.
I was happy that he was bold enough, brave enough, but sad that he had to even do it because it speaks volume to his overall state.
Right.
If we're honest, right?
Yeah.
Are you pondering if he was pushed out or not? Because I feel you thinking real hard. Was he pushed
I
out?
feel like he was pushed out.
Yeah. See, I'm not psychic, but I could. Yeah.
He's not a doctor, but he plays one
I
on
play
TV.
one on TV. I play one on TV. So why do you feel he was pushed out? Because listen, I'm always down for a good squabble.
Okay, so yes, I agree. He really had. I feel two ways about it because yes, if he would have stayed, they would have destroyed him, right? But then I think that he waited to the last minute. How I feel is that this decline had been, okay, internal, because we're big on team, right? So that's like saying you start doing something that's off brand that we know in the team of how you operate. It is up to us to address that, right? I think I feel like that first debate should have been with her, period. Like I feel like he should have stepped away sooner because again, this decline, this was not something that just happened all of a sudden. if didn't we watch Mitch McConnell kind of fall apart in front of us? Wasn't that who that was?
And then pull itself back together again.
Right. So all right. So with that thought and that and understanding, do you think that maybe Joe felt or his team felt like that was going to happen for him too? Hence why they didn't pull it back a lot sooner?
I
Or
think there was a high regard for Joe.
right.
Listen, I'm telling you, like the fact that we are comfortable calling him Joe is crazy. It's nuts. President Biden is his name. That's how we should address him. But he's so cool that we call him Uncle Joe.
Right.
I think we've seen him evolve. We've seen him turn into an old man.
Yeah.
Go from a young man. It happened before our very eyes. We watched it happen. So I think we regard him. Let me speak for myself. I watched it happen. I have followed politics, and I have been into politics since I was younger. I regard President Biden as a grandfather. We saw. Come on, how can you not respect like his office, who he is, if you have a grandfather that's in their 70s or 80s, or would be if they were still alive, then you would have to respect, right?
Right.
Any senior citizen. And I think whether they're the president of the United States or not, what we have witnessed with two candidates, we've witnessed the fact that we cannot allow people over a certain age to ever be president again. And listen, and I know that was a tough statement, but what I'm going to say about that is cognitive dissonance is real.
Yeah.
Okay? Right?
Yeah.
Our ability to really stand before people and not lose it emotionally is important. We can't continue to go down this path of having, late 70-year-olds, 80-year-olds think that they can lead us effectively. No, we need you to do it a little sooner. It's just my perspective. I know some people are like, TM, is this ageism? No, it's just my damn feelings. Okay?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I even get how, because this is the thing, because I feel we're allowed to speak on that, because how could it not be? Because then you would have to tag the having to be 35 years old as ageism as well.
Yeah, well, there are some people who say you old as hell if you 40 plus.
Right.
You got a foot in the grave if you in your 40s. Guess what? That's how people feel like who are in their early 20s.
But that's when society or the founding fathers or whomever felt that, okay, a white man is mature about 35.
Yeah. Well, listen, you can't even run for the presidency of the United States until I think it's 50, 45,
35.
35? Is that it? Is that real?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been that for a long time.
So did you just say that? You just said something about 35.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, but was that specific to the presidency?
Yes.
Okay. So I know in the state of Virginia, I didn't realize in the state of Virginia, you can't run for any office unless you're a certain age. And so I think that's the Senate as well. So maybe 35 is the number. Maybe it differs from state to state. I'm not sure. But I thought it was like 50.
The U.S. Constitution states that the president must be a natural-born citizen of the United States, be at least 35 years old,
35,
and have been a resident of the United States for 14 years. And that's as of September 4th of 2024.
Okay, an update. Okay, so 35 years old. If you are 35, right? So listen, think about that, my friends. Think about that. Think about that. If you can become president of the United States based on criteria at 35, why do we see so many old people in office?
Because there's only been a lower age limit that exists, but there's never been an upper age.
Well, listen, I don't necessarily think that there should be a cutoff. That could be discrimination.
Right.
That could be discrimination. But
but
listen, you got to be able to pass some cognitive tests to prove that you're not losing your damn mind. Because, see, we have seen a couple of these folk lose their damn minds publicly. We've seen it. We've witnessed it.
And the fact that for people who feel like that could be an insult, here's the thing, that there are a lot of
what can be an insult? Wait a minute. What?
Not what you said. I'm talking about the damn, I lost the whole it had to do, oh geez. I lost it when you asked me.
Okay, no, I want to make sure I'm following and I'm sensitive to.
No, you're not being insensitive. I would just speak like it was just like a okay, not the age limit. Damn it. I swear to God, I lost it that fast.
Okay.
You know how I do.
Okay.
Y'all be playing new.
Well, while you're still trying to conjure up the last thought, what I believe is I believe that there are going to be unprecedented volumes of women who are going to influence men to show up to the polls.
Yes.
This is what I believe is going to happen. This is what I believe is happening right now. And so, I am hopeful about what's to come. I'm hopeful about what's to come because I've already gotten the download from heaven that justice will prevail. And so if justice will prevail, we have to do our part and make sure that we're doing everything that we can do, right? To make sure that we're making the right choices for leadership. If we're looking for impacts that benefit us, specific to national policy, state policy, local policy, then we've got to engage and get involved. We've got to write some letters. We've got to make some phone calls. We've got to show up in some people's offices to demonstrate that we care. Go introduce yourself. You may know your senator, but does your senator know you? You may know your congressperson, right? Your representative, but does your representative know you? You may know your mayor, but does your mayor know you? If you don't like the outcomes that are happening, you can help to impact and influence the outcomes, not just for the present, but for future generations to come. Every vote matters. Every vote counts. Mobilize in your community to help with the vote. Mobilize. Host your own voter registration, right? Leverage your social media to let people know how you feel. Because when people see you making a move, then it says and gives them permission a lot of times to make a move as well. Everybody's not proactive, self-guided. Some people need permission, and that permission comes through your action and what you do, right? So help somebody get to the poll. Help somebody get to the poll. Convince someone that their voice does matter, will matter. They should go and vote before 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whenever the polls close in your jurisdiction, right? Let's help to educate people on their abilities, their rights. What is next, right? When the polls close today, after all we've analyzed all the results, we've gotten all of the feedback, we know what systems work, what we need to keep, what we need to change, right? Then we got to prepare for this real exchange of leadership and power,
Right.
right? This exchange of power is going to be a mofo. You heard me?
Hmm.
Listen, it's going to be interesting. Will it be a peaceful exchange of power like we all hope for, and how it has happened for ages prior to January, of what we know as January 6th to be? Well, we got to plan for it and prepare for it, right? And we got to make sure we stay engaged. It is our civic duty, responsibility. It
Yeah.
is.
And I did get that thought back. And the cognitive testing. Some people are offended by that. Not by you saying it. I'm saying by they were asking for cognitive tests for Donald Trump at one point. You remember that? And they wanted President Biden to take they suggested that he take cognitive tests. But the thing is that there are positions that require cognitive tests before you can. I mean, it's part of a qualification. You have to pass. Is that I remember going to Bank of America and having to pass a cognitive test. You have to do that to become a police officer. You have to do that to go into the military. There are a lot of positions that you have to take up. I think even I want to say the medical field, certain positions you have to have cognitive tests, and you have to have them often based off of what your skill set is. So why not for the highest position in the land? Because
I think it's
35,
necessary.
right? Because 35 don't mean that you had good sense. Age doesn't dictate your common sense,
Facts.
you know. So
And again, I don't think there should necessarily be a cutoff,
right.
because I think we have people like, God bless his soul, Quincy Jones, who
Hmm.
just passed away in his 90s, right? Quincy was still very much aware of what was going on until he wasn't.
Right.
But I would say that he was well into his late 80s, and he could still make good decisions. Now, this is the question, because we've not seen him out and about. How well could he walk? How well
Right.
could he get around? Right? Could he, would he have been able to travel to different countries, right?
Right.
In fast, right? See, I think at a certain age, things just start to dissipate. And the question is, if you can become president as early as 35, why do we have 80-year-olds still in office?
Right.
I think it's just something worth considering, because now Donald Trump is hands down the oldest person that has ever been president in the history of the United States of America.
Yeah. Yes, he is.
So, I think it's a lot to consider, and we've got to make sure that we aren't giving people passes just because. Because I'm going to still go back to the point of, if it was anyone outside of Donald J. Trump, former 45th president of the United States, if it was anyone outside of him running for president in the United States with 39 felonies, would it pass the sniff test?
Could Kodak Black run for president?
Hell to the no. Yeah. Maybe Kodak Black's manager, but definitely not Kodak Black. She said it, Kodak. I didn't. She said
Right.
it. It was her.
And
It
I'm
was
not
her example.
saying that to even disparage him. Well, I'm saying that if he was running, if he was Vice President Harris's, opponent, would he have made it this far?
Yeah. Great question. Great question. Would.
That's why I say him, because hell, he loves Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Hey,
Let's bring Detroit into this conversation. I saw
Man, you don't want to do that.
yeah, we do.
I wanted to Wood to pop in earlier, but my guy coming all the way from Detroit. Wood, what is happening in Detroit with this electoral decision day 2024, buddy?
Well, of course, we are the motor capital of the U.S., right, or the world. So, it's definitely a lot of the Democratic Party, UAW. Being a UAW kid, brought up and raised in it, background with the unions, pretty strong, right? But there's a lot from where I'm at right now. It's pretty open both ways, I would think, TM, man. I mean, but you still have a lot of the Harris supporters, right? You do get some of the, your conservatives here. Where I am based at with my dealership is in the Rochester Hills area, predominantly my culture, whites, Caucasians. But it goes both ways, man. So, I would say she might have a lead. I really don't know. I haven't heard and I haven't listened to anything yet. But I know that it's Michigan can be one of those states, man, where it's either going to be, fully Democratic or it's going to be a Republican. So with the background, man, with the auto industry, I mean, they rely heavily on that coming from that party, So I think it can swing either way, but I think she might have a little bit of the edge right now at this point.
Hey, Wood, I know there was a lot of talk around the UAW and them not necessarily, the last I heard anyway, not taking a position to endorse. Did the UAW ever take a position on their endorsement? We can't hear you.
You're muted. You talking, but you're muted, baby.
Okay, there we go. That's better. Let's hit that button. I know there was talk about it, and I was under the impression that the UAW was with her, Harrison or Carmella and her group, to the best of my knowledge. But I'm not 100%. Of course, I try not to. Given that, I mean, I'm on both sides. I was raised in that, but also things have changed with the country and the world that we live in as far as the employee side. I still think that unions have a place today, definitely in the automaker business and the automotive side of it. I do know that Stellantis, the Chrysler Corporation, is having some issues, and there's been talks around that, and possibly no longer. But also that they haven't, that I know of, fully signed and endorsed the vice president at this point.
Yeah, well, that's positive because I had heard about the talks, but didn't know who they actually had put their support behind, and so that's interesting. That's interesting. Thanks for that update.
Absolutely.
Anyone else wanting to weigh in? Natasha, Judith, River, thanks for being in the studio. Feel free to come on camera. We'll bring you right on up. Wood, if you were to place a bet, who is going to be our president at the end of the day? Because it's a tough one for me, brother.
It is. I guess it depends on where you stand on certain issues and topics, right? Do we say what we want, or what do we do as far as what your morals or your perspectives are about things? What things you are, willing to say okay to, or what you're not okay to saying okay to. I see maybe her edging it out here for the state of Michigan based upon the unions. I feel that way. But man, I think it could go either way. I think it's going to be very close. But I look at it. Do you put morals in perspective, or do we look at other things? There's other things that I like about the Trump administration as far as business. Certain things that he wants to do to protect some of the people. I mean, in the country, right? I think she has a lot of good policies. From what I hear, I don't listen to either side, you know. So, but I can see her edging it out maybe here for this state right here, based upon the UAWs. Other than if it gets into where, and I'm just going to be totally honest, man. Your Christian or your Christian beliefs or that side of you, where do you stand on those values or those things? That might edge out a little bit of a difference. But again, you still have a lot that, are okay with certain stuff. So again, I think it's kind of wide open, but I can see her maybe edging it out right here in this state.
It's exciting times, man. And, I think when you talk about the automotive industry, if they have given the green light and she is their candidate, I certainly can see how she would be successful in the state of Detroit tonight. So, my friends, we are in a special edition of the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, sponsored by TM Hyman and Associates. We are live right now. We've been live streaming across YouTube and Facebook since 7 a.m. We are at the 5-hour mark right now. And this is extremely exciting because we've had people to tap in from different parts of the country. We have DJ who's DJing at the polls. He started off in Jamestown, North Carolina. He's in High Point right now. He'll be in Greensboro, North Carolina in a few hours. We are encouraging people to get out to the polls. Shout out to you, Michael, on Clubhouse, part of the Lunch Power Hour. Bro, click the link. Click the link up top and join the conversation here on YouTube and Facebook. We're trying to encourage people to get out to the polls. You may not like the candidates. You may not like Harris. You may not like Trump. But you have a civic responsibility as an American to get out and take care of your business on the entire ballot. On the entire ballot. There's an entire ballot, right? Not just for the presidency of the United States. We have work and business to take care of, my friends. Okay? Okay. Yes? Yes. It's all in our hands right now. It's all in our hands right now. What are we going to do with it? What are we going to do? We're here to help to reduce your stress, your anxiety, your fear, and to help you to get out to the polls. Wood, you're feeling good about it, man? About your vote?
No, I mean, really, I don't, I don't dabble.
Honest.
Honestly, I mean, for me, I looked at, sometimes we got to put our morals ahead of our financial values. If you want to be financially right, let's step back into some morals, right? That's my Christian belief, the way I was taught and raised, thanks to a Pentecostal mom. But I'm never going to waver on that. I'm never going to waver my views and opinions, just like no one wants to waver theirs, right? And I mean, that's fine for each and every one who wants to live or think that way. that's why we are here in this country and have that right to choose that. So sometimes I think if we step back and put moralities, I don't like sometimes what I feel the division part that can be and would go on possibly here, right? Because they don't sit well with my life and my family life, right? So therefore, I mean, it could be a catch-22, but then again, let's put morals down. And I say my family, we stand as far as what we believe on, our Christian values.
Right.
So it can go either way.
Appreciate that, brother. And that's truly what it's about, my friends. It is absolutely about standing on some values. What values are you standing on? Right? What values are you standing on? Many of us kind of like frolicking through the tulips. You know what I mean by that, Boston? When I say frolicking through the tulips.
Yeah.
Many of us are just frolicking through the tulips.
Yeah.
What values are you standing on, my friends? What values are you standing on? Right? That's the question of the day. Take your values out to the polls. Don't take your fear. Don't take your anxiety out to the polls. Take your values out to the polls and handle your business not for today, but for the future. Right? We're building for the future.
So to answer your question about whether the UAW back or endorsed Kamala Harris, yes, they did on July 31st. Now there were, of course, people within the union that spoke about being Republican and also voting for DJT. So we'll see how this all turns out.
We shall.
Yeah.
A lot of, I think, as Americans, we get caught up on where we think UAW represents, the Democrats, right? Because of the UAWs, or
Right.
tend to say or believe that within certain cultures are all Democrats, right? Because they're in a union. And it's not true. If we go back to 1984 and 80, I think 1980 elections or 84, the Teamsters and the UAW backed Ronald Reagan because
Right.
with his ways. He really saved Chrysler, him and Lee Iacocca, and you're talking one of the third largest corporations in this world, right? Chrysler. And them and the Teamsters, if I'm not mistaken, backed Ronald Reagan. He had their vote, and he put pride back into the auto workers, and believing in them themselves on, doing and working and making a great product and putting a great service and a product out there. So, we tend to think that because we're a union that we're Republican, and that necessarily, those things are not true. You might be in a UAW and be a union, but you can be a conservative Republican.
Right.
You
And I
know,
mean, I've heard people that are, Republicans that are going to vote Democrat this
right.
and
And I think you got people who are Democratic that would vote Republican, right?
right,
Because they
same,
don't like
same.
certain policies. Some of the things right now I have a hard time putting my head around is being able to say, if you are incarcerated and when you come out, you no longer have that right to vote because you're considered a felon,
Right. However,
right? However, it says you serve and you're to be whole as a person back to society. and you did your time, right? But why would we?
Was I the only one who lost wood?
No, I can
I
hear him.
heard
Saying,
you said behold.
Okay. You know, we have where, you know, certain things are going on that people are incarcerated that will get certain benefits and things from taxpayers. And that's where I mean, for me, if a man or a woman goes to prison, they do their just time because they were guilty 100%, then they're able, I feel they should have that right. They did their due diligence to the judicial system and should be able to come out and vote, depending on what their crime was. I don't think all felons should not be able to vote. And I don't agree with some of the policies that's going on that would allow certain people to have certain rights. If they can't vote, how can we let them have certain other things?
How can he run for president and be a felon, but he
Right.
can't vote for himself? He can't even if when it like he can't vote for himself today.
Right.
And at any point.
Right.
He can't even cast his own ballot that all presidents have been able to cast.
Right.
So that's another historical event.
how wild is that?
Right.
You can't even vote for yourself, sir.
What I asked this question earlier, I asked if this was Barack Obama, if this was any other person other than Donald Trump, would this even be a topic of someone running for office?
I'm going to be honest, man. I really don't know the way our judicial system in America is these days. I think sometimes, man, we just got to where we will turn an eye, you know,
Right.
to anything or anyone, not based upon who they are or what they look like, right? Or their culture. Let's cut to it, right? It is that, right? So I to directly answer, if that was Brock, he wouldn't be able to, right? Let's just be honest. You know, that WBC club would have made sure that he wasn't able to. There's no doubt. They would have did whatever. And it's not saying that I'm a fan or I'm not a fan of Brock. You know, I think there's a lot of good that each one does. I think for one time I'd like to see a joint presidency with, you know, a Democrat and a Republican, because you have a different perspective and a different look at things, and so do I. We're all looking at a different angle of life, right? I do look at things a little bit different than most, right? But a lot of people don't know me and know my life to say, wow, you know, just because of what I am, would think that I wouldn't be that way. You know, no, wait a minute. My life is that, you know, I am married to an African American. We are both factory worker kids, 40 years at GM, 40 years with Fords. But I love her. She has her side and her views, but our morals and Christian values are together, hands down. And that's the reason 20 years into that it's there, right? So I think a joint venture that you take two different people to get two different views, you would probably connect with more of the people across this country and do a whole lot of good than you are right now, showing division. And I think that's the biggest thing he's got going against him, is a division.
You know, I think you bring up a good point initially about the way our judicial system is set up. I think you raise a good point, that you never know. You never could tell, because if there's no rule that says that that you can't be a felon, and apparently the rule is not there. The rule applies to all. It doesn't just apply to Donald Trump, right? I just think that someone with 39 felonies known would have a hard time garnering support. Tory Prince on Clubhouse says No, he just made it an he just made it amazing clown show, and everyone is just playing their role, right? An
And it
amazing
goes to,
clown
like I
show.
said, we have no standards, right? Unfortunately, it's almost shameful, I think, to say that, that our country is there, or even our political views, or even our judicial rules. You know what I mean? And we know that there's a certain culture that no matter what they do, they're always they're not getting the fair shake. Let's just put it that way. So um had it been Barack, probably would have never been able to run today, right?
Yeah, he would have never been able to
So,
run. Never been
right.
able to run. Earlier, the comment of fear around tomorrow and the weekend came up. What's next after the decision has been made today? What are your thoughts about what this looks like around this time tomorrow?
I think you might see a little bit of chaos. I'm afraid if it goes one way, you might see a little bit of striking out. I hate to say that, and it'd be a shame because it's already happened before, right? And it'd be a shame for it to go again. But I almost see that it very well could happen.
Yeah, we definitely have seen it. And I think we certainly, although we want to hope for the best, we certainly want to know that there are people who um, aren't necessarily hoping for the best. And so I think
Right.
it's extremely important that we are able to be conscious and aware and prepared. I said conscious, aware, and prepared. I got River on Clubhouse and Miranda on Clubhouse who wants to weigh in. And so we're going to pause for Clubhouse. Go for it.
Okay, so I know you said you were watching Ted Cruz, and I know that, so between like Michigan, there's a lot going on with like the geopolitical like tensions along with the, what do they call it, the CHIPS Act.
Mm-hmm.
And so with Camilla, like with the union and everybody supporting her and Biden's campaign, it had a lot to do, like big companies like Stellantis and even Elon's company and everything like that, but a lot to do with like the infrastructure. Like I know like between Canada and downtown Detroit, it's all switched over to be like you could charge your phone in downtown Detroit by standing on one street, right? But all of this technology, and they've come together because there's a lot of automotive, like you start building the car here in my city and it goes over to where Wood's at to finish the process, right? Mm-hmm. So we have like a connection there. And one of the major things that they talk about between Canada and the States is the CHIPS Act. And it has a lot to do with that, like with them going back and forth. But Ted Cruz is in the mix of that, if I recall correctly, like a voice into that fight there. But it's a lot to do like with like, you know, the air quality, the water quality, the fights like around all of that. And the building of the semiconductor. And I know one of the major companies between like Windsor and America is Stellantis. And if you have any questions, I can go further. But I just wanted to know if like Wood or anybody, because we were talking about the swing states, if that has anything to do with the blue walls. Other like further out, I just know about Michigan in my area that has a lot to do with it. I'm just wondering if that's like in your guys' area.
Would you want to? I'm not sure as it relates to Georgia. Would you want to speak to your area?
Well, River, she's a little more up on it than I am, to be honest with you. And I'm right here in Detroit. But she is right. There are streets now here in Detroit and the metropolitan area that is for EV vehicles that you drive on, and it charges your car and that. In my city where I live was the old Bomber plant for General Motors. They do a lot of the test, I think, test driving and that for the electric vehicles. But I don't know as much about like that, like Richard River was saying, TM, to be honest with you. So I really can't give a full indication, a full answer on that.
Because most of some stuff better to do with the chips and the new technology switching from how we're in .com, but switching over to the Internet of Things, and for the smart roads and just electric, just everything. It's to do air, water quality, all of that, but it all connects all of us together. And I know that that's what the connection is between us, between Windsor, or sorry, this part here and where you're at in Michigan. There's line 5 that we go back and forth about, that supplies oil. We transport garbage back and forth. We have so much in common right here from my area to your area. But that's one of the big things in government is about the CHIPS Act. That's not just America and Canada, but most of the countries.
Right. I don't know if that's the one that they're talking about the funding. I did hear that Trump made a comment about, why is America the only one funding into this air quality control thing? I don't know if that's the exact same one, but I would support the fact that if this is going to be a global thing, that every nation contributes to it. I don't think that it would be fair to us as the United States, right? Because that's a ton of tax dollars paying into it, and no other nations, doing their fair part. I mean, if it's going to be a global thing, let's do a global thing, and everybody do it based upon either your economic status or based upon your population, however you want to put it. I don't think it's fair to us to carry, the financial burden. That's my opinion. And I don't know if that's the one that you're talking about, River, but that's kind of my perspective on it, is that if that's the way it is, then everybody's got to contribute, because everybody's going to get, something good out of it. So if it's good for mankind, then it's good for all mankind to contribute to it.
And that's the best philosophy as it relates to ecology as well, right? If it's good for the planet, then it's good for us as individuals. And so if you are on Clubhouse right now and you want to join us here in the studio, just click the link above your head and you can join the conversation. My friends, I also want to call out the comment, Judith's comment live from Facebook. She says Trump can vote in this election. And, as I'm processing her comment, he hasn't been convicted yet. He's just been charged, right? He's just been charged. And so she says he can't he can vote in this election. And so if that is the case, and I haven't done the research myself, Madam Boston, if you are still here, I'm going to bring that back to you, because I think you brought that point. We may want to dive deeper and do some fact checking. But Judith, if you are available, I am going to ask you to speak to that more if you can. Trump can vote in this election, even though he has 39 felonies, excuse me. And Judith is not on stage. Hold on. Yep, hold on. She is here with us now. Stand by, Judith. Let me get your mic opened, and you are good to go. Judith, yeah, elaborate a little bit.
Well, I Googled whether he could vote or not vote. And because he was convicted in a different state and not Florida, and he's not incarcerated at this time, he's waiting his when he's going to be sentenced, which is like November 26th, he can still vote. So they have different laws for different people. And I was doing a little bit of research on, like, even Illinois, if you're a convicted felon and you're not incarcerated, you can vote. So you have to check your state laws and see whether or not you are allowed to vote. Just because you're a convicted felon, there's no federal law that says convicted felons cannot vote. It's a state by state jurisdiction on how they're handling it. And I Googled it, and I just looking through it, and so
That is great. Thank you. Thank you for that, right? Because that's why we have these conversations. That's what I believe the power of these conversations are about, right? Because listen, we don't know a lot of times what we don't know. We just apply deductive reasoning. And I immediately went to, okay, is it because he hasn't been sentenced? Because he hasn't been sentenced, even though he has been charged. But she just said it. It was due to being charged in a different state. And so Michael Jones said his house alarm was going off. Trisha Rue said he was headed to Florida to vote this morning. He was headed to Florida to vote this morning. And so, listen, that's the power of conversation and dialogue, my friends. Thank you so much, Judith, for that factoid. We do know that things differ state by state, right? We do know that things differ state by state. And so we're going to bring Natasha Smith into this conversation because she's been hanging out for quite some time. Natasha, good afternoon, my friend. Talk to us.
Hi, I'm just here listening. Gonna get out of here soon. To cast that vote. I'm all about that. So don't even think I'm not gonna get out there. No matter the line, I'm gonna leave here shortly, but I gotta take care of here first. You know that, right? So I'm just listening because I don't have any patience. So I always like listen to you. So support.
I appreciate you. Natasha, before you get out there to rock the boat, what's top of mind for you for this election? What's keeping you up at night?
Really nothing keep me up at night, but what happened is my daughter, and then when we talked, you was talking about you gotta go vote, and I was like saying that no, it don't matter. And he was like, no, stop right there. In so many words. He was like, no. Then my daughter, she was going in on about one of the candidates, said, Mom, I have a right. You should get up there and do all this. And I was like, okay, girl, I'll go do it. Because some things, it's just that I just don't understand some people mental when they vote for a certain candidate. Why you want to take us back? I just can't understand that. So I'm going to go there and, that's my support. And I'm going to do it. So don't worry about it. We just won't get a sticker. Okay? Because they probably ran out by now. All those people that voted. But I'll be
No,
here.
they got the sticker. Ask them for your damn sticker.
I will. If not, I have a picture.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. Listen, our vote matters, my friend. Our votes matter. Every vote matters. Wood, appreciate you for hanging out, man, and representing Detroit and representing. Hold on. I need Natasha back. Natasha, where are you? What state are you in?
Oh Lord, South Carolina.
South Carolina. Okay. South Carolina. Well,
and my daughter them there in Georgia.
Okay. Well, we are watching South Carolina with a microscope.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Please do, because you know how that is. Like they need to why is it always? I don't know. I don't want to say anything here. You know what I mean? Just
we got you.
Yeah.
Go rock your boat.
Okay, I am.
Go rock your boat. Hey, listen, South Carolina is one of the most interesting Senate races in the country right now. And so definitely pay attention to what's going on in South Carolina as well, my friends. Oh boy. Wood, it just gets more interesting and more interesting.
Hey man, that's what it is. And it should be, right? It should be interesting,
Fun,
so
exciting, engaging. We just need not feed into the fear and the anxiety of it all. Listen,
right.
we've seen this happen time and time and time again, my friends, right? This time, it's just more interesting. It's more engaging. Don't allow propaganda, fear, and anxiety to rule the day, right? Go to the polls, have some fun. In some areas, there's a DJ, right? Go say hey to the DJ, and ask him, can he play your favorite song? How about that? Say, hey, Mr. DJ, can you play my favorite song?
Play my favorite song.
Absolutely. Trisha Rue says, if you finish your sentence and pay back your legal obligation, you gain the right to vote in Florida. And there is a process, right? And you certainly have to apply for the process. I think one of those processes, it's the same like in Commonwealth states, right? You can get reinstated, but you have to apply to get reinstated, and you do have to fulfill your obligation to the state for sure. So thanks for that, Jim, Trisha, on Clubhouse. Who wants to share? Go for it.
TM, I've been out driving around this morning and I drove through northern Illinois and I saw a little bit of a line. I know that Illinois isn't a swing state or anything like that. It usually goes Democratic. So it's no big deal, but I think there's people voting in record votings. Last night I saw a line outside of our Board of Education or Board of Elections here in Rockford. And this morning driving back, I drove about 30 miles to go to a doctor's appointment and came back. I saw a couple polls and they had some lines out next to them. So I think it's really great that people are stepping up to the plate and voting. Doesn't really matter who you vote for, just get out there and vote.
Doesn't matter who you vote for, just get out there and vote. That is the most important thing. And so shout out to Mary Kim, Judith, who is also on Clubhouse and live with us here. On Facebook and YouTube, we are live across multiple platforms. We are leveraging technology in a major way. This is the first time that we've actually produced anything like this. But clearly, there is power in having conversation around hot topics. For me, I committed to investing in this production today. It's a freaking marathon. I'm looking at 5 hours and 37 minutes right now live. And so it was worth investing in the day because this is the one thing that we share as citizens of the United States every few years, right? And we don't need people who are opting out because they're overwhelmed, they're anxious, and they're fearful, right? We don't need people opting out, feeding into the perpetual state of indecision that many people benefit from us being in, okay? Let's get out, let's make a decision. Most polls close at 7 p.m. I said most polls close at 7 p.m. There are some polls that close at 8. There are some polls that close at 9. And there are some polls that actually close at 10, okay, depending on where you are in the country. Now, this is the deal. Just commit that you're going to do your part. Just commit that you're going to go ahead and get out and do it. Right? Mary Kim says, I'm all about hot topics and the things we were told we don't talk about this. Yes. Listen, let's be gone with the days of sitting on sensitive things that people are too afraid to talk about. Listen, I'm not afraid to talk about anything. I'm just not. I'm not afraid to talk about anything. I believe you can talk about anything as long as you're respectful and you're professional. Okay? And I try to be as professional and as, respectful as possible until I'm not. And it takes a whole lot to get me to that point. Okay,
Absolutely.
it takes a whole lot to get me to that point. But I'm a grown ass man, and at the end of the day, I do grown ass man things. Okay, when you didn't step out of pocket, right?
Right.
All right.
Amen to that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Anybody on Clubhouse want to weigh in? Go ahead and leverage your voice. You also have the access to join us here in the studio, um, if you like. If you like, Madam Boston says that that's where understanding comes from. Yeah, absolutely. Being real, right? Being real, and listen, not running away from what you're feeling. I reject. I reject people who say "suck it up." I reject that. No, I'm gonna take a little bit of time to feel what I'm feeling and understand why I'm feeling it, right? And then we can go from there. Right? I'm not gonna suck it up and move on. No, because that could be dangerous. That could be dangerous to just suck it up and move on. Because when you sweep things under the rug, what tends to happen is over time, like it comes to a head and then it's out of control. Does that make sense? Anybody ever spiral out of control because you kept sweeping stuff under the rug, you kept sucking it up, and then because you know what happens is pressure, is pressure, is pressure, and then the pipe is like, why are you so mad? And by that time, you done turned into a total crazy person.
Yes, I will say 100%. Yes, I have. And some of it was to try to keep peace. As to just saying, again, some people don't like when you stand 10 toes down, man, on your principles and morals, right? But there was a time where, I'd be like, let's try to keep peace, be the peacemaker. You already got a little bit of a hot head, a little bit of a temper, whatever. But, it took a gentleman to tell me, you can tell him real nicely, right? In the same voice as you did being pissed off, right? You just say it and you be honest about it. And if you make a decision, you made a decision. It's not written in stone. It was just your mindset at that time, and you have the right to change it.
It's a fact. I think it's not what you say, it's how you say it. I learned that early in the game as a leader.
Absolutely. It's
It's not what
everything,
you say,
man,
it's how
really.
you say it. And um, people want the real. At the end of the day, what I've learned is if people want you to be straight up with them, they don't want you to beat around the bush. Too many people beat around the bush, right? But be respectful, be real, but have people's best interest at heart. And I do as a leader. I always have someone's best interest at heart, even people who might not deserve my best interest. Because guess what? There have been people who had my best interest at heart, even when I wasn't showing the best of me. Right? That's why mentorship and sponsorship and allyship and accountability partners is extremely important because that's how we grow. It doesn't always feel good. It won't always be good, but I guarantee you will come out good if you stay the course. If you stay the course. TM, America's favorite mentor, your go-to for mindset and leadership development. We are plowing into our number 6. Our number 6. That sounds crazy to me. That sounds crazy. Our number 6, and we're here into the polls, and we have people who are like, listen, we coming after we, head to the polls. We coming. And so listen, we will be here. But what I'm going to say is, whatever you focus on, whatever you think about, that's the thing that gets done. Whatever you focus on, that's the thing that gets done. The idea that I would be live for 5 hours and 44 minutes doing anything is like a long shot, Natasha. It's a long shot. But look at what happens when you are focused on things that matter to people. Look at what happens. We come together in dialogue and in conversation. If someone is on Facebook, if you are on the TM Hyman page or my personal page. Looks like the TM Hyman page is getting a lot of traffic. If someone can see a number of views so far, could someone just tell me how many views you see so far? Because you won't always see likes or comments, but you will see views if you're on Facebook. Just want to know like what you see if you are live, because we are streaming across multiple platforms. We are on YouTube. We are on 2 Facebook platforms. We are on Clubhouse. We are on LinkedIn as well right now, which says that we are lit.
TM, I see, I'll just say good morning. It's not morning, it's afternoon. I see on your page, it's 43 comments, 5 shares, 327 plays, and 6 likes and thumbs up.
Okay. Thank you so much. I can't see any of that. I can't see any of that. But what that says is there's power in what we're doing right now. What I know is we have encouraged somebody to go out and vote who hadn't planned to vote today. That's what those statistics say to me. That people are tuned in, that they are sharing, right? They're commenting, and it says that we are helping to shift and change some perspective. The sole goal of today and being live from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. was to change some of the apathy that applies. What is apathy? It is, listen, I don't want it. I don't like it. I'm not connected to it. Get somebody else to do it, right? That's what apathy is. I wanted to change that a little bit so that we could get people out to the polls to help to shift this process, help to close the gap. And so thank you to Tori and Trisha and River and Mary Kim and Sharon and Mike and Judith who are on Clubhouse. Thank you for your engagement. Thank you for everyone who is live across the multiple platforms. Thank you to Wood and Natasha and Madam Boston and River and Judith who's been live in the studio. Thank you to DJ Justice who is live DJing at the polls. We was with him live in Jamestown, North Carolina this morning. He tapped in High Point, North Carolina around noon. And then we'll check in with him again as he wraps up his day in Greensboro, North Carolina. So thank you all so much for being here. I'm getting ready so I can go out and see what the polls look like in upstate New York. That's Trisha Rue. Trisha, you make sure that you tap in with us at the polls. We want to see what's going on in your town live in upstate New York. So thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. This is pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Anyone on Clubhouse want to tap in? Go for it. Decision Day 2024 across the United States of America, my friends. Decision Day 2024. We are going to take a 15-minute break at the top of the hour. At the top of the hour at 1 o'clock, we'll take a 15-minute break. We will still be live. But we'll be back at 1:15 to keep the conversation going. Anyone on Clubhouse, please feel free to go ahead and weigh in. This is Decision Day 2024. It's a special edition of the Social Lab powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by TM Hyman and Associates. And we appreciate all of you. There's been 300 plus plays. There's been some shares, tons of comments. Listen, can you do me a favor and share this out so that people who may be unaware but feeling a little anxious, a little fearful about their vote, maybe they said, I ain't voting at all. We want to help to shift that perspective a little bit. We need you to go out and help to protect our democracy. We need you to vote. We need you to vote. You're like, why, TM? My vote doesn't matter. That's a damn lie. Your vote do matter. Don't feed into the BS, okay? I'm going to back up a little bit because you see, I got all the close in your face. I'm gonna back up. I'm gonna get out your face. I just want you to vote. Okay? Okay? I just want you to vote. Madam Boston, we just want them to vote, right? That's all. We just want you to vote. Trisha, Tori, Sharon, we just want them to vote, right? Mike,
Yes.
we just want you to vote.
Amen. Just go out and vote.
Just go out and vote. You know, just go out and vote. And don't vote under duress. Have some fun with it. Have some fun with it. Don't vote under duress. Just vote, right? Don't let the propaganda from either side sway you. Because listen, I'll tell you, both sides have some pretty clever commercials. Both sides killing the game with the commercials. Y'all got some creative folk working for you. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. Our donations are benefiting these folks because these ads are out of control. But I'm sick of them. I'm sick of all of them. All the damn ads, all the SMS. Listen, the texts, I have unsubscribed. I'm like, it's over. Okay, game match is done. If you haven't been able to influence people by today, please don't text me anymore. Okay? I don't know how y'all feel, but that's how I feel. Don't text me no damn more. Okay? I've already voted anyway. Leave me alone. Go harass somebody else. Okay? I'm just trying to get people who don't want to vote out to the polls. That's how I'm helping the process. Okay? Okay. Oh my gosh. Don't mind me. I'm hungry. That's why I got to take a break at 1 and give me like 15 minutes. I'll be back 1:15. Sharon, talk to me. Have you voted? Sharon out of Philly. Listen, they've been all in your state. Y'all have had both candidates in your state. So Pennsylvania is
been here.
Hey,
They have been in
has
every
anybody
nook
won
and
your vote yet? Has anybody won your vote yet?
They want my vote. They want my vote. They want my dog's vote. They want my grandchildren's vote. They want everybody's vote. And I'm excited. I am very excited.
Battleground state, Pennsylvania,
Yes.
a significant
Right.
battleground state. If you could call it right now, if you had to bet some money, who's winning the battleground state of Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Who's winning?
Absolutely.
Who's winning? Who's winning? Who's going to take it?
Well, they are. You've got Bob Casey, our senator. You've got, of course, the presidential candidates, and you've got the state house. We have the first African American, Joanna McClinton, who's the Speaker of the House in the Senate, even though the Senate is predominantly Republican. But she's the kind of person that crosses all the across the aisle, and she is that you can canvass here in Pennsylvania. So we're excited. Want to deliver for. I said to someone recently, I'm just voting a straight Democratic ticket. I don't have to guess at it, and I want to preserve and protect our democracy from all the propaganda and dishonest and every other thing that the opposing party does. That's my conviction. I stand by it.
Yeah, appreciate you. That is Sharon out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Listen, both candidates were hot to trot all day in Pennsylvania yesterday. But I'll tell you, Kamala Harris did 4 stops. 4 stops. Can you say she must be on a dozen of no-dos? 4 stops. The last stop was around 12 a.m. in Philly, and it was a party, y'all. Oh boy. Oh boy. But both candidates were all up and down and in between Pennsylvania, which says that battleground state was worth battling for because it's decision day. It's decision day 2024. We are here. We are here. And oh boy, we are encouraging each and every one of you and Mary Kim Farkas, as she said, just get out and vote. My favorite is the kids speaking the words of Trump and ending it with that makes me a good president. Listen, that commercial was ultra powerful. If you haven't seen it, I'll try to find it and play it after our break when we come back at 1:15. I'll pull the commercial and I'll have it to play. But I've seen that commercial. It was one of several powerful commercials, in my opinion. And so we will play that around 1:15 when we come back. Anybody else on Clubhouse want to weigh in? Madam Boston, let me know if you'd like to weigh in. Anybody? We got a few minutes before, 2 minutes before we actually take a quick break.
Hey Tia, I'll weigh in. Not win. Weigh win. I remember the time, maybe it was a year ago, where you never went live on Instagram, and I think you and Tori did one. So this is big. You going live all day? I think it's big because you didn't even do live back then. So yeah.
I had never done it, Mary Kim, and people were totally shocked when I revealed that truth. But that was absolutely my truth, right? And it's not that I couldn't. It's not that I didn't know how. It's not that, right? In any of those things. It just was the fact that I just hadn't been intentional about it. Things have changed. Things have changed, and I also realize, right? I'm trying to connect all of the dots. That this is week number 3 for the exponential growth. Business Group Masterclass, right? And it's all about marketing. You see how that works? It's all about marketing. It's all about leveraging all of the tools and things. And the one thing that I'm never going to do is encourage someone to do something that I can't do, haven't done, won't do, right? So what better way to show people how to do it, but not just to do it, but to do it times 10. Hello? Yeah, Mary Kim. It was, the first time I ever went live was with Tori. And we did it for we said 15 minutes, and but 15 minutes, Tori, did it turn into 30 or 45 minutes? I think the 15 minutes turned into like maybe 45 minutes. Because when we start something, it's hard to stop. It's hard to stop. It is the 1:00 hour, my friends. We are going to pause for the cause. Thank you all so much for tuning in and being here. We're going to be back at 1:15, and when we come back, we will absolutely have that commercial that Mary Kim just referenced, where the kids, it's Donald Trump's voice, but it's different kids from a very diverse community. And it ends with a very powerful close. This is the special edition of the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by TM Hyman and Associates. We are logging off of Clubhouse. Thank you all for being here. We're back tomorrow, Clubhouse at 12 noon for the Lunch Power Hour. And we're going to pause right here live. And we are here, but we're just going to pause, and we will be back in about 15 minutes. You will hear music. You will hear music in the background. So thank you all. Hola. We are, before we went on break, Kim mentioned the commercial. This is the Social Lab. It's a special edition. Real talk, real people, real times. TM, America's favorite mentor, your go-to for mindset and leadership development. Before we went on break, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. We are here. Welcome back. We are streaming live across multiple platforms. Shout out to my friends on Clubhouse who checked in for the Lunch Power Hour. We do a Lunch Power Hour every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 12 noon on Clubhouse. We invite you to follow us. It's Leadership on Demand. Leadership on Demand. Join the club. If you're not familiar with Clubhouse, I introduce to you one of the most interesting social audio apps where I've met tons of people around the world and do business with those people. Another app, social audio app, is Chatter Social. Chatter Social. You can find both of those apps in the App Store or the Google Play Store. Clubhouse and Chatter Social. Shout out to Nelson and Pega and Jonathan and that whole crew. Rocky is supporting him over there from a social media perspective. So shout out to all of those folks. Auntie Yvonne, all my friends over there on Chatter. We're going to be over there more consistently coming up in weeks to come for sure. They are part of our strategy. So again, shout out to Clubhouse. Y'all want to see this commercial? Y'all want to see this commercial? If you are live right now, you are tuned in with me, just drop me a comment to let me know that you are here. And listen, I want to show this commercial. This commercial is very interesting. It was released October the 24th. It's a new ad. The Lincoln Project is elementary age children. It's voiceover like with like insults that Donald Trump made, right? And it's pretty jarring when you think about it. It was pretty awkward to even like see it. So I'm going to show this commercial for those who may not have seen it. I'm going to show it, and then we can come back on the other side to talk about it. Powerful commercial, in my opinion. So you can check it out and make the decision for yourself.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured.
I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
She was always of Indian heritage until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black. I have concepts of a plan. They take your child, it was a he, and comes back a she. For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it. There has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman.
Yeah. We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Wow. Pretty powerful. Yeah, pretty powerful commercial, in my opinion. And so, River, what are your thoughts? Had you seen that commercial online or anywhere before?
I'm just seeing it for the first time when you presented it to us.
Extremely powerful. This is Decision Day 2024, and we have been live since 7 a.m. And our plan is to be here until 7 p.m. Until the first set of polls start to close. It is our civil responsibility, civic duty, right? And I have rocked my vote. You too can rock your vote. And please don't forget about the Rock Your Vote resource that we still have available to us. Rock Your Vote was one of the first movements around voter registration that I really started to lean into when I first started to vote. Rock the Vote. If you are not familiar, we will absolutely share the Rock the Vote site information with you, and in hopes that you'll take advantage, right? They have the see what's on your ballot. If you want to know what your ballot looks like, you can actually go to Rock Your Vote, put your information in, and it will show you what your ballot looks like literally. And so, where do you vote? It's all here on the site, rockyourvote.org. A very good resource, a very good tool for knowing what your ballot looks like. Put your information in, show me my ballot. Great resource right here. Rock the Vote. Your drop-off location. It's a little too late for any type of absenteeism ballots, but even if you don't know where your voting location is, you can easily put in your information and it will show you where to go and vote. Rock Your Vote. And if you don't have a resource, if you still have questions and aren't able to get your questions answered, you can easily go to rockthevote.org. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for being here. This is the special edition of the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, sponsored by T.M. Hyman Associates. Decision Day 2024. Decision Day 2024. We will be here for as long as we can be here, but we plan to be here for quite some time. So if you have not actually seen the different commercials, just show the commercial that was super powerful, that showed children. Children's faces, Trump's voice, and their confusion, and their confusion around it for the most part. My friends, we have reasons to vote even if we don't feel like it. Reasons to vote even if we don't feel like it. And I mean, really, it's surrounding the fact that you're a citizen of the United States. And I know there's a lot of angst around who's running, and the choices that we actually have may not be the best choices, but we've got to be able to be more decisive and make tough choices even when it doesn't feel good. Encouraging people who have not considered getting out and voting, just challenging you to reconsider. And for those who have a lot of anxiety around today and tomorrow, and in the days to come, I think everything was going to be okay, right? I think we need to be aware and conscious of the things that are happening around us. We can't be in a fog, right, or have our heads in the sand about some realities of the fact that people, may not be all that accepting of the vote, however it goes. But majority rules. We're going to accept it. We're going to move on. But you should be aware and conscious, right, of your surroundings and what's happening in your environment. Because I think there's parts of the country that's a little more accepting, a little more at ease than other parts of the country. But you never want to take anything for granted, because this is going to be a shift and a change for a lot of people. Either way it goes. And so I think you have a right to exercise your vote, right, for the sake of the union. If you have the right to vote, because everyone doesn't have the right, if you have the right to vote, exercise your vote. That's number one, right? That's the number one reason. But it's also your influence on local, state, as well as the federal policies that exist, right? We're talking about, I'm just going to share the top 10 reasons why we should actually get out and exercise our vote. Influence local, state, as well as the federal processes. Number three, have a voice in the leadership selection. Leadership, in my opinion, is challenged right now. It's challenged on so many levels. It's challenged on so many levels. And so your ability to be able to weigh in on leadership and how leadership is going to help to shape laws and policies and budgets. It's going to dictate really how our tax dollars are spent. And, you know, it is interesting as there's a lot of foreign affairs that's being managed right now, requiring a lot of American resources. How many letters have you written to your representative? How many phone calls? How many times have you visited the office? I ask people the name of their representatives, and a lot of times they don't even know who their, representative or senator is, or congressman. They don't know either one. You have an impact on that process. You also help to promote accountability and transparency, because accountability and transparency is extremely important in leadership. How can you trust your leader? How can you trust anyone if they don't uphold accountability and they're not transparent in what they do? When you vote, you have the chance to help to shape that accountability, that transparency. And so, number 5, protect and uphold your rights. We don't even know our rights a lot of times. We don't know our rights a lot of times at a local, state, or federal level. And the more you know, the more you grow, right? I believe that. The more you know, the more you grow. Like, yeah. So knowing your rights can only benefit you because there's so much to learn. There's so much to learn and there's so much to know. Because I've learned so much simply by being open to learning, first and foremost. And you have to be open. You have to be open if you actually are going to go to that next level. I said exponential growth. If you're going to experience exponential growth, well, what is exponential growth, TM? Thank you for asking. What is exponential? Exponential, it's when you are actually gaining momentum and you got rapid, movement happening. It's exponential. Rapid movement. It's an increase in movement rapidly. Exponential growth is just the increase in size. So if you're going to increase in size, why not increase in size rapidly? If you're going to experience exponential growth, you have to be open mentally. You have to be open in your heart, and you have to have an open hand. Because most of us closed hands, closed hearts, closed minds. Closed hands, closed hearts, closed minds. Let's promote accountability, transparency. Let's uphold and know our rights. Let's protect our rights. Let's shape our community. Let's shape the future of our communities. That's number 6. Welcome back, Madam Boston. We can help to shape the future of our communities by way of our votes. We can prevent voter suppression simply by being involved. I've been in communities where voter suppression was happening and is real. In the state of Georgia, right? Voter suppression is absolutely real. I don't know where you live if you had to experience it, but when you are involved and you vote, you help to combat those issues of voter suppression and disenfranchisement. Number 9, honor the sacrifices of those who have died for our right and ability to vote. Honor past generations, the people who have sacrificed and died. And so the fact that we don't want to vote, I get it. I get it. Not the best candidates, but we have a civil responsibility to vote. And then we'll wrap it up, right? It fosters civil engagement and community involvement. It does. It does. it may not feel good, but sometimes we have to do the tough things, the difficult things that may not feel good to us, right? TM America's favorite mentor. Thank you all for tapping in, tuning in, for joining us, and we'll keep the conversation going. It is 1:31 where I am here in the ATL. Madam Boston, are you there? It is 1:31 in Charlotte, North Carolina as well. And if you are there, we cannot see you, and we definitely want to see you. We definitely want to see you, Madam Boston. There it is. There it is. What's going on? What's
Can you
happening?
hear me? Can you hear me, sir? Good. All right. So, as of now, the former president has voted. He has cast his vote in Palm Beach.
So, did you catch any of that with Judith?
Oh yeah. I
Yeah.
did.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if you could hear me because I was saying
No, we
stuff.
couldn't. We couldn't hear anything.
Yeah. Because CNN had just posted like within the 30 minutes of us having the conversation that like normally, right? If he would have been convicted in Florida and so on and so forth, then he wouldn't have been able to vote. But yes, because he was convicted in Manhattan, New York, he can vote. And it's crazy because um, the Republicans in Florida had also tried to add that felons wouldn't like they wouldn't be able to vote until like they paid like all the fines and everything. But I think they upheld that. I want to say the courts upheld it. But yet currently, as of now though, he has cast his vote. And they had asked him, reporters had asked Trump if he would tell his supporters to not be violent, regardless of the outcome of the elections. And his actual response was, I don't have to tell them that. They're not violent people. Yeah, that was, and he was quoted. His quote, I don't have to tell them that. And they asked, well, would you tell him that though? And he said, I don't have to tell them there be no violence because my supporters are not violent people. And I certainly don't want any violence, but I certainly don't have to tell them because they're great people. And he said, unlike your question, you believe in violence. What, sir? Oh my gosh. And I got that. Yes. Oh my gosh. I'm getting updates, up to the minute updates from CNN.com, the link that I had posted in the Facebook chat, Facebook live chat. And if you're watching your stuff, you'll also it'll pop up. Their updates have been added. So it is
There's clearly a lot of engagement. People aren't tuned in where we can actually see all of the engagement here, but on the different platforms, it looks. I mean, the last I'm not sure if you caught the stats that Mary
about the
Kimball.
like over 300 and some views
Yeah,
or plays of the
yeah,
videos.
yeah. Yeah. And so for me, that says people are watching and have been watching since 7 o'clock. And I hope in turn it's causing people to get out and vote. Right. I'm hopeful. There's no way that I can determine any kind of conversion. I'm just going off of numbers. right? And if we can convert at least 10%, then we've got at least 30 people out to the polls this morning, right? Whether they wanted to be out there or not, just based on math. And so that serves us very well. We are 6 hours and 30 minutes into this thing. This is unbelievable, but we are. This is a marathon run, and it's absolutely worth it. We will be here for a total of. I hadn't thought about it, Boston, but by the time we're done, this will be like a 12-hour run.
You're absolutely right. I was gonna actually ask you, well, what did you eat? Because it took me 15 minutes just to make the tuna salad. I had to put it in the refrigerator because I was like, oh, I gotta get back.
Yeah. No, you can absolutely enjoy your lunch. I did a quick turkey sandwich. See, ready, set for me. I had it in my mind.
Got you.
Yeah, I had it in my mind. Definitely. And you can take a pause for the cause anytime you need to.
I wanted to marinate. I wanted to
Yeah,
marinate.
you want to say you want it all come together. You want it to all come together. I get it.
I can
Definitely.
hold out for that.
Hey, I haven't had tuna in a while, but I love it. And there's nobody makes the best tuna. My sister Shay. I don't know what the hell she be putting in the tuna, but
Sugar.
I've never. It's amazing.
Wait, is it Virginia?
Virginia.
Sugar.
It's like what is this? It's like it's tuna. It's like what? This tuna is amazing. Yeah, definitely.
Like the tuna sandwich on Harlem Nights. Yeah.
Oh man, amazing. So Boston, I just ran the commercial. Don't know. Did you see this commercial already? Here we go. We're gonna run it back. Maybe we'll run it back. Or maybe we won't. Yeah.
Well, while you're doing that,
We'll run it back. Go ahead.
over 80 million people have voted so far.
80 million people. A
Yeah.
lot of folk.
Roughly 83 million have already cast their ballot.
Of folk. That's a ton of people.
Yeah, and from what I'm reading as well, these are just some updates coming from Pennsylvania and Florida, that we should expect swift ballot counting, that we should know the Florida election results by the time we go to bed tonight. And
That's good to know.
the Philadelphia city commissioner told CNN that the ballot counting will go faster. Yeah, so they should know. They said it should be completed by the middle of the day Wednesday. So I think that also includes the mail-in ballots and absentee ballots. Yeah.
Well, I think if Florida can get it done, everybody else should be able to get it done too. I'm just
Florida
saying.
always be a problem though.
I'm just saying. If Florida can get it done, everybody should be able to get it done, Boston. Check.
People that came in, they're eating the dogs. The people that came in, they're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured.
I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
She was always of Indian heritage until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black. I have concepts of a plan. They take your child, it was a he, and comes back a she. For 54 years, they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it. There has to be some form of punishment.
For the woman.
Yeah. We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
So personal. What? Like, yeah. and it should have hit the undecided.
Wasn't that like wasn't that like a great piece of work?
Yes.
It's like, wow. It
I'm
really
proud of
threw
whoever
me
put
off
that
the first
together.
time I saw it. I was like, what?
Because sometimes people need the audio and visual to put it together.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, that is what it's creating. Kids who will talk and respond that way.
Right.
Because we got a lot of adult toddlers walking around now. So
Right.
we have to be mindful.
Very much so. And I thought, wow, whoever thought to like pull that together deserved a kudos.
Yes, for certain.
Yeah.
For certain. That was thoughtful.
Oh, it was definitely thought provoking, right? But I'll tell you, I saw a Trump commercial. I talked about it earlier, where three older ladies were having a conversation at a diner, and
Yeah.
that commercial also was powerful to me because it was simple, it was very subtle, but it referenced safety. And I think when you can hit people with things that make them feel like they are unsafe, it causes them to react irrationally, which is why it's important that we manage our fear and our anxiety, and we are irrational, right? But we go with clear minds, clear hearts, right? And we're able to do the right thing because, listen, God is our safety, God is our protection. And outside of God, listen, I'm going to say it, then we got guns. Hello? Listen, at the end of the day, right? You got to be able to protect and defend, right? Yourself, your family, and the things that are important to you. Listen, we're in America. And that's one of the things that get people riled up. It's the idea of having their guns taken from them, right? Because we believe in the freedom to bear arms. We absolutely do. I absolutely agree with that. Now, I think there are some mechanisms and some processes and procedures that should be placed around it because we see sometimes arms get in the hands of the wrong folk, right? And
True.
children. And that should
Right.
not happen, right?
Right.
There should be some qualification and prevention and intervention processes, right?
Or different safety
I
features
believe
on
that.
weapons that are produced.
Yeah, that too. In addition to, right? In addition to. But my whole thing is, I think when you can get people in a fearful or scared mindset, that's all it takes is for people to start acting irrationally. And so, I say, don't be fearful, don't be scared, don't be anxious. Just go show up, do what you need to do, just vote, and have some fun because there's music at the polls too. So go rock out. You know what I'm saying? Bob to some Biggie.
Exactly.
Bob out.
And the thing about it, we don't understand because some people, I know there were people who laughed at the idea of even DJs being at the polls. However, um, even statistically, right, when music is played or certain music is played, uh, crime is down, right? Like certain strip malls on purpose play music, right? Like I think it's and we talked about this before. I think it's like the old school R&B, like when they play like Motown music and stuff like that throughout the stores and yeah, because it's like a mood regulator.
Mm-hmm.
The frequency. I mean, like if we break it down, music is frequency, right?
Yeah,
Everything
absolutely.
we do is frequency. We are frequency, right? So like we can't forget the humanistic value of our
Yeah,
our
sure. You know, the fact that, you know, DJ was attacked at the as a DJ this morning is nuts.
Right,
But
a
listen,
senior.
I personally think it's the State of the Union. I really do, because there's no way you can't tell me that that person wasn't aware that he was scheduled to be there. I find it hard to believe, or the wrong person wasn't available. I mean,
Right.
something happened logistically. But I want to go to Mary Kim's comment: when gun holders have more rights than females in some states.
Right, because you have the right to bear arms, but what about our rights to bear or not bear children?
It comes down to those who we are electing to represent us in office. I believe this is what I truly believe. I believe a lot of people did not get in office because they were voted there. I believe a lot of people got in office because people didn't vote. That's truly what I believe.
Right, right,
If
exactly.
more people went out and voted, it would prevent some of this foolery from even being a topic of discussion.
Right, right. Yeah,
And the fear tactic is to keep you at home where you are doing what you do, right?
yeah,
The,
because they
the,
want
the
you to.
confusion, and it's not just fear, it's confusion.
Yeah,
The confusion is
but
crazy.
it's on purpose though. The confusion, first of all, from his side, when he says stuff that doesn't make sense, please believe he did it on purpose.
Confusion.
Because I know I've talked about it often. Confuse your enemy in the spiritual realm. Keep them confused. They'll be thinking
Keep them
about trying to figure
confused.
out what you said while you doing what you doing.
Keep them confused.
Yes. What is it? The hand is quicker than the eye.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
Like in magic tricks, right? The hands are quicker than the eye.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because yeah, that's what magic is all about.
Right. So it's
Yeah.
like I'm doing this over here. Watch this while I'm playing with puppets, but I'm actually turning you into puppets while you watch me play with these puppets.
Well, the funny thing, I saw somebody like get somebody's attention over there, doing something while the other person was crawling on the floor behind people to get to where he needed to get to, while other people were distracted.
And they just, oh, what can I help you?
Ooh, oh, yeah, yeah.
Very
Fear is
Kim.
less impactful if you do your own work in educating yourself versus what others share to you from what they heard. Most people are going to share what they heard,
Yeah,
not what they know, not what they learned. A lot of people share from the place of what they heard.
right,
That doesn't help you at all, because you don't even know if it's factual.
right.
Is it even the truth? Most people don't question the truth. And we're in an environment right now where we don't know what the truth is anymore, because people feed into the bull and we aren't thinking for ourselves. And so I absolutely agree. When we don't do the work of educating ourselves, we going off of what other people just heard, you're setting yourself up.
Right. I take every piece of information, um, and it's like I take it with a grain of salt, you know, because there are different variations, different points of views, and that's how we form, educated opinion or informed opinion is No, yeah, double checking everything. Yeah, because we can't be in leadership and then on purpose mislead. Not on purpose, you know.
Oh, I
No,
think you do know. My
yes,
friends, this is
I do.
this is the special edition of the Social Lab, and oh boy, we have been here rocking out since a little after 7 a.m. It is Decision Day, Decision 2024, in the United States of America. And how many people did you say have voted already? 80 million?
3 million.
Three,
That's
huh?
what it is.
83.
Million.
Lots of people.
See, I got 5 new updates. Let's see. Oh, okay. The vice president, well, what's his name? Walls. He believes that Trump will concede if he loses the election. He doesn't foresee him to. You don't see him bucking. So we'll see how that works out. Let's see what else we got going on. In Wilmington, North Carolina, they said moms and daughters of all ages have joined the line throughout the day at the Moose Lodge in Wilmington, casting their vote. They said a lot of first-time voters are out there. People are showing up, man. Let's see.
It's a beautiful thing. It's a necessary thing for people to show up. Again, a lot of first-time voters, a lot of first-time voters, a lot of young people who have never voted before in their life. It's a beautiful thing.
Right.
It's a beautiful thing that they want to be a part of the process, right? That they want to be involved. And we've heard several stories. Lindsaya spoke in the lunch powwow, right? About taking her daughter to the polls and being
Right.
able to help to educate her while at the polls. And so, you know, Mary Kim's talking about the AI tool as well, and AI tools just making it way harder to know what's facts and what's made up. For
Right.
sure. For sure.
Especially when they're putting out like these videos, and it's like if you don't, I don't even want to use the word trained eye, right? However, some people can pick up when things are AI, and others, their vision just doesn't even allow. You know what I mean? Like some people just see what they see and can't see the details of stuff, so can't pick up that it's AI.
Yeah.
And then you have those who can be like, wait a minute, that's that's a little off. Let's see. Okay, so like 2 minutes ago, it said a Georgia black voter calls non-credible bomb threat disrupting Atlanta area polling site a suppression tactic.
A bomb
Let's-
threat in Atlanta.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that.
it was in Fulton County, Union City in Fulton County.
Yep. That's out where Regina lives.
Okay, they said it created an hours long delay at
Mhm.
the community
The
center.
polls.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah,
Tactic, definitely a tactic.
exactly. And they said there were 5 non-credible bomb threats reported in Fulton County, leading to a temporary evacuation of 2 county locations.
We're
And
providing an update in real time, what's happening in real time. We are live from the ATL, TM America's Favorite Mentor, your go-to for mindset and leadership development. You can find more about me at tmhyman.com. You can also follow me on LinkedIn, TM Hyman on LinkedIn, as well as Instagram, Mr. TM Hyman on Instagram, and of course on Facebook, which many of you are live. TM Hyman on Facebook. Madam Boston, how can they find you? How can they follow you?
I am Madam Boston on all platforms. Madam CeeLo Boston. Excuse me, Madam CeeLo Boston on all platforms. And just to give context to what I was just informing you about, Union City population is nearly 90% Black. So that's why, it would even, for those who might be like, well, why would that make news? Because like, was it coercion is something that people would have expected today, you know? Um, but what's interesting too is on the other side of this, right, where they're using scare tactics. But it's interesting that something that can be looked at as like just passive, or a passive influence is like people can't give out water anymore at the polling site.
Oh yeah, I heard that last year.
Yeah,
That was a rule that was passed last year about water, and I couldn't understand. I could not understand. But it's about just not trying to be helpful.
right.
Not trying to be helpful at all. Which for me, the only people really looking for water are people who may be out in Florida, right? I mean, because November in most places it's not hot at all.
Right, right. But then too, though, I mean, sometimes giving people things. Well, my view of it is that I thought that they couldn't give out water because of the possible emotional thing that could possibly happen. You know what I mean? Like someone being like say someone I have on a Harris shirt, right? And the person I'm handing the water to has a Trump shirt on. But they've been standing there thirsty for all this time, and I walk up and show them compassion and that sway them emotionally to be like, but that person supports Harris and they were kind to me. So then, you know what I'm saying? It's meeting people like, um, you never know what could sway somebody's indecision.
Hmm.
Just a simple act of kindness could.
Hmm.
It may seem simple, but people make decisions like that every day
Facts.
on less important things.
Yeah,
So yeah.
absolutely. It is about paying forward the kindness. But paying it forward as best we can. I think if more of us paid for coffee for people behind us, the world would be a better place. I think if more people paid for a Big Mac or this big chicken Mac thing, like what the hell? Like,
I don't even want to try it. I wouldn't, even if I ate it.
but if we just paid for food for people, I think the world would be a better place. I'm just saying.
For real.
I'm just saying. Stand in line, even if the polls close at 8. If you have the right to stay and vote as long as if you were there before the closing. Absolutely, they have to honor that. They
Yeah.
have to honor that. Don't let them talk about polls closed. You gotta go. You gotta go. Nope. No, you don't. No,
And
you're
they
right.
have people outside to tell whether, because they're going to send somebody outside when it gets close to that time anyway, so they can keep up because they're on a time schedule themselves. You know what I mean? Because they want to get those votes counted, get people out safely. You know what I mean? Get those votes counted, get those volunteers and workers home safely, right? Got to get those ballots out. So I mean, there's a lot of work behind the scenes that have to be done outside of just accommodating voters for certain.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You
My friends, this is a special edition. The Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, sponsored by TM Hyman Associates. Listen, it is a full collab, a full on collab. Yeah, Mary Kim, that Big Mac chicken sandwich. You know what I'm talking about? Like that. I don't.
So it's like a McChicken, right? 'Cause you know the patty that they put on the McChicken, they make a Big Mac and replace the hamburger patty with those chicken patty things.
Oh, it's just the chicken patties. It's just those chicken. Okay, no,
But
not
it's
some.
still made like a Big Mac with the Big Mac
Yeah,
sauce,
I wonder
lettuce,
who asked for that.
pickles.
I really wonder who asked for that.
I mean,
Maybe it was the gamer kid who's in the commercial. You know, that's
oh,
he's a real popular gamer.
Kai
Yeah,
Cenat.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Maybe that's his concoction. I don't know.
I thought they brought it from I thought it was popular in a certain area. Maybe it's popular in the area he's from.
Well, he's certainly repping it.
Right.
Did you see Kai on Instagram looking like a mob boss talking to the chairman of the NBA?
He's funny though. He's a funny
Dressed
kid.
up like straight mob boss. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna stop right there. Yeah,
Listen,
stop right there.
he's come a long way though. He has come a long way.
Listen, what it says is if you focus and commit to doing the action, anything is possible in the United States of America. Kai is a gamer who became successful on YouTube, and he leveraged his YouTube and his Twitch gaming account to become a top influencer. And now he has, successful endorsements. And so
Right.
I say whatever gets focused on it, that's the thing that gets done. And so the polls is what we're focused on today. But what's next? What's next after we've made this decision? Listen, we get back to regular life. We get back to regular life. But where do you want to be 12 months from now? Where do you want to be 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? I ask people this question often. Some people have never been asked the question. They never thought about it. Where do you want to be 12 months from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Well, listen, the decisions that we make today, the people who we put in place today will help to shape what our towns and cities and perhaps what our country will look like 12 months from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Yes? Yes. Yes.
For certain.
Right? And so, my question is, are you committed to creating the kind of future that you want for yourself and your family, your children and your grandchildren when you're long gone, right? Will your vote today make a difference for how they live tomorrow, right? That's a real question. That's a real question. And so, I'm not sure where you are, what you're challenged by, my friends, but we certainly want you to leverage your voice, right? And help others to do the same. Leverage your voice and certainly help others to do the same. What are you focused on right now, Madam Boston? Because you are focused.
I am okay. I get a very pensive look on my face when I'm reading. So I was looking at again, like I'm looking at like all the live updates, and yeah, listen, I know this is causing some people some anxiety. I'm so glad I took my medication earlier, y'all. Oh, because this could really be over. It could really be overwhelming. Arizona is currently reporting that voting is running as smoothly as it can be. And Arizona is one of those battleground states that we spoke of earlier. You get a chance to check out the links that were posted. And the thing is this too, we have to keep in mind that even after this election, right, there's still, we still have to wait till January, what, 20th, right? Or 21st. Will it still be the 20th? Let me see. Yeah, because I think it's still, yeah, I think it's still January 20th. Just want to confirm. Okay, yeah, so it is. January 20th is going to be on a Monday in 2025. And it'll be the 60th presidential inauguration. Inauguration. Right. That is awesome. Okay, so one of the things that I know that Vice President Harris was talking about was the economy, right? And lowering costs for families. And the thing is, what does that look like for us, right? Because we have to take into account the things that were promised, again, regardless of what candidate, is going to take time to, first of all, it can be implemented day one, right? If this is what is like set, this is what we're going to do. It could be implemented from the beginning, but it's still going to take time to get in process and for us to feel, you know what I mean? Feel the lift. Because I know the feds were talking about dropping the interest again. You're muted.
Right. You said again, they dropped it and they're looking to drop it again.
Right. And so what that translates into is home ownership getting a little bit closer into range for some of those that it had gotten out of range for. Because, a percent can be hundreds or thousands of dollars depending on how much, the property is that you're trying to acquire. But that, I mean, I could see that being a focal point for her. I don't see that being a focal point for Trump. I didn't even see where he listed that as a concern. Just making America great again, really. But he does speak to some things that, like you were saying earlier about speaking to safety, right?
Mhm.
A lot of things on his site that speaks to his policies. Like for instance, he speaks of, this is part of his issues that he's going to tackle, right? War on the drug cartel, stop crime and restore safety,
Mhm.
renew American strength and leadership, reject globalism and embrace patriotism, care for our veterans, protect parents' rights, defend law and liberty, in censorship, and reclaim free speech. I think he has that one already wrapped up. Free, honest, and lawful elections. Right, like what?
Yeah,
Drain the swamp of Washington corruption. And their
that's
health
the
care
idea.
system.
Yeah, I think he said yesterday, we're gonna swamp them tomorrow. We're gonna swamp them. Yeah,
He wants to drain the swamp
yeah.
of the corruption.
First
Yeah.
time homeowners could qualify, I believe, for $20,000 or $25,000 grant, if I can remember correctly. I think that's under Kamala Harris's plan, right?
And that is
Yeah, I
correct.
think. Okay, so she was asking who were you referring? Yeah, that was Trump's plan.
Yes, that was Trump's plan.
That was Trump's plan that she was referring to. And so when you talk about home ownership, right? Home ownership and that $25,000 grant,
That's
that
cool.
was that was Kamala Harris. Yeah,
Oh yeah, that's what I started with. Yeah, I was like, I could see her, uh, you know, giving the funding for the housing versus him. He
right.
wasn't even a good landlord, so why would he? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I want to go back to the anxiety that you said people are feeling, and
Yeah.
yes, and so we want to woosah, right? We want to woosah. We want to clear our minds. We want to clear our thoughts, my friends, and we want to go with a clear mind and be very intentional about what we are addressing at the polls. It's time for you to stand up for yourself and for what's right for your family, your future, right? And I'll say for the things that are important to you, what's important to you? Because what's important to you may not be important to me or your neighbor, right? Based on where they are. And so I think we all feel a lot of pressure right now around the polls. We want people to weigh in. And so if you are online and you've been to the polls, you voted early, we want to hear from you. And so I'm going to drop in the chat the link to actually join us here live in the studio. And we love to hear from you. Like literally, join us here live if you're out at the polls specifically. If you're out at the polls, bring us out with you, right?
I'll,
Like we want to see what's going on in your world. So join us live right here. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and drop the join live link, and you can literally click the link and join us live right here in the studio as well. Click simply by clicking this link right here. I think you should be able to click live on that link, and it should bring you right into the studio. And so this is a special edition of the Social Lab powered by Leadership on Demand, sponsored by TM Hyman Associates. We are in hour number 7, 7 hours and 12 minutes. We've been here literally trying to reduce people's fear and anxiety around the polls, going out to vote today. Listen, be mindful, woosah, right? Do your 4-7-8 deep breathing exercise. But get out, take somebody with you. Take somebody with you. There's a lot of anxiety, a lot of fear, but there's no need to be afraid, right? The polls can't hurt you. The polls can't hurt you. There's a long list of things that we have to do on the ballot that doesn't just impact Harris or Trump. There's a lot of things that's happening senatorial, right? Your senator, your state senator, your representative. Some people have judges that are up. There are other seats that are up that you need to vote on. Yes? Yes. Go out and do your civil responsibility. As an American, as a taxpayer, go out and do what it is that we're charged to do and what we have the privilege to do, right? Because other places don't even have the privilege to get up, get out, and vote.
exactly.
Yeah.
And to cover some things that Vice President Harris her policies that she's running on. Um, the first one is cut taxes for middle class families, make rent more affordable and home ownership for more attainable, grow small businesses and invest in entrepreneurs, take on bad actors and bring down costs. You're speaking to the medical cost. Let's see. And it says then following up with strengthen and bring down the cost of healthcare. So let me back up because let me see what she means. Let me go back to the take on back actors and bring down costs. Okay. Okay, so this is her speaking to, she's going to direct her administration to crack down on anti-competitive practices that allow big corporations to like pretty much price gouge and undermine the competition. So she's talking about bringing down costs, like on the food. She says she'll go after bad actors who exploit an emergency to rip off consumers by calling for the first ever federal ban on corporate price gouging on food and groceries, which will build on the anti-price gouging statutes already in place in 37 states. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. All right, so then back to strengthen and bring down the cost of healthcare. You want to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, support American innovation and workers, provide a pathway to the middle class through quality, affordable education, invest in affordable child care and long-term care, lower energy costs and tackle the climate crisis. And then lastly, it speaks to DJT's Project 2025. But it's like hers seem to be more court issues, and his is like a broad, let me scare you into feeling safe type thing. I mean, that's what I got from it. That could, someone else could totally, you know what I mean?
I think there are certainly some clear cut objectives.
Yeah.
Some clear cut objectives versus some broad strokes for sure, right? And I think what was mentioned about the $25,000 grant that is specific to businesses. That's
Right.
specific to businesses, and so I think in addition to other resources that are available for businesses already. And so I think as long as you have the proper business structure, and there's a way to apply for these programs as well, right? There's some very specific things that need to be in place before we can apply, or we'll automatically get a decline or a rejection. And so, we've got to be able to read and know the resources available to us and leverage the resources before we go diving in. But man, I'll tell you, there's definitely two different agendas, and we've got to read to really understand for ourselves what is at risk. It's Decision Day 2024, my friends, and we've been hanging out, really just trying to drive awareness. That is the sole purpose for what we are doing today. It's simply driving awareness. And so you can click the link to join us here live in the studio. And thank you to everyone who has weighed in from around the country. It's been pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's 2:20 here in the ATL, 2:20 in Charlotte, and that makes it 1:20 in Houston. Thank you all for being a part of this special edition of the Social Lab. Definitely. We're broadcasting across multiple platforms.
Exactly. We've been talking about that too for a while, right?
You know, it came out of a clear thought, right? Um, this is proof positive that you just have to kind of just do it. Anything that you want to do, you can do. I think a lot of times we overthink it. And because we overthink it, a lot of times we talk ourselves in it and right out of it
Out of it,
at
right?
the same time. I knew this would be something that could serve a couple of different purposes. The awareness, I think, is the first purpose. Is the awareness, and if we could get some people out, if we could reduce anxiety, reduce stress at the same time, then it will be well worth it. Right? We've never done this before, and so I think this is one. This has been extremely above board, right? We've had some hiccups, I think, in the stream, but it was the technology, right? The connection. But we've been streaming
Yeah.
for 7 hours, and almost 20 minutes, right? And the quality of this has been superb, in my opinion.
Yes, I agree.
Superb. We've had a couple of issues with people's connections,
Right.
right? But it was their connections, right? And probably that T-Mobile, probably
Because
that
I'm
that
you
that
want to say, stay off them androids.
that T-Mobile and them androids. Not too much though, because I would love a T-Mobile sponsorship.
Okay.
I would love a T-Mobile sponsorship. not,
Ding.
not too much on T-Mobile. Yeah, yeah, we love you, T-Mobile. Yeah,
Yes.
you know why I love T-Mobile and I don't even have the service? I love
Well,
T-Mobile because T-Mobile, I think it might be Delta Airlines, and if it's not Delta, it's somebody else. You can actually be on Wi-Fi for free if you have T-Mobile. Like shout out to T-Mobile for real. I don't know
okay.
which airline it is, but y'all know which airline it is if you got T-Mobile. So I don't know.
Might be spirit. No.
It could be.
But I was looking at, okay, so I had opened up after you spoke to the small businesses, like their small business plan. Um so what I see is she set a goal of 25 million new business applications by the end of her first term. So to help achieve that, she'll expand the startup expense tax deduction for new businesses from 5,000 to 50,000 and take on the everyday obstacles and red tape that can make it harder to grow a small business. I like that. Mm. And she'll drive venture capital to the talent that exists all over our country, including rural areas, and increase the share of federal contract dollars going to small business. And for context, I am reading this directly from kamalaharris.com/issues forward slash. And this is under her, under the bulleted plan. And they also have a link where you could read the plan in its entirety as well. And we have gone over DJT's issues website as well. Let's see. So making the houses more affordable though. Let's see what that. Okay, so yeah, we'll provide first time home buyers with 25,000 to help with their down payments and more generous support for first generation homeowners. That's different than a first time homeowner. A first generation. Right. That's big. I'll take that. And I could see, yeah, because that could, but I think that that should also go with like maybe some financial classes like they do with the NACA program or like the HUD program. You're on mute.
If you're going to get funding this required,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you would have to go through some type of budgeting class or program in order to actually, receive the funding on, on a
Yeah,
new house. But I love the idea. I
yeah,
think
that
home ownership um, is much easier than what we think to acquire. And a lot of people, for what they pay in rent already anyway, they're paying a mortgage and don't even know it because the mortgage would be cheaper in most cases than the rent that most people pay.
right,
In
right.
most cases, not in all, but in most cases, right? Depending on the size of the house.
That and also keep in mind because a lot of people leave this part out too when buying a home for your personal use. Not I don't mean just purchasing real estate and building from there. I mean like buying a home to live in. There are things that you need to acquire to go with those homes. You know what I mean? Tools and things like that. Maybe lawnmowers, weed eaters, and flashlights and stuff that you wouldn't have in an apartment, right? Um, but a lot of people don't take that into account when putting the plan together for a home. They will, however, get furniture and things like that. But the maintenance of the home, excuse me, is usually overlooked until it's necessary or it's too late, right? And now that's how a lot of people get into living in homes where it'll seem like it's going into a dilapidated state, but it was like they may never been prepared to even do the maintenance or be responsible for the maintenance of the home. So I think that that should be included as well. Let's see. That's awesome though. But that's what I'm saying. Like he's not gonna give he's not gonna give people money to
Around that education, though, I think whatever's going to help people to not just acquire a home, but keep it, right? Because it's not just about acquiring it, but it's about
right, but
keeping it,
maintain.
and it's the education around managing money and spending, right? But being able to really budget and embrace budgeting that helps with sustaining the house. I think when I first purchased my first home, and I own a home and a duplex at this point,
Yeah,
I never would have thought that my home would be worth what it is. And I've been renting it out for years at this point, right? But it's a single family home. I never thought it would be valued at what it is. And
right.
so, and the duplex, I get texts all the time, I have an offer, of yada yada. Would you be interested? I'm like,
Right,
get out of here. If I respond at all, right? If I respond at all, no, I'm not interested.
right.
I am that guy who's also sending out the texts, right? Or would you be interested, right, in this offer? So yeah, that definitely.
Amen.
This is America. This is America. And this is Decision Day 2024 in America, my friends. Thank you all for being here. Madam CeeLo Boston, TM, America's favorite mentor. Now, this is a special edition of the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by TM Hyman and Associates. Thank you to everyone who has tapped in today. We are headed into 7 hours and 28 minutes. That seems crazy. That seems crazy to me. It's like a full freaking work day, baby.
Right.
A full work day, right? Almost like slave labor. Because we
My
only got
cash
like
app
a
is
15-minute break.
$MDMBOSTON. Volunteer for this election day.
We are here.
Let's see.
We are here.
She'll also fight to raise the minimum wage and end sub-minimum wages for tipped workers and people with disabilities. Establish paid family and medical leave and eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers. And a lot of people are unaware that,
And one thing that I have also heard, as you talk about some of her points, I think a highlight on the opposite side of the aisle is around no tax on overtime. Have you heard about that?
is that hold on.
No tax on overtime. Now, that wouldn't apply to salaried workers, right? And so when you think about a certain population, that only applies to hourly workers because overtime only applies to hourly workers. But Judith, I would love to bring you in to ask you about the idea of no tax on overtime, and if that's significant to you or not.
It would be significant. I believe it's no federal tax on overtime, not state tax, but federal tax. And that would be significant to my employees. They would love that because each one of them usually gets more than 40 hours a week. We have a law here in the state of Illinois that depending upon if you're a salaried worker, you still have to get overtime if you're working regular hours on a regular basis that accumulates more than 40 hours. It's really kind of weird how the state of Illinois kind of works.
So definitely a benefit to employees.
Definitely.
So I get it. Definitely a benefit to employees. I think based on how people responded, yes, I think that was a highlight for some people. If that's something that could be done, because that's not something like that he could just stroke a pen and do. That's something that would have to actually go through. I believe Congress in order to happen. I could be wrong, right? But I believe that would require a process because it's such a huge shift. That's just like, I think we were promised $15 an hour for minimum wage, a few years ago. And I think that there's only a few states that have actually done that, if a few, but I do know California did it. Judith, are you aware of any other state that has gone $15?
Illinois is working its way up to $15 an hour. We're at $14 this year, and in January of 2025, we'll be at $15. We're at $14 this year, and then $15. It was like progressive, but the city of Chicago is at $16.80 an hour.
Yeah, and so what I think is, I think it was a progressive process across the board.
Mm-hmm.
I think they had to gradually move into it, and I think we're there now on that $15 mark. Based on what you just said. And so, some people felt like the government did not fulfill the obligation around that $15 minimum wage, but it sounds like we are there. And if we aren't there in all states, we're certainly headed there in a lot of states. And so let's hold those who were put in position accountable to do what they say they're going to do, right?
Yeah.
They need to do exactly what they say they're going to do, and then we can go from there.
I think, not to get off tangent with everything, but when you were talking earlier about term limits, our president has term limits. I think that the other senators and congressmen need to have term limits too. And we need to give other generations a chance to be able to get into politics. And I think we have a lot of people, entrepreneurs and other professionals that would like to get into politics, but it costs so much money, and to fight some of these machines that have been around for 30, 40 years is just crazy. And we need some good young, when Obama ran, he was close to my age, and I'm thinking, oh wow, we got a turnover of the guard, and it's going to be younger people now doing it, and things like that. And then we went back to the old cronies. Tim, I don't know what happened, but I can't hear you, honey.
I think the fact that you
Oh,
can
there
be
we go.
35 or older says a lot. We definitely need more younger folks in the process for sure. For sure.
Well, I honestly believe too that if you can be a convicted felon and run for president, we've opened up the door, and just about 99% of the population over the age of 35 has a chance of running for president in this country. I mean, I've kept it really clear that I think it's a sad day in America that we're in this situation. And I have just I don't know. I feel some kind of way about it. I wish we had more professional candidates, that we've seen more of them to be able to choose from.
Yeah.
So yes, I voted. Yes, I did my due diligence, but I just wish we had different candidates.
I think your sentiments are echoed across the entire country. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think we all are feeling like we really deserve. I'll use the word deserve. Um, different candidates, younger candidates, even, my friends. Certainly, right? If 35 is the qualification, why do we have 80-year-olds in office? Is it that no one wants the job? Is that the case? Or is it a scary job, right? 'Cause I'm not running to it. Certainly not. It's a big job. It's a tough job. But I think there's a lot of people who are qualified for the job. I do. And so, listen, 4 years will be around again before we know it. 4 years will be around again before we know it. And I just want to remind you that it is Decision Day 2024. Have you voted? I know it's tough. I know you, along with me and many others, right, wish we could feel better about the decision, but today's not the day. Today is not the day, right? So we'll try to get in another 4 years. We'll support local elections, state elections, right? And we'll hopefully get better candidates out of it. But until then, let's get out there today and let's help to close this gap, and let's do it as quickly as possible with a sense of urgency. Yes. 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 Absolutely. Let's get out there with a sense of urgency, and let's do it with a smile, right? And not mean mug people the way we know how to mean mug, right? Try not to mean mug folks, Boston, even though you voted already.
I can't help it. I can't help it.
Even though you've already voted, right? Try not to mean mug the folks, because it's easy to do. It's easy to do.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I was looking, while you were doing that, I was looking up the state minimum wage laws. And I was trying to find like who was giving like the most accurate, right? But so then I found the Department of Labor.gov. I said, hey, that might be the best place to get this information from. So the states that have like the highest minimum wage, it seems to be with the highest coming, California is coming in number one because they're at $16 an hour. So like if I start from the West Coast, right? Washington State is 16.28 an hour. Oregon is 14.70. California is 16. Nevada is 12. Now these are the states with higher minimum wages than the federal, right? Um, and then you have New Mexico at 12 an hour, Alaska at 11.73 an hour. Let's see, you got Hawaii at 14 an hour. Yeah, all of the Hawaiian islands are like 14. New Mexico is 12. Arizona is 14.35. Montana is 10.30. And let's see, South Dakota is 11.20 an hour. So like in the middle, it seems like in the middle of the United States, it's about like anywhere from like $10 to $12 an hour. Missouri is 12.30 an hour, and Arkansas is 11. Illinois is 14. But Wisconsin is still 7.25 an hour.
Yeah, that sounds wild to me. And so maybe Wisconsin opted out somehow to that law, and I'm not sure, but it sounds like the rest of the state is moving progressively in the direction of the $15. And I do believe it was a scaled approach, and they had to be there by a certain time.
Let me see. Because like yeah, because Wisconsin is one of the states with the same minimum wage as federal. Let me see. I'm trying to see. They have states with lower minimum wage rates, and federal applies. Let's see. You can tell me what state that is. Okay, that's Tennessee. It's giving no. Okay, yeah, they're lower. So Mississippi, Louisiana, um, Alabama, they're all listed as states with lower minimum wage rates, but they're not listed as what as to what that rate is. And it just says federal applies. That's really interesting. But like Georgia is listed as like 5.15 an hour. North Carolina is still 7.25. It's mind blowing. Florida's 12 an hour. Puerto Rico's 10.50. I mean, it also points to the fact that each area, it's like the wages are based off the environment. And it's like if we're supposed to be, sharing the same laws and policies and ways of life and so forth, then like why cannot we all make the at least base amount of money? Like why do we even have to fight over that?
Cost of living.
True.
Yeah, cost of living would be one of the differentiators and the de facto elements. I think,
Yeah.
because when I hear $7 in Wisconsin, it makes me think about the cost of living in Wisconsin,
Right.
right? And so when I think about Illinois being at $14, I think about the cost of living. I think about the fact that California is already at $15, $16. I think about the cost of living.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's so crazy. Like Wyoming, for instance, the basic minimum rate is 5.15 an hour, but employees subject to the Fair Labor Standards Act must pay the current federal minimum wage of 7.25 an hour. And that
Mhm.
was Wyoming, in case you missed.
Yep.
I mean,
River, how much does cost of living differ in Canada? River, if you're there and able to speak, it just made me think how much of a difference between Detroit and Canada is cost of living and how you all look at it versus how we look at it here in the United States. River, if you're there, she may not be available, but I think it's interesting because just to your point, right? Cost of living differs state by state. I wonder if it differs in the different regions or area throughout Canada as well. From Toronto to Windsor, I wonder if the cost of living differs.
Yeah, that's a good.
So we'll certainly find out. Certainly find out.
It looks like her mic is open, but I don't know. She could be having what happened to me earlier, where I was talking, but you couldn't hear me.
Oh no, I brought her. River, were you there? No, I didn't see her mic open at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I never saw it open.
Okay.
Yeah. Special edition, the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, Team America's Favorite Mentor, hanging out with you literally all day, a whole work shift. We have done a whole work shift. And listen, this has been monumental because what it says is we do this with our eyes closed, right? That's what this says, that we can do this with our eyes closed. That thank you for those who have popped in. Thank you so much. This was a thought that literally turned into something that I said I have to do, right? I have to do. And I know it's a Tuesday, it's election day, but it's a work day for a lot of people. It was a planned day for a lot of people. So I was going to do this to invest the time regardless. Thank you all for taking time out of your schedule to pop in. We will continue to speak to people across the country who are going to the polls this evening, this afternoon, who are on the way to the polls. If you are taking your kids out with you to the polls, listen, tap in with us. Join us live. Click the link right here in the studio. Click the link. You can click the link now. It should take you to a studio. Save that link and come and join us when you have time. So where it says to join us live in the studio, click that link and you can join us live. Right here, Decision Day 2024, HAC Studios. How about that? It's the Social Lab, baby. This is how we roll. This is how we roll. But Boston, give me a critique of the last 7 hours and 46 minutes. How have we done here?
I think we have done awesome, and I love the interaction that we received, and this. I know this won't be the last time we do this, for certain, because it's well worth it. And it's still people gonna watch it afterwards as well.
Yeah, I don't plan to do a 12-hour marathon no time soon.
12-hour. I meant going live like this.
I don't plan to do a 12-hour run no time soon. And it will definitely be another sponsored event, but a different kind of sponsor. There will be a sponsor outside of TM Hyman Associates who will be helping to power the movement.
Go ahead, T.
But this shows that we have the juice, right? We definitely have the juice, and this is not even the whole crew, right? This is not the whole crew. So I'm excited to just kind of show a little sneak peek of what's to come. It just comes down to this day being very important. And because we recognize this day, I recognize this day, right? People who have chimed in, Madam Boston recognizes the importance around this day. We are here, right?
Yeah.
But we also had the availability. And so I appreciate those who want to tap in, but you had other things going on. Listen, first things first, right? First things first. But this will be available via replay. So that's helpful. Please go invite somebody out to the polls. Help them to get to the polls. If you've already done it, right? Don't go alone. Ask somebody if they need your help to go out and support them at the polls, because a lot of people are not going to ask for help. They're not going to ask for help. We're very uncomfortable asking for help. So why don't you offer help, right? Why don't you offer some help? Yeah, go ahead. Go for it.
I was just gonna say, when we spoke about earlier about the age of candidacy. And okay, so we already spoke about the president needing to be 35 or over, right? So a senator has to be age 30 or over. And to be a representative, a person must be 25 or older. And that is specified in the US Constitution for all three that I named.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Actually, that's pretty cool. I did know that that the presidency was older than the other roles. I did know that. So when you said 35, I was like, well, what's the other ages? And so, yeah, that sounds about right. So you said 20, 25, and 30, or 25, 30, and 35. 25, 30, and
Yeah.
35. Yeah.
Yeah. Which makes sense, because if you start out as a representative and then you do that for about 5 years and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna be a senator now, then go be a senator, and
It's a
then
progressive process if you start early.
so it gives you about 5 years of getting it together before you move on to the next space. And you're able to, right?
Ideally, unless you come in as a senator, right?
Right.
Or you just come in late, older.
Right. Right. But that minimum being 25, 30, or 35.
Right. Well, if you come in at 40, you trump all of that
Of course.
to any of those roles, right?
Right. And also, from my understanding, they want them to be married, you know? Not so much the definitely for the presidency, but it really doesn't speak too much to it as far as like representative and stuff. Mm, here we go. I think it's awesome though that we get to be part of a few monumental presidential elections, right? Because I even remember, I don't know if they still
Certainly
do.
monumental, certainly.
Yeah. I don't know if they still do it, but I remember being in elementary school and voting. And now, of course, I know our votes didn't count, right? However, it did
The mock elections.
yeah, the mock elections. It did pique my interest. And then, the woman that raised me, she was into politics and she was an Eastern Star. So like we went to a lot of the dinners and a lot of the rallies and stuff like that as a kid. So that is where like my interest even began, was, as just being in the environment. And honestly, it was a lot of women, you know what I mean, that were going out door to door and things like that, and being the community organizers. And you know that's when they were actually having selling parties. But for those of you that don't know what that is selling dinner plates, okay, and that good old cake, that good old 7-Up cake slices.
Pay that rent.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And then, the selling parties also could be like what we call in the hood yacht parties. Like, what's a yacht party? It's like noodles. It's like, nah, yak is not noodles. Yak is not to be confused with oodles and noodles. They're not the same.
You need chicken, you need egg noodles, you need pork leg, some ketchup, soy
Right.
sauce.
Right. And I've even seen dinner parties to raise money for candidates, right, during elections.
Yes.
Right. I mean, there's all type of things that people do creatively to raise money for candidates or raise money for church, right? Raise money for community endeavors. Lots of different things. We don't do those things as much anymore. We're in a technology age, right? So we fancier with what we do. I'll tell you a cool fundraiser I supported was one of my god kids recently. It was a popcorn fundraiser, and the popcorn was $20 a bag for like a family size bag of popcorn, right? I thought
Yeah.
it was extremely like I was like, this is an expensive bag of freaking popcorn. But it's a fundraiser, so I got it. But man, listen, when I got those 3 bags, because yes, the Hungry Jack did order 3 bags of the family size popcorn. I did. Don't judge me, judge your mama. Listen, judge your mama or your daddy. You feel me? Judge your daddy. Don't be judging me. Cause I got 3 bags of the family size. You heard me? Yeah, you know, it cost me like $68, $72. I don't know. I was supporting my baby. You feel me? I was supporting my baby. I got these damn family size bags of popcorn. Oh boy. Oh, happy day.
Oh, they better be good.
Oh, happy day.
Back in the day.
When Jesus comes and wash my sins away.
Napkin. Bring me a napkin.
Boy,
Bring
boy,
me some. I need to rinse my mouth.
boy. The popcorn was so good. Listen, I wanted to go back online after I finished the last family size.
Order's over.
Don't
Praise
judge
the
me, judge your daddy. You feel me? Listen, I'm just saying. Wood. What's good? Wood is back. Yo, judge me and my popcorn fetish. You feel me? Hey, but can I tell you how crazy the popcorns were? Jalapeno cheddar cheese. Texas jalapeno something. Crazy. It was crazy. And how about cinnamon toast crunch? Boy, what?
You must have had the
Fat
same
Daddy.
fundraiser that I was
Style.
looking
Oh, Fat Daddy style. I killed the popcorn.
Yeah, they had that fancy gourmet popcorn.
I did. I did. This has nothing to do with the election, but support any kid that comes with a popcorn fundraiser. Do yourself a favor. Do yourself a favor. Listen.
Let's figure out what I'm gonna order to eat tonight.
Get
I'm not.
Yeah, me too. Trying to figure it out. I ordered over the weekend. I found. Were you on Clubhouse and I was talking about the Korean barbecue chicken?
I was on when you were talking about wanting some.
Wanted
After
some.
you got any.
Yeah, well, I ended up connecting with Miranda on Saturday at the Cheesecake Factory, and they asked, what was we going to eat? I already knew what I wanted. I went right to a certain place in the menu, and you know what it was? It was Korean chicken. She was like, "Was you serious about that Korean?" What?
You'll be playing.
What? Very intentional. Very intentional. Very, very, very intentional.
Got dinner is ready now.
Yes. Yes. It is 3:00 on the dot Eastern Standard Time, my friends. And it is election day in the city. And so I have not been watching the news at all because I wanted to be totally engaged. But I said at 3:00, I wanted to tune in so that we could start to report in real time as the numbers are coming in. There will be people who will continue to pop in from different parts of the country between now and 7 p.m., and we welcome it. But we simply want it to help to relieve some anxiety. At this point, the numbers are going to start to roll in. The numbers are going to start to roll in, and we're going to be here until 7 o'clock until the majority of the numbers are in. But we're going to start reporting live to you what is happening across the country as the numbers start to come in. And so, what are you seeing right now? As I just take a look at what's happening and get some things directly in front of me. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so I'm doing now is updating the page because I was on our Facebook page, just checking the message and also check the numbers. So okay, so this was just an update 3 minutes ago. Nevada Secretary of State's office is texting voters to cure ballots before next week's deadline. Mm. Oh, meaning to verify their signatures. Okay, so to restate what I just said, Nevada's Secretary of State um, is texting voters who need to cure their mail ballots, meaning to verify their signatures before their ballots can be counted by the November 12th deadline. So as of Tuesday, the Nevada Secretary of State's office recorded 13,906 ballots still needing to be cured and 12,939 ballots that have been cured successfully. And the bulk of the outstanding ballots need to be curated um, in Clark County. And let's see. Okay. And if you're wondering what could possibly be causing, them to need to verify their signatures, um, the information that they gave is that this pretty much a trend of younger voters that need to cure their mail-in ballots, because they said for the most part, young people tend not to answer their phone and make it difficult for them to be contacted. And so because next Tuesday deadline to verify all the signatures, since it's next Tuesday for Nevada, that's why it take longer than any other state, getting back with the final results. Let's see. Okay, we got another update on the bomb threats, but this time it's from the FBI. They're saying that the bomb threats across several states appear to have originated from Russian email domains. So here we are with Russia back in our elections. Yeah. Uh, and all of the bomb threats that had been made and reported have also been deemed as non-credible bomb threats. So there are no active bomb threats that are have been reported right, currently that are credible. Rather. Let's see. Wow. Okay, so a man in Michigan was arrested for threatening to attack if Trump wins. So they arrested a 25-year-old man in Michigan this morning for threatening to commit a violent attack if DGT wins the election. And yeah, so They said the statement read, well, the threat read, I shall carry out an attack against conservative Christian Field in the event that Trump wins the election. And that he stole some, he has a, he stated that he had a stolen AR and he's going to get away with his plan. But yep, they got him. And he's going to make his first appearance in federal court this afternoon. And I'm sure there's going to be more stories like that, by tomorrow once this portion of it is done. But, we still have, some a couple of days really to get in all final votes. Are you talking?
I'm with you.
Okay.
No, I was listening, and it
Okay.
looks like maybe the live streams may have maxed out,
I has. Okay.
and
Yeah.
so yeah, I'm just going to post the Facebook. I'm sorry, I'm going to post the YouTube link in the accounts.
Okay.
Yeah, I think when we hit that 8 hour mark.
Hey, this is on a VPN.
Yeah,
Automatic.
I think
Yeah.
when we hit that 8 hour mark, they were like, go home. Yeah, I get it. I get it, but we still here though.
We outside tonight, puppy out.
Yeah, but we definitely still here though. So yeah. My friends, this is a special edition of the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by TM Hyman Associates. We're here to support today, right? The also ever important election day here in the United States of America. And it is extremely important that we go out and do our part, right? Whether we like the candidates or not, we need to go out and do our part today as a part of Decision 2024. We must go out and do our part. As I'm looking at the TM Hyman page, over 70 comments, 5 shares, 398 views. And so we've certainly helped to bring some awareness to people out in the world. And so looking at an additional 18 views, we are making some things happen, my friends. And so listen, please go out and do something that's going to help to inspire, right? And help people to truly reduce the anxiety, reduce the fear, and take care of business today. Because if we don't, I think we have some dire consequences, right? Some dire consequences. So yeah, let's do the work. Let's do the work. And we've maxed out on Facebook doing the live streams, and so now you are watching us via our YouTube channel live. And so we did a full hour, and so they maxed out at 8 hours. Now we know that we can only do an 8 hour run on a live on Facebook. We wouldn't have known that if we didn't actually do it, right? And so I think I'm not sure how many people have ever maxed out on Facebook. Not too many. Not too many. I'm not sure how many people have ever tried it or have been able to do an 8 hour straight run live.
extended it because I remember there was a point where it would only let you do it for an hour and it would cut off automatically. I think Instagram was doing that, but now it's like it's a little bit it's longer now. Well, apparently it's longer.
Clearly, clearly, right? 8 hours long, and so we are here. Madam Boston, what is your nose deep in right now?
Okay, so the latest information that's been shared is 15 states have mobilized National Guard personnel for Election Day. So more than 250 National Guard personnel are providing Election Day support in 15 states. A spokesperson told CNN on Tuesday. And they said the personnel had been mobilized in Alabama, Arizona, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Iowa, New Mexico, North Carolina, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Texas, Washington, Wisconsin, and West Virginia. And they said a little bit less than half of those troops are assisting with cybersecurity missions, and the rest is providing support at local requests. So whoever is requesting them, they're on call to stay to show up. They're pretty much on standby. Yeah, that's where we're at now, though, right? But this is almost like it gets like this every. It seems like it gets like this almost like every 4 years, though, because you still have, even with it not, it's like every 4 years there's this there's a different type of anxiety. And I guess this one seems different because if he wins again, yes, this will be the last time that he'll be able to run. But if he gets in, he might try to change that. Because he had even made a statement the other day when he was speaking that he should have never left. So
For sure. I'm looking at final hours of voting underway. They're looking to have the first poll results at 5 p.m. At 5 p.m. And so it is a countdown. It is election day in America, decision day, 2024. T.M. Hyman, America's favorite mentor. This is a special edition of Broadcast for Us. We haven't done anything like this in quite some time. And I really, literally just woke up the other morning and was like, you know what? Need to be a part of this process today. In some way, shape, or form, we need to be a part of this process. We got to be able to tell a story about today, our own story, right? About today. And we want people to be able to weigh in and participate, and they did, and they have. And so it's amazing because we were streaming across multiple platforms. We were able to have our power hour on Clubhouse. We were streaming live, and then we maxed out at hour 8 on Facebook across 2 platforms. And so we are here now streaming live on YouTube. I can't wait until we're able to get to the end of the evening, because at the end of the evening, listen, we will have some results that we've been waiting for all day long.
All day long.
And we can officially say that we were a part of the process in a big old way, right? In a big old way, right? And so listen, weigh in as people are weighing in all across America. I'm looking at people voting in El Segundo right now. I'm looking at people voting in Surprise, Arizona right now. Listen, maybe Surprise, Arizona is going to bring us a big old surprise today. I don't know. I've never heard of Surprise, Arizona, to be honest. But I think Arizona has showed their ass showed all of their ass because, listen, they came out in droves. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to the people in Arizona. Arizona understood the assignment, totally understood the assignment, and went out in big style, big fashion. Shout out. Burke, Virginia. We're looking at some people voting right now out in Burke, VA. People are coming and going, right? Coming and going as the afternoon picks up. School is out and the polls are open. School is out and the polls are open. If you are out at the polls, we'd like you to join our studio audience. Come on in, talk to us. I'm going to throw this up on the screen. Come join us live. Click the link, come into the studio. Show us what it looks like at the polls where you are. I'm looking at Houston, Texas right now. Doesn't look like there's a lot of people in lines out at the polls right now at this location in Houston. A lot of early voting. And so election day is a countdown till we get the first, it's a countdown until we get the first set of results, and we start actually seeing how it's going in the various states. And so we will call it out and count it down up until 7 p.m. and then we'll log off. Listen, I have been dreaming of a CNN style production and was like, listen, we're going to go CNN on their ass, okay, on election day. And I think we're halfway through, you know. I think we did. We brought, you know, a little bit of CNN, right? A little bit of CNN to you, a little CNN your way, right?
Wait. No, what was it? Dang. Was it Hood National News? No,
A
that's
little
not.
hood version of CNN.
I couldn't even think of what it's something always on social lab. I can't think of what I used to call it.
Yeah, you know, but listen, I think we have done very, very well. We have come with some very scholarly perspective, right? We have come with some facts, not a whole bunch of, you know, foolishness. We have showed up, and listen, we're coming like we are being paid, and listen, we're not. Okay, we're not. But I'll tell you, it's a lot of currency and the energy that we've been able to glean. And I'll tell you, this helps us to understand. Madam Boston said it. This is something that should happen. We've been talking about this for a long time. This takes a lot of effort for me. It takes a lot of effort to pull off something like this. It takes a lot of effort. But clearly, we do it really, really well. And so first exit poll results are due at 5 p.m. And so we are standing by and we'll be here with you to bring you those results.
Did you post YouTube page on the TM Hyman page?
What's that?
Did you post the YouTube link on the TM Hyman page?
Yes.
Okay. Just trying to find it to share it.
Yes.
Thank you.
You see it?
I found it. Sharing now.
And they can get in the studio right from the link that's on the screen once they actually get into the video.
Oh, okay.
The link that we can see right now, they'll see it and should be able to click it to come into the studio. What does the polls look like where you are, my friends? What does the polls look like? Looking at some comments, it looks like Donald Trump says he feels very confident about what's going on tonight, election night 2025. I am sure that if we were to ask someone in the Harris camp, I'm sure they would say they feel extremely confident tonight. Listen, voting on abortion measures is the state of Arizona, is the state of Colorado, Florida, and so many others like Virginia. I believe Georgia is voting on abortion measures tonight, right? It is heavy rain across the Midwest, but people are coming out, baby. They are coming out, coming out. Don't allow the weather to keep you in the house tonight. Okay, we need you to come out. Philly officials, listen, are on high alert right now. I think all things Pennsylvania was on high alert right now, and so Harris says feeling really good. Listen, I told you we asked the Harris campaign, didn't have to ask. Just saw something that said that they're feeling really good about tonight. So, oh boy, both sides are feeling confident, but there's only going to be one winner. Both sides are feeling confident, but there's only going to be one winner. Who will the winner be? Oh my gosh. First poll closes in just 3 hours. The first poll closes in just 3 hours. The first exit poll is coming at 5 p.m.
Yeah.
We're on our way. We're on our way. I don't want you to be nervous. I want you to get excited. I want you to get excited. I do. Mail-in ballots have been processed. About 95% of Detroit's mail-in ballots have already been processed. Hey, listen, can you say we gonna know before we go to sleep tonight?
So here's that though, right? Being that we've been up so long, are we really going to be able to wait for the result? I'm going to try. I'm going to try really, really hard. But I've been up since 4, so I don't know. But I'm going to try really hard.
Well, I've been up since before 4 because I had a show to do at 5. I did that show from 5 to 6:30.
I popped in.
I jumped off of that show at 6:30. I took a shower and then I was here.
Okay. Yeah, I popped into that other show that you were on.
Yeah.
Popped out.
Yeah. Right? 83,792,514 people have already voted. 83,792,514 people have already voted. Can you say amazing? Can you say bravo, America? Bravo, America, bravo. Yeah. We're not playing games tonight. We're not playing games tonight. Uh-oh. Deep breath, 478. Yep. 478. Hey, you working, you double timing it over there. You double timing it over there. Yeah, we are going to take a dinner break. We are. We're going to take a dinner break coming up soon. I think 4 o'clock is always the hour. So we're going to take a dinner break around 4 o'clock. We're going to come back around 4:30, but we'll still be here with you. And then we'll be prepared to pick back up at 5 with the first round of votes. And then we're going to carry you all the way in to the 7 o'clock hour. And this is going to be oh so exciting. About 13,000 mail-in ballots in Nevada have already been processed. That's what we're looking at. National Guard personnel providing some support across 15 different states. 250 National Guard was deployed across 15 states, and so that's some protection where people are feeling like they need to be a little more secure. Listen, do whatever we need to do. Key presidential states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin.
Yeah. So the ones with the electoral vote.
We need you to get up, get out, and make sure you actually do some movement. I think there are going to be some things flipped tonight, and there's still going to be some people fighting for their life, tonight. Your vote may be the one vote to save somebody's life tonight politically, right? Don't underestimate your vote. Don't underestimate your vote. And listen, woosah, woosah. 478. Yeah, woosah. Absolutely. You know what I'm saying?
Or
Like
this
release the anxiety, all of that. But yeah, for me, it's like this right here, all of that.
You know what I'm wondering too, though, in that New Hampshire community where they're tied with 3 votes each. Like, does it stay that way, or Mm. Oh, I guess it would change after after these votes that come in today. Yeah, because that would have to be from the early voting. It has to be coming from the early voting. Let's see. I was trying to see if there was a way that we could okay, so they have a map for the 270. It's supposed to be an interactive map. So okay, so currently for the 2024, so Vice President Harris has 226. She needs 44 more to win. Trump has 219 electoral votes, and he needs 51 to win.
Say that again. I heard you, but say it again for the people who was in the kitchen.
So I'm looking at the states for the electoral college votes, which we know, or if you don't know, it's 270 electoral votes that are needed. So as it stands, and again, this is a projection that we're going off right now. So Harris currently has 226, and she needs 44 more to hit that 270. Trump is at 219 and needs 51 more to hit that.
Gotcha. But the majority of the votes have not come in for a lot of these battleground states. Yep. No, totally get it. Absolutely. This is a nail biter, my friends. And so I'm not seeing any electoral readouts just yet. I think that's where most major news outlets are waiting to around 5 o'clock. So where did you get that update? The source.
I am going to. We're in. Hold on. I guess I'm about to pull up the YouTube and share that. But to be exact, I got it from CNN.com.
Okay.
/election /2024 electoral college map.
Okay.
It's the actual electoral vote college map, and it's an interactive.
If you drop the link, if you can drop it, I'll pull it up and I'll actually share it. This is the special edition of Decision Day 2024. It's Election Day here in America. TM, grateful that Madam Boston has been hanging out all day, along with people who've been checking in. We were live on Facebook. Facebook cut us off at the 8-hour mark. We are now 8 hours and 27 minutes in, but we appreciate you for taking time to weigh in, whether you are watching live or you are watching via replay. Thank you, and we hope that you were able to either get your early vote on or you were able to get out and get your vote done today with no hassle, and you were fear-free and you was anxious-free, right? You had no anxiety, but you went out very intentional with a sense of urgency and you handled business, right? Pat yourself on the back, pat yourself on the back. But we need to also determine what's next, because there's a lot of fear around what's going to happen tomorrow and the next day and the next day. As we know, everyone's not going to be happy either way that the ball bounces, right? There's going to be change that we have to accept regardless of who becomes the president. It's going to be change. Even if it was not Trump, even if it was not Harris, it was going to be someone other than Biden. We were going to have to accept change regardless, right? And so that call out that was discussed earlier is extremely important. And so no need to be afraid of tomorrow or the next day or the next day. Listen, the bottom line is people are out doing the do right now. Arizona is bringing in 11 electoral votes. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. Michigan, 15 electoral votes. These are significant battleground states, right? Significant states. And based on what Madam Boston just shared with us, these are states that still have electoral votes outstanding, right? And Kamala Harris only needs how many?
She needs 44.
If she takes Pennsylvania, who has 19, right? She will be almost halfway on her way. If she gets Pennsylvania and if she gets Michigan with 15, she is absolutely on her way, right? 19 in Pennsylvania, 15 in Michigan. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
This is, as stated, a nail biter, because we're only like 4 states away, right, from being able to really determine who is going to be the next president of the United States of America.
Right.
Because many of these states already have a lot of their votes already in due to the significance of early voting.
Yes. And like that's what I was saying. The being able to look at the interactive map kind of gives you a better it gives you a better visual of what's really required from each electoral state. You know, even if you're not even if this is your first time, you know, looking at politics is the right. It really is this site has been pretty good today. And then also the Rock the Vote site is really good. And again, for those that have mailed in your absentee ballots, you know, you can go to the Rock the Vote site to track your absentee ballot. And if you're still also looking, you know, for where your polling place is, maybe you, I don't know, can't find your don't know where your voter registration card is, but you got your ID. You know, you can still look it up here. There's plenty of resources. Plenty of resources. I'm trying to see. Here we go. Okay, something else I wanted to like touch on too. With these battleground states. So, like for instance, Arizona historically had voted for Republican. And so we're going for context, the year range I'm looking at is from 2000 to 2020, the last election. So for instance, Arizona had historically from 2000 to 2016 voted Republican. But in 2020, they voted Joe Biden. Georgia was the same thing from the year 2000, which was George Bush. And he did 2 terms, so they chose him for 2000 and 2004. And then, the remainder years, again, it was Republican up until 2020. Let's see. And then now Michigan was interesting to me because um from 2000 to 2012, they had selected I mean, not Barack Obama, the Democrats. Love Barack. They selected Democrats, but for 2016, they gave it to Donald Trump. It seems like a lot of these the things that I'm seeing that's recurring in these battleground states is they all seem to have given Donald Trump a try, at least in 2016. Now, excuse me, Nevada has been they only went with Republican for the first for 2000 well for 8 years. So 2 terms of George Bush, and then it was Democrat from 2008 to 2020. Now, North Carolina, they were Republican from 2000 up until 2008 when they selected Barack Obama. But then after Barack Obama, that first term, they went back Republican up until 2020. And so it's like just looking at this, right? It could still go either way. Pennsylvania, and we were saying that was a one of the key states, right? That could really kind of push her over the edge if that was one of them. They did Democrat from 2000 to up until 2016, and when they selected Donald Trump, and then again in 2020 they went back to Democrat. So they too gave DJT a chance. And lastly, we have Wisconsin, which again was one of those that selected Democrat from 2000 all up to 2016, where they gave Donald Trump a chance. But in 2020, they went with Joe Biden, the Democratic Party. So
I think a lot, as you just observed, right? I think there were a lot of places that were upset with the status quo,
yeah,
wanted to try something new, but realized that, oh, okay, you going too far.
that's like when you take the advice from somebody that say, all you got to do is,
Yeah, yeah, or just do this. Yeah, just just.
you gotta
Yeah, absolutely. Exciting times in America, my friends. We have to have the right mindsets about the future. And I think if we are hopeful about the future, optimistic about the future, if we are thinking abundance, we will receive abundance. If we think lack, we will continue to receive or experience lack, right? We've got to operate with the high frequency at the end of the day, thinking solutions and not problems. Thinking solutions and not problems. Today, we are about to hire a global leader to represent us, right? We are hiring other leaders legislatively to support us, represent us, right? Let's choose wisely. Let's choose wisely. You have the Philadelphia district attorney that's standing and warns of election allegations right now, right? Listen, he says to F around and find out. That's what that's what the Philadelphia DA warns of allegations. He says F around and find out. DJ, That's the district attorney in
I need
Philadelphia.
him in here in North Carolina.
Come get me, DJ. I got you. Come get
Yo,
me.
hey, I'm on a little break right now. We're gonna pop up at the next location here at 4:30 here in Greensboro, North Carolina, at Mount Zion Baptist Church. So I came home just to play basketball with my son. Where you at, Calvin? Hey, yeah. So he working on his jump shot. But
Okay.
you
Look at the
know,
race.
he
Look at
you
the
know,
race.
I just needed a break. I was traumatized this morning. Hello. That boy 6'2", 235 pounds, 14 years old. Jesus Christ. Whew. So this is why we need our health insurance. This is why we need some money. This is why we need some opportunity so that we can pass these things on to our next generations. Because it's not about us. It really is. You know, this is my baby boy. This is my youngest.
Right.
But yeah, I'm my head on a swivel. I'm looking for old people with canes today. Like, and I have to shout out my beautiful queen, who is stuck by me and been here 21 years.
Oh,
And
solid.
counting. I'm not worthy.
Solid.
Like, you are. Thank you. I love you. I love you more.
Oh, Black Love, I love it.
You know what I'm saying? But we out here. We in these streets today because we got stuff to do.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm gonna tap back in with y'all in a little bit. Let me get set up. I had to come eat something, and take a break, because when that man swung that cane at me, I was just like, yo, I'm sorry, I'm not. I gotta go talk to my therapist. Lord have mercy, Jesus, take the wheel, take the wheel. But we out here, we outside, because it's election day, and TM. Man, you a champion, bro. You doing a marathon live, and we need it. Oh, it's the helicopters. Oh my God, something's happening. That's military right there. Oh shit. I'm sorry. They not like us. I'm gonna tap back in with y'all in a little bit, because we're gonna turn up. We rock until 7:30 when the polls close. If you haven't made your way to go vote, I encourage you. I'm going up to my office right now. I'm in my lab.
Okay.
If you haven't made your way to go vote, go do that. Because this election again is, you know, it's what has to happen. You know, and we out here for it. I got my I voted early sticker. You should get yours too.
Get it. Go get it. I got mine last week for sure.
Yo,
I appreciate you,
I'm
brother.
gonna tap back in with y'all, because the next place I'm going, we gonna be in the hood, and we gonna turn up.
Bring us with you.
I got
you. Coming to Charlotte, DJ?
Huh?
Are you coming to Charlotte?
Shoot, yeah, absolutely. We gotta talk. I got you. About say less. And for my fathers out there, send in your child support.
Right.
Stop playing. Stop playing.
Take care of the baby.
Take care of the babies, man. God bless. I'll be back.
Love you, brother.
Peace.
Love you, brother. You know, I love when real ones pop in.
Yes. And he's a real.
When real ones just pop in. And DJ is a global DJ.
Yeah.
He DJs at some of the best, most high-profile events around the world. People call him to DJ at events that you wish you could get access to.
Right.
And so to call him my friend is an understatement. He called me last week and said, I'm in LA, or I just came from LA, and what you're doing needs to be on TV. I said, bro, it's interesting that you say that.
Not a doctor, but play one on TV.
One on TV. I played one on TV. And so, positive vibes your way we're sending, because positive vibes are happening all around us. All we have is positive vibes. Okay. And so things are happening, and we don't want to slow the momentum. And the only thing that could slow the momentum is you. It is you. Well, we want you to have the right mindset, the right heart set, and then open your hand to opportunities. Open your hand, right? Because you have to have the right skill set. And often it takes other people to help us to bring the skill set, the mindset, and the heart set together. Because if we could do it on our own, the world would be a better place, right? The world will be a better place. You know what I'm talking about, Madam Boston? You shaking your head. Talk to the people. Talk to the people.
That's why this green to receive, my left receiving hand, giving hand. You see what I'm saying? The foundation, the growth. Something.
Foundation and growth, like two different greens, but green nevertheless. I love the representation.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Amen. I see it.
symbolic. Yeah, symbolic. You have to absolutely be intentional about whatever it is that you're trying to receive. If you can think about it, you can actually manifest it, because anything that you focus on for a certain period of time, you can certainly receive. You can certainly receive. You just got to be able to align the right activities and things with it in order to get it
Right.
right. And so we are live on YouTube right now. And so whether you are with us or you catch us on a replay, my friends, we appreciate you for tapping in. Just shoot us a comment, and or you can join the studio as well. If you want to join us live, I'll throw the join studio back up for anybody who actually wants to join. We have been here since 7, and we will be here until 7. Nevada has about 57,000 voters who have already cast their votes. And so the votes are coming in. The votes are coming in. River Scott.
Hey, Ripper.
What's going on, River?
Hello, everyone.
What's good?
How you doing?
How you guys doing?
We
We
are
doing
well.
I've just been listening to you guys and listening to the TV, and I just checked in on Chatter to what they were saying. So yes, everybody is truly, truly engaged around the world on America right now in this election. And I'm very glad that you held this space to do what you do. You're 8 hours and almost 50 minutes strong. I knew you could talk, but wow, you could really hold a conversation. You're keeping the flow. Both of you guys, amazing.
Yeah, listen, teamwork makes the dream work. I certainly couldn't do it by myself, but this is a marathon like no other. Had no idea when we hit the activation button that it was literally a 12-hour run. But the fact that we are approaching the ninth hour is pretty amazing. I think when topics are legit, when we're talking about topics that people care about, specifically things that make us fearful and anxious, and we're all feeling it. Clearly, this was something that we needed to talk about. 83 million, 792,514 people have already voted. I'll say it again. 82,792,514 people have already voted. And when I looked at the stats on this broadcast, we were almost like 400 people. It definitely well over 350 people had viewed the broadcast. Hopefully, we've encouraged some people to go out and vote today. Madam Boston, do you think we encourage some people to go out and vote?
I think we encourage some people to go out and vote. I think we encourage people to get more involved in the understanding of politics. If they were unfamiliar, they have a better sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Election day in America, my friends, decision day for us, 2024. We don't have too many days where we share a common thread to this magnitude, right? But today we share a common thread to heights that we may not see for a long time. This is a very, I'm going to say, consequential election, as every election is consequential. There's consequences, but this one I think far surpasses the norm. And I think we hear that often. We said that Obama's election was going to far surpass the norm. I'm not sure if it did or not. But my friends, this one here, I believe is going we're going to feel the impact of for a long time. If we don't stand on the right side of where we're supposed to be today. And
Right.
so, you know, yeah,
And big up to the fact checkers as well, too, right? Because we as humans need them, right? But in the sense of the fact that DJT has been spreading falsehoods and just lying, like right, like making false claims and lying throughout the entire campaign, and hell, even before the campaign began, right? And what we learn as humans, right, is the fact that if you hear something uh a certain amount of times, you may start to believe it. And without those fact checkers, a lot of his stuff would go, and
and
people
that's
would
the goal. The goal is a lot of times is to repeat it so many times to where it becomes something that you're like, yeah, it's a witch hunt. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is a witch hunt because you've heard it so many times, right? When you start to question, is it a witch hunt? Could it
right,
be a witch hunt? Because that's the idea. It's to embed it in your mind to cause you to question something that's not a truth at all.
right, right. And how I even, because I was looking under their facts first, and he DJT was like he falsely claimed that he had never wanted to end the Affordable Care Act. And I was like, that was like one of the first things you tried to undo. Wait, what? Nah, to get out and vote. Like, because I don't know. I just remember people having pure meltdowns when he did get elected. I remember people crying. I remember it was a rough day the next day. We were doing the show then.
We were doing a social lab. Yeah. Yeah, no, it was a interesting happening for sure. An interesting happening for sure. And I believe we're going to experience the same anxiety either way when we wake up in the morning, which is why I think it's important that we have these conversations and we had this conversation, right? Because, we had to get past phase one. Now we're going to have to deal with phase two, right? Phase two is the aftermath.
Yeah.
And, I think there's just as much anxiety and fear that will come in the aftermath. And so it's important as a neuro-linguistic programming practitioner, it's important that I help to acknowledge the fact that we will feel negative emotions. We will feel them. But how we choose to manage these emotions make all the difference in the world, right? Understand that you have total control over what you think, what you say, how you act, and how you feel. You have control over it. So you've
Right.
got to be able to apply some techniques that help you to ultimately manage the anxiety when it starts to rev up, because you will feel anxiety. I will feel anxiety. And so after the election, when it's all over, we have tomorrow and the next day. And the idea is don't feed into the propaganda and the rhetoric that's going to fuel fire and more anxiety and fear. Manage the fear, manage the emotions, and be rational in your response and help other people to be rational in their responses as well. And that's what I suggest and recommend for people who are fearful of what tomorrow may bring or what the weekend may bring, right? After we're complete with today, because everybody's not going to be happy.
Exactly. We all can't get what we want, but that has to be understood. That kind of comes with maturity as well.
Well, I think when it comes to maturity, that's out the door in a lot of instances for a lot of people. There's zero level of maturity.
Let me be hopeful.
Yeah, zero, right? So yeah, if you have some maturity that you can lend somebody, go ahead and bottle it up because it's definitely sellable. Sellable. Yeah, absolutely. Because folks need a little dose of maturity, about an ounce or two. They need like a little ounce to yeah.
Off into a bottle. Shake it in some water.
Right. Absolutely. This is the Social Lab, a special edition powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by T. Muhammad Associates. We've been live since 7 a.m. We'll be live until 7 p.m. We're going to take a dinner break at 4. We'll be back at 4:30, but we'll still be live. You'll be hearing some soft tunes during the time. We'll be back at 4:30, and we're going to plow forward as we begin to talk about electoral votes and how they are landing and how the votes are coming in.
And this just in before we drop out of here for dinner break. Select polling places in Atlanta. The three locations that were affected by the bomb threats, they put in a request for an extension until 8 p.m. to extend from 7:20 to 8 p.m.
To make up for the hour. Yeah, to make up for the hour.
Yes.
Well, good. Absolutely. And so can you just provide that update of what happened here in Atlanta?
Okay, so what happened in Atlanta, there were actually 5 separate non-credible bomb threats that were received in multiple Atlanta area voting locations this morning. And what that did was delayed the polling times. And so they were delayed about a little over an hour. So now they are putting in a request to have an extension until 8 p.m. And those 2 polling locations are in Cobb County, and 2 of those, polling locations are in Cobb County, and 1 location is in Gwinnett County that requested those extensions.
Thank you. And again, that's an update for what took place here, some bomb threat tactics in Atlanta that delayed the polls. They had to shut it down, delayed the polls about an hour. And so those polls will be extended to close at 8 p.m. Here in Atlanta versus the time that the other polls are closing at 7 p.m. We will be here until 7 p.m. First exit poll results will start rolling in at 5. We're going to take a dinner break at 4 o'clock. We're going to come back at 4:30, and we're going to plow forward towards the 7 o'clock hour as polls are closing to help you to stay in tune and stress-free and fear-free as we take care of business in America. It's Decision 2024. It's Election Day here in America, my friends, and we thank you for tuning in. Thanks for tapping in. We're going to tap out for dinner at 4 and come back at 4:30.
Yeah.
Thank
you for rocking with us too.
Thank you for being here. Wisconsin election officials, no issues reported. Everything going well so far out in Wisconsin. And so hopefully we have little to no trouble the rest of the night across the country, despite the little blips that have already happened. And so we're out for dinner. We are back here in a little bit, my friends. You will hear some soft tunes And I say stay tuned. Thanks for being here. We'll be back shortly. Give us about 30 minutes. Get some food.
Yeah.
We are back. It is 4:30 Eastern Standard Time here in the ATL. T.M. Hyman, America's favorite mentor. What's happening, my friends? It is Election Day in America, Decision Day 2024. We've been hanging out all day. It's a 7 to 7 marathon for us. And we appreciate the fact that you have decided to be here with us. Shay, what's going on? What's happening? Have you already voted? Are you going to vote? What is good in the hood if you are available? I just saw the longest line at Temple University. Students on students on students on students. I mean, the longest line. The hour they said was estimated to be 2 hours. The line was estimated to be 2 hours before they actually reached the polls. I think MSNBC was reporting. He asked, "Are you going to stay in line?" And they were like, "Yes, yes, we're going to stay in line." How cool is that? It's extremely cool. Both candidates have been in Pennsylvania like nobody's business. We've talked about that. I think the Harris camp did like 4 dates yesterday, ended in Philly last night. Apparently, it was extremely impactful. Because lines with students on students on students at Temple. That says a lot. That says a whole lot. Decision Day 2024, TM, America's favorite mentor, going to pull River into the combo as well. Please feel free to weigh in. November the 5th, it is here, and in about 30 minutes or so, we should have the first exit poll available, as the first poll will be closing. Today, my friends, is all about us exercising our rights. It's critical. It's a critical part of the democratic process, right, to participate. We've been talking about it all day. A significant day, right? We're determined presidency. We're determined also open offices that exist in the Senate. There are judgeships. There are mayors that are being elected, right? People are being either re-elected or fired today. It's the engagement that's necessary to get the right leadership in place. We got to have the right representation. If we want more, then we have to do more, and we have to hold folks to a higher level of accountability, right? A higher level of accountability and transparency, I think. And transparency. So the President of the United States, the U.S. Senate and the House have some seats open, right? The legislature, really legislators across the board, different parts of the legislature, right? Judges, right? And there may be even open positions within council. There may be council. It differs in different states. But are you paying attention to what's happening locally? We were paying a lot of attention to Kamala Harris, right? First female vice president ever. We're paying a lot of attention to Donald Trump, the 45th president, who's trying to be the 47th president. But are we paying enough attention to what they really look like side by side? When you do a comparison analysis, are you paying attention? Right? That's the question. Have you paid attention, for those of us who've already voted? Because almost 84 million people, the last count I saw, almost 84 million people have voted already. What have been your key takeaways? What have been your key takeaways? Men have been at the forefront, specifically Black men have been pushed to the forefront of this process. I believe women have influenced men, a little bit to get up, get out and do something. That's what I believe. I do believe that. And I think we're going to see it at the polls. Trisha Rue, what is going on? What is
Hello,
happening?
hello.
Yeah, we're gonna bring you into this convo. What is happening? Talk to me about New York State, up
So,
New York, and what the polls have looked like, my friend. Thanks for tapping in.
so I can tell you that I am at the polls here, and there are hardly anyone here. There's no one here. Can I flip my camera around? Is that what I can do here? Um,
Let's see. Show us.
let's see. How do I flip my camera around?
There should be a little camera at the top.
Let me see. Let me see. Let me see.
See a little camera at the top.
Yeah, it's like I see your TM Hyman little thingy there, but I don't see a
Okay.
camera. Let me see. I'll just turn my camera around. Look, it's
Yeah.
we got the dogs here with us and everything. But look, it's empty. There's
Yeah.
nothing.
We did get some reports of other precincts really not having a whole lot of people. There it was easy breezy. Yeah, she swiped herself right on out. Yeah, but I mean, there were a few people who checked in earlier and said the same. Right, there were not a whole lot of people at the polls. That was DJ who checked in, and I think Mary Kim said it was pretty easy for her to go in and out of the polls as well. So not a whole lot, not a whole lot, which is not bad to not have a whole lot of lines. But I think it's only in certain areas, and I think early voting has helped us. I absolutely believe that early voting has helped in a major way. And so, takeaways. What have been key takeaways for you as you have gone through this process? What have been some key takeaways for you? I think it really comes down to what can we learn as we attempt to make our communities and homes better for overall better quality of life. I think we all deserve a better quality of life, but if we aren't exercising our right, and if we aren't really applying the learnings, if we aren't applying the learnings, then how beneficial can things really be? How beneficial can they be? So what are the key takeaways for you? What are some key takeaways? Candidates define the future that we ultimately have in our townships, in our cities, in our states. Let's put the right people in place who are going to represent us. I think Trisha Rue is back. Let's see what is going on. You swiped yourself right out.
I did. I
Yeah,
did.
no,
I
it's
hit the
all good.
I hit the camera when I turned it around.
Yeah.
I think what I was saying in the chat, I think we're going to start seeing people start to move in here now because the 4 o'clock hour was here. So people are starting to pull in because the shifts end here around, the 8 to 4 shifts are ending. So people are starting to pull in. So maybe that's why there wasn't a line. But I hope that's the case. I hope that people are coming and they're, you know, um, what I found interesting, TM, is that there's all advertisement in right around the corner is a Catholic church, and there's a whole bunch of advertisement across the Catholic church about what props to vote yes for and what props to vote no for.
Mm.
So, which I found interesting because for the Catholic church to be right on the main road and to have all of these signs up and everything, I found that quite interesting. I mean, I know.
Not a candidate, but propositions.
Right. Not talking about the candidates at all, but the
Right.
propositions definitely are up there. And because in this state, that one proposition is on the table. So, in reference to women's rights. So, um, and of course, it's plastered right across. It's just say no.
Just say no.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't explain why, doesn't explain anything, and I do remember having the conversation with my mother
who is a devout Catholic, and she said she was handed a card, just say no to Prop 1, and she asked me about it. She did ask me about it because she was like, I clearly they didn't explain it to me. They just wanted me to vote in the direction that they wanted it to be swayed. And she said they never explained to me why to vote no.
Just say no.
Just say no.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
boss.
I was gonna ask, like, is there a sidewalk in between the church and where the signs are?
It's
Like, is it?
around the corner, so it's fair game. It's far enough away.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because I'm like, I don't know if they could actually like do that and still be tax exempt or whatever, however that goes for churches. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's library, so library is so
yeah, public property.
yeah. So and then it's around the corner on another main road, but it's very close to where the polling areas are. That's why I found it,
Okay, okay,
you know. But church and state, I guess, go together.
right.
Yeah,
Kind of
when it's
odd.
convenient.
But
When it's convenient, right?
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
we can't be confused by that. When it's convenient, indeed. This is the special edition of the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, my friends. Brought to you by TM Hyman Associates. Trisha Rue out of New York. Madam Boston is out of Charlotte. I'm coming to you live out of Atlanta, and we've been here all day. We're about to go into the first round of exit polls. As the first poll is about to close at 5 o'clock.
Ooh,
So all Trisha Rule is, hey, it's moving fast, baby.
I
It's
didn't know
moving
that.
fast. It's moving fast, right? And
Wow,
Trisha, almost 40, no, almost 84 million people have already voted.
wow, wow! I didn't know that there was a 5 o'clock polling area that
Oh,
closed.
it's coming. It's coming as the first exit
Hmm.
polls is 5 p.m. baby.
Wow, that's
Yes.
early.
Yes. Well, people have been voting since like 12 o'clock this morning.
Right.
You
I
know,
was, yeah, I was actually listening to the last speeches at like 12 o'clock this morning.
late, really late. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Really late. And so I just saw Temple University. Temple had a line for their students that was so crazy. And it had everything to do with all of the activity that's been going on in the state of Pennsylvania over the last 24 hours. Right? There was some very
Wow.
strategic work put into the state of Pennsylvania. And I mean, the last event was about 12 last night in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And there is lines on lines on lines of people right now in Philadelphia as a result of it.
Wow. Well, that's going to be the state, right?
Well, it's several battlegrounds, right? And so I think, Madam Boston, if you are there, may you give us another readout on what the count was on with the heat map, that electoral heat map, the number that Kamala Harris had compared to the number that Donald Trump had. I think Kamala Harris needed maybe 44 um,
But
electoral votes, and Donald Trump needed 51.
yes,
If that was correct.
that is correct. She has 226 and needs 44. He has 219 and needs 51.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
So it's a race to the finish. Whoever gets there first, right? Isn't that the name of the game?
Yep.
pretty much.
And I think there are battleground states that are pretty much outstanding. I
It's
think it is. Yep, go for it.
Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it's coming down to.
Coming
They're
down to the
doing,
wire, baby.
yeah.
Coming down to
And
the wire. Shay, I saw you flick on and flick off. You flick on, and I'll bring you up. This is the special edition of the Social Lab, powered by listen, Leadership on Demand, and we've been talking to people all over the country. DJ, who, oh man, look,
He's worried about who's voting.
look at the dog. That's wild. DJ, who is a global DJ, 3 locations today, had to go home and take a break because he got chased. Got chased off of a location by a older man with a cane. He said he was traumatized. He had to go home and take a break, play some basketball with his kid.
I'm going to tell you, these people are starting to show up now.
Oh yeah. Well, people are getting off of work.
Right. That's what I said. That 4 o'clock hour is when people were.
Yeah. People are getting off of work. And so some people are still at work. It looks like, Shay is still at work doing what she does, right? But still wants to tap in. And so my friend, welcome.
Hey, Trisha. Hey,
Hey,
how are you?
How you doing? I can't
We're
see up
doing
close.
well. Welcome to the conversation.
Thank you.
And Shay, you are in what state? What state are you in?
I'm in Minnesota.
Minnesota.
We don't have those long lines. At least I have, with the exception of the pandemic, that is the only time I've lived here since I was 16. So what is that, 35, 34 years? I've never experienced the long lines that I have seen on the news in other states. Never. We go in, Blue Biscuit and I, we went in and voted, and we were done in 20 minutes.
So how long was
Same thing for
the
me.
wait? How long was the wait for you?
We didn't have to wait. We walked right in. He had to register because, he just moved here from Atlanta,
Wish I
so
could
he was
figure out
not
how to turn
registered.
this.
I was already registered, so literally they were like, "What's your name? Is your address correct?" Uh-oh, we got music. They said, "What's your name? Is your address correct? Is your birthday correct? Yes. Here's your ballot. Here's your receipt. Go get your ballot." And then I went on down and filled it out. His took a little bit longer because he needed to actually register and show his proof of identification with his sheet from Minnesota, showing that he is now a Minnesota resident, because he only did it in the last couple days. So, but we were in and out of there 20 minutes tops.
Nice. Well, that's good. It wasn't a long wait for you for weighing in. What's the vibe in Minnesota like? What's the tone? What's the atmosphere overall in Minnesota from your perspective?
So, Minnesota is a blue state. We are a blue state because as large as Minnesota is, we carry the urban city, the Twin Cities metro area carries the state. So, I think a lot of people are feeling pretty proud that Tim Walz is, potentially the vice president-elect. He has done a really good job for us in the state. He has made some things law. Like, as a matter of fact, if you look it up, Minnesota was about within a year after the pandemic, we were on the national stage. We were being written up for all the things that our Senate, and because we had a Democratic, governor and vice and lieutenant governor, and then we also have a Democratic House and Senate, and we have been able to actually get some things done that other places have not been able to get done. And so we were getting written up across the country for an example of this is how you get it done. This is how you work for the people. Children, no matter what your parents' economic status is, now no longer have to worry about having a lunch bill in this state anywhere.
I have heard about those awards, and I think that's what got some of the vice president's attention, right? How the state has actually managed a few things. And so thank you for weighing in. Appreciate you. We're going to bounce from Minnesota out to North Carolina. We got DJ Justice out in North Carolina. He's been DJing all over the state. Brother, what's good
Building.
in Greensboro?
We outside today. Now my head's still on swivel, looking out for our elves. But I'm out here at Mount Zion Baptist Church here in Greensboro, North Carolina. We got a decent little crowd out here. Some cars in the parking lot, and I got some smooth jazz. I'm just playing jazz today. I didn't come for it. I'm trying to chill. Let's get this money, and let's express our voice and our vote, man. But I'm out here grooving right now. I got some smooth Rich Daughtry in the background, and yes, shameless plug, that's one of my artists. But it's great. It's good music, and we're just out here trying to showcase what we're doing and allow people to vote in peace. No canes flying around because it's crazy out here. But we're here. This is my third location. I'm almost done for the day. But we're gonna rock out till I'm gonna tap back in a little bit. It's gonna get thick here in a little bit.
Yeah, they about to get off work, brother. The 5 o'clock hour is upon us. 5 o'clock hour is upon us. And we appreciate you. He outside, everybody. He's
outside. I don't do this often, but when I do, when I pop out, I pop out. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hey.
Let's go.
And I have to give a huge shout out to my brother from another mother, Mr. Roderick Johnson, aka Skibo Live. He been riding with me all day, and we out here. We outside.
Hey, appreciate you, brother, tapping in all day long.
North Carolina in the building.
He got the smooth vibes, everybody. He got the smooth vibes for sure. We got, listen, look at it. We got North Carolina. We got DJs at the poll. We got upper state New York. We got Charlotte, North Carolina. We got Gina on the other side of the ATL, where I am here in Atlanta. Gina, early voter or you voted today? What was the experience like?
Hello, everybody. I was an early voter. I am an early voter. I voted this past Tuesday, last week, so a week ago. I left work early, about 3 o'clock, arrived to my polling place within, we'll say, 45 minutes because I'm on the south side and I work close to the Brave Stadium further north. But when I arrived, I was in the door, confirmed as a registered voter, and finished voting in 8 minutes.
Did you read the ballot?
Wow.
I definitely read the ballot. I actually did some pre-work research on who was on the ballot, so I had my my selections pretty much ready to go. I'm pleasantly surprised and pleased to hear, based on the news reports this morning, that over 4 million people have early voted, and I'm very, very proud to be one of them to have that out of the way.
Well, at this point, almost 84 million people have voted as of right now, and we should have our first readout from an exit poll with a poll that closes at 5 o'clock. So this is about to get very serious, very fast, my friends.
Yes, very.
Very serious, very fast, and I love every bit of it. This has been a special edition of the Social Lab, powered by Leadership on Demand, brought to you by TM Hyman Associates. And the conversation has been amazing. The engagement has been crazy. As I look at the clock says that we have been here for 9 hours and 52 minutes. And I think, somebody would look at this and say, this thing is not working. This clock is broken. It's not working. But this clock is working, and it is absolutely telling the truth. We have been live for 9 hours and 52 minutes, which is unbelievable, right? Because we've had people to pop in from all over the country,
Whole time.
and outside the country, because River is in Canada, even though like she like an American family member.
Right, right. What she say? The blue wall is a wall. It's a wall between us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Um, the fact that people have been able to get in and out of the polls with not a whole lot of hassle is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But what's even cooler is DJ's background with the smooth vibes of jazz coming through. That's what's even cooler, right? Right. I mean that background right there is crazy cool, for sure. For sure. Trisha is in New York, just left the polls. Wasn't a whole lot of people at the polls. They were getting off of work. Just as DJ said, people were getting off of work. And so we will about in about 5 minutes or so be able to start to get some updates on what's really going on. Have y'all heard about anything crazy um, at a poll or anything? Trish, I didn't even realize it was two dogs in the car. I saw the one. I didn't see both of them.
Yeah, we always got two traveling with us. I'm going to tell you, there was more people at the gas station at the little convenience stores around here than there are at the polling place. I don't know what the gas prices are like by you guys right now, but they're going down here. I don't know if that makes a difference either in the polls. Um, I think it does, though. I think it does. I think people see a little bit of a difference in the prices, and I think that has impacted some people's votes. I don't know what you think.
You know, you never can tell. I think different markets are very fickle, and what people are moved by. Um, I think really comes down to the time of day, right? I mean, I can never tell. I truly can't. I can never tell. Um, More people at the corner store than actually at the polls. Maybe they voted already. We're gonna give them a benefit.
I hope so. I
We're
hope so.
gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. It's Decision Day 2024, my friends. Have you encouraged people to vote? Have you offered to take anybody to the polls? The polls really, there's public transportation, I think, for free in many instances. And so please feel free to join the conversation as we keep it moving. As we keep it
I
moving.
was just going to say that
Yeah, go for it.
Wisconsin and Georgia both had places that had hoax. They had bomb threats from Russian-backed sites confirmed. And so they had to evacuate the polling places, both in Wisconsin and in Georgia. Voting was not disrupted permanently. So they took a hiatus, they got everybody out of the building, confirmed it was a hoax, and got everybody back to voting, both in Wisconsin, which is right next door to Minnesota. And that's where the former Vice President Pence is from. And I think a couple of voting polls, I didn't see exactly where in Georgia, but that did happen today.
I think I'll tell you, I've seen some people weigh in and have opinions about this election, and then there have been people who have been extremely quiet, who hold high positions, right? And I wonder, is it just the safest approach? Maybe. Is it the safest? Yeah, right. That's what I'm thinking. Because sometimes you can speak your mind, and people will it'll backfire on you sometimes. Just to cut straight to the chase. So
I
yeah,
think
I think
people
a
are
lot of
protecting their
times,
peace, TM. I think people are protecting their peace and they're making their choice and they don't want to have to deal with the back and forth.
yes, yes. One person that I'm thinking about as you were talking, I was thinking about George W. Bush, right? People have been really, I think he's been asked flat out to take a position for the benefit of democracy. And recently, I saw one of his daughters. One of his daughters actually came out and took a position. But I think you're right. Some people rather protect their peace and not have to go through the anguish of their family being dragged through the mud, right, or being harassed unnecessarily.
Well, President Clinton did come to his defense because he took the stance, George W. Bush took the stance that he is not endorsing Donald Trump, but he would neither endorse Kamala Harris. And people want him to, for the sake of democracy, choose one or the other. But I thought about it. It makes sense to me because he is of the old Republican Party, in my opinion. You know, he's not these newfangled Republican parties. And so for him to come out against his party would probably seem pretty sacrilegious to him, is what I'm thinking. I obviously don't know. I don't know the man. I just know, like, I know he likes to wear funky socks now that he's no longer the president.
Anybody want to weigh in? Listen, this is a beautiful sight. We have the entire country in vehicles or working somewhere, right, doing something right now. We have representation across the entire country. Anybody have anything they'd like to share? Thank you for tapping in anyone, creating space for a share. You know, so many thoughts right now in my mind as it is 5:02. It is 5:02, and the first poll just closed, and so we're going to get an update. And I'm truly going to ask Madam Boston, are you actually there? I knew you would be. I knew you would be. Can you help us? Can you please provide that 5 p.m. check-in update regarding the polls right now, as like some stuff really start to roll in as polls have closed. There are some majority, well, maybe not majority, but I think there are some places where you were seeing like 90%, 95% of the vote like already in. Are you seeing that already?
So no, okay. So when I'm looking at, and again, I'm looking at CNN. It's saying like the first poll is closing at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I remember us talking about that earlier this morning. One does close at 5 o'clock. Yeah, I'm trying to find which one that is. And I went to the Rock the Vote site, but it wasn't there. So I'm about to
Yeah,
try.
there is the last I saw, there was an exit poll that was actually coming up at 5. An exit poll that was coming up at 5, and I also thought there was a precinct. I'm not sure where that precinct
The
would
East
have
Coast,
been.
to be honest. But yes, I'm gonna look that back up because I think I don't know how I closed it. I closed that page. I have so many other pages left though.
Yeah, I'm checking it out too.
Okay, here we go.
Decision Day 2024, my friends. Thank you for tapping in and supporting everything around the election process. Listen, this thing has been so emotional for so many folk, right? For so many folk. What I appreciate the most is being able to pull together a conversation and dialogue from all over the country. The one thing that we share is the fact that people have experienced tons of anxiety around this process. And we haven't necessarily liked the candidates involved. Nevertheless, 84 million people have already voted, right? Which says that we took this thing very seriously. We took it very seriously, and we're still taking it very seriously. The polls are about to close in 2 hours. About to close in 2 hours. And so, for me, I'm going to move away from what do we do next to having a conversation more about, as far as what do we know. I'm going to move away from go to the polls and come to what do we do next? Because that's really the question. What do we do next? What's next? What's next for you? What's next for your community? What's happening in your community? What's important in your community? Because what's next, or what should be next, is how can you bring about things that are important to you and your community? That's what should be next, right? That's what should be next. Once all of the results are analyzed, right, and all of the feedback is in, and we know where the irregularities are and the things that are working smooth. Once we know all of that, then we can move on to get ready for this transfer of power. There's going to be a transfer of power regardless of who it is, right? We have to transfer the power away from Biden to someone else regardless of who it is. So let's get ready. And let's plan to stay engaged so that we can hold people accountable in the process. That's the idea, right? That's the idea. Gina, what is top of mind for you when you think about the election process? What is most important to you right now?
Top of mind and most important to me is a fair election process. I was, prior to tapping in with you all, listening to a segment that was recorded on the Big Tigger Morning Show today when he was speaking with Kamala Harris. And I'm sorry, it wasn't with Kamala Harris. It was with another state representative here after Kamala Harris's segment. But she was expressing the fact that we are not that far removed from a time when we were not afforded simple civil liberties. Voting one of them, she went back to, in her lifetime, remembering where her family was refused service at a lunch counter in, of all places, Virginia Beach, Virginia. And that, to me, stuck out because, to me, that's home. I moved there when I was 11 years old and spent the majority of my childhood and adult life there. So for her to have experienced that, and for me to be also not that far removed from that time, definitely hit home. Aside from that, things like affirmative action being wiped out. When you think of affirmative action being thought of something that's just quote unquote given to Black people for no reason. There are people that say that, but again, affording us things that we should have had access to our entire existence is now something that's, kind of just wiped out with the snap of a finger, or a vote or lack thereof. So those were very important reasons to vote, reasons for the anxiety I can say that I felt last night as a voter as well. It is an exciting time because it can be historic in many ways for us, in positive ways, but it's also and scary to me. Quite.
I totally get it. I certainly can relate to the situation touching you from home for sure. Um, I think equity is important. A fair process is important. And you're here with me in the state of Georgia, and we've seen some things be not so fair, right? And so I think we certainly understand it firsthand and want and deserve a fair process. And so I certainly can concur there. Um, the first polls do close at 6 p.m. Um, Boston. I think what is happening right now is they're starting to kind of just release other results based on results that are coming in right now. Regina, appreciate you. You are on the move out there in these mean streets. I see you moving, but but you definitely tapped in.
Shaking.
Definitely tapped in,
Yes, for
moving
sure.
and shaking, baby.
And North Carolina election board extends voting at 2 precincts in North Carolina, one in Burke County, that's in the state's western region, and one in Wilson County, which is east of Raleigh. And they will now both close at 8 p.m. tonight. So an extra hour and a half of voting for those voters. Because and the reason why they were extended, they had an emergency meeting to to get that approved. They were having printer issues, and that led to voters not being able to vote for about an hour or so. So to make up for that, yeah, and that they were supposed to close at 6, yeah, 6:30, 7, 6:30, yeah, 6:30. I'm sorry, they were supposed to close at 6:30.
Well, it's a countdown for us, my friends. We have been here a total of 10 hours and 9 minutes. 10 minutes at this point. 10:10. Go play those numbers. 10:10. Maybe those are some good numbers for you to play. I don't know. You play numbers.
Yes.
10:10 sounds like some good numbers to me. This has been a marathon, unlike something that we've ever done before. But I think the ease of being able to do this is a reflection of the fact that we do this, right? This is the business in which we do, right? We've been producing live shows like this for a long time. But what we haven't done is done live shows like this.
Yeah.
Ever,
Yeah.
ever, right? And so 10 hours strong, CNN style, very rich content. You feel me? Very professional, very thorough. I'm going to bring Judith back into the conversation. Judith, as a business owner, what is top of mind for you as it relates to like who's leading us next? What's important to you as a business owner?
Well, I like the idea that we have business is on the top of mind and they want to give incentives to entrepreneurs to keep them rolling. And I like that idea. I like the idea that they want to take care of the American worker, and hopefully small businesses like me will be able to afford better better benefits and salaries so that we can actually pay a fair and living wage, and we don't have to worry about what we pay and what we can do for our workers.
Absolutely. I love that. It is about the opportunities that we create in our businesses, right? I have become super sensitive, hypersensitive to all things internal within my business in a way that I've never been before. But guess what? I've not ran my company full time before, right? And so this is the second year running my company full time after running it for over a decade part time, right? So it's way different. It's way different. To be able to create opportunity for people to take care of their families while you're taking care of your own family, while you're serving your community, is
It's a
a
great
beautiful feeling. It's beautiful, and it's a beautiful vision, right? As an entrepreneur, that you possess to be able to do the thing you love to do and get paid for it and help other people to get paid and take care of themselves. That's what it's about. That's the American dream, right? That's the American dream. Shout out to every entrepreneur and business owner who's not just creating opportunity for themselves, but we're creating opportunities for others. And Judith, you have such a powerful vision. The helicopters, I will always talk about to help to usher the positive vibes in your direction, because like the helicopters is about service, right? True service. And I believe that you're going to get them damn helicopters. I believe it, because like it's a way to be able to serve, right? And it's medical. I believe, like, why not? Why not? And so you keep pushing, pressing, and putting yourself in the right environments around the right people. Your company is still a baby, though, right? It's still a baby with big dreams. And so I say, keep dreaming, baby, right? Keep dreaming, baby, because it's a big dream that I believe will be fulfilled because it has purpose. It has purpose, and it's not about ego, it's about service. And I believe when the service is the primary, everything else just flows. That's just what I believe. So shout out to you for hanging out with us almost all day, Judith. We appreciate you.
Yes, thank you.
I appreciate you guys for doing what you're doing and keeping us, keeping us abreast of everything that's going on and trying to. It's really helped on my anxiety today. So I've
That
really
was the whole
appreciated
point.
you guys.
That was truly the whole point for me. I knew there would be a lot of anxiety, a lot of fear, and like you said, that there will still be anxiety and fear post tonight, right? It is officially election night in America, and so it's about to get good now, right? It's about to really get good now. We're in the thick of it now. I see the sun setting on y'all out there as y'all driving. You right out of seeing the sunset, like they skin glistening out there.
Ain't no sun coming this way no more. I'm in the real light bulb.
Listen, we gonna bring DJ. Listen, DJ's view back in. Like he had the sky, right? It was we could see it. Look, it looked like Judith is under the same right sky that he's under, and she's in Michigan and he's in North Carolina, right? But hey, that's how we roll. That's how we roll. What's important to you tonight, my friends? Is it democracy? Is it abortion? Is it the economy? Is it foreign policy? Is it immigration? What is top of mind for you guys? We've talked about top of mind, but when it comes to like the issues, the hot button issues, what is it for you? Is it the economy, immigration, democracy, foreign affairs, abortion, which is tied to clearly for me women's rights?
Yeah. I mean, immigration is a thing for me, because yes, I'm a natural born citizen, right? However, my mother is, and she has a green card, right? So she never gave up her citizenship. So, depending on, I remember when DJT was president, her anxiety was higher because of the way that he spoke about immigrants. And I remember her foregoing some benefits out of the fear based off of something that he said that he would do to that he was going to go through, go through the social services or whatever and find out whatever immigrants were receiving services, and he was going to send them back where they came from. And, you know, I blew him off, right? But I started paying attention to what my mom was doing because she just started, I don't know, it's like her actions were like more, antsy. And I remember I just was like, "What are you doing?" Like, she was like, "Oh, well, I'm giving up my benefits and stuff because I don't want him he's gonna take them from me anyway." And but she's not been able to get those benefits back, all out of her being afraid of something he said. So the thing is, she still has some life left, right? And if you don't already get it, her anxiety amps up my anxiety. So, to try to keep the peace, we need him not nowhere near.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I get it. I get it. Earlier we played a commercial where there were kids who had Trump's voice. It was a Trump commercial. Well, it was really a Kamala Harris commercial. Oh no, it wasn't. No, it was a Liberty Project commercial. But there was another commercial I talked about earlier that I actually want to show. I want to show this commercial. This one was about the three older ladies. Remember, I mentioned the commercial about three older ladies.
That had the humanistic value to it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I talked about a commercial about these three older ladies who were in a cafe. Well, I want to show you all this commercial because one, I want to balance it out a little bit, right?
Right.
I want to balance out. We've been really balanced, I believe, as balanced as we could possibly be.
Right.
All 10 hours. We've been here 10 hours. I think we've been balanced very, right down the,
We got bashed.
yeah, we haven't bashed. So I want to be really balanced and I want to show you a different commercial because this is a pro-Trump commercial. And I'm going to tell you, I felt like it was a slam dunk. And so check this out and we can talk about it on the other side and and go from there. But again, we want to be fair up in here. And we are for the most part. You feel me? We are. I believe we are anyway.
Israel's under attack, anti-Semitism like I never thought I would see.
Did you read about Samantha's boy Max?
No.
He got spit on just walking at Penn.
I mean, that's scary. What about Kamala?
Busy defending the squad.
Ay vey. Trump I never cared for, but at least he'll keep us safe.
I never voted Republican in my life, but I am voting Trump.
Amen. RJC Victory Fund is responsible for the content of this message.
Hold on, wait. Did they include oy vey?
What?
I'm gonna need you to find that because I really think the lady said oy vey. That was very intentional.
What are you talking about?
I know it don't sound like it's a dog whistle. That was a dog whistle.
Okay, so I'm going to run it back again because I'm not sure what exactly what you're talking about. But I want to bring Dr. Pastor Jeff into this conversation as well. I'm gonna run this back. Pastor Jeff, look at the screen so that you can line up with the actual other direction a little bit. I'm gonna run this back. So I think what may have happened is it may have started. The commercial may have started before we could actually hear it. So I'm going to run it back again. Just to be fair, I'm going to run it back just so
lean to your right, Pastor Jeff.
We're all on the same page. Here we go.
Yeah, I see.
Did you watch the news lately? Israel's under attack, anti-Semitism like I never thought I would see.
Did you read about Samantha's boy Max?
No.
He got spit on just walking at Penn.
I mean, that's scary. What about Kamala?
Busy defending the squad.
Ay vey. Trump I never cared for, but at least he'll keep us safe.
I never voted Republican in my life, but I am voting Trump.
Amen. RJC Victory Fund is responsible.
Did you hear them say amen too? Hey man.
Amen. Oh no, amen. Amen.
They throwing it
No,
out.
amen is what they said. Amen. Amen is what she said.
And then she also said oy vey. She said oy vey when she responded to the lady.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
catch that. But what I couldn't remember what she said earlier was she said, I don't care for Trump, but
Yeah.
at least he'll keep us safe.
Right.
I didn't want to misquote her earlier. She said, I don't even care for Trump, but at least he'll keep us safe. And then the other lady came back and the other lady said, I've never voted Republican in my life. Right? That commercial got my attention. I don't know why. I think it was the amen.
Oy vey got me, and then then the amen got me.
Yeah. Pastor Jeff, Dr. Jeff, welcome to the conversation, brother. Hey,
thank you. You brought me in at a good point.
Doc, hold on 1 minute. Hey, Judith, have you ever seen that commercial before?
No, but I think it's funny. I mean,
It was funny to me.
Amen and ove. Amen. Oy vey.
Here you go, Dr. Jeff.
What they say, you can't make this stuff up. You really can't make it up. And the ignorance is overwhelming. I mean, really, as I've been saying for a while, is if we don't have pictures and we don't put a face, we just take a data sheet with accomplishments and with qualifications in my lifetime, and I'll be 65 this month. Kamala is the most qualified presidential candidate that America has seen in my 65 years of living. Then if we look at her track record of what she's done in politics over the span of her political career, it's really a no-brainer. We're never going to get a candidate that is going to please us 100%. And we have had those candidates at some points in our American history to where it felt like we were choosing the lesser of the two evils. I don't see that here. I mean, the record, the data speaks for itself. And so if a person can't analyze the data, which is truth, it's not fake news, the data is truth, and make a decision based off of that, then America's in worse shape than we thought it was in.
Doctor, I think we in pretty bad shape, Doc. But listen, I don't think it's anything that we can't rebound from. But when it comes to like maturity and truth, man, there's chaos around what the truth is, Dr. Pastor.
Well, I don't, Tim, I don't know if I would say that there's chaos around what the truth is. I think what has happened we have not had this level of the truth of the status of America again in my lifetime. It's my contention. This is nobody else's. This is Dr. PJ's contention that Donald Trump had no intention of winning the first election, that was a publicity stunt for things he wanted to do after he had his run for presidency and can put it on his resume that he was a presidential candidate. What ended up happening was the nonsense that he began to say. And the logic here is he could say anything he wanted. He had nothing to lose because he wasn't planning on winning the election. Therefore, he could say whatever he wanted. What we learned in America was that there were people who resonated with what he was saying. And it woke people up who were in stealth. And we got to see the truth of the true state of where we are when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion in America. So I think this level of truth would not have come out without a Donald Trump. And that's what is a sad state. That's my opinion. I'm sticking to it.
So, ooh, wow, that's deep. That's deep.
Hey, Dr. PJ.
That's deep. Go ahead. Go ahead, Shay.
First of all, Dr. PJ, you need to change your BWC PTR, sir. That's number one.
Say that again, Shay. I didn't hear you.
I said, first of all, you need to change your BWC PTR.
Oh, I do.
I'm feeling the beard gang. Yes.
Oh, okay.
The beard gang is awesome. You need to change your PTR. Second of all, I actually want to add on to what you said and say, I think that they came out of the woodwork when Obama was elected, actually. We were given a rude awakening when that happened. And then when he won again, there were a lot of people who felt a lot of ways who were not saying how they felt because they did not feel comfortable. It was not comfortable to say some of the things and use some of the dog whistles that were used. And that became, and then when he ran for president, I did wonder if he actually thought he would win, or if he was just doing it. And then, because some of the things that he said seemed like I really wanted to take him seriously as a candidate, but some of the things that he said were so outrageous to me that it was like, I don't understand what's happening. They weren't very presidential to me. That's my opinion. And so I think that just furthered people coming out of the woodwork and saying and doing things that were harmful and hurtful and, all the things that we saw, those of us who were really, really affected by them. That's what I think.
So I think you're spot on. I agree with you 100%. I believe that it did start with the election of President Obama. I think it was exacerbated when Trump came out because he had nothing to lose. And how can you expect someone to act presidential if they've never acted presidential before they ran for president? I mean, here, what political experience did he have before he ran for president? What made him a qualified candidate to run for president the first time?
None. They just used the fact that President Obama was a junior president,
But at least
a junior senator. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but at least he had a political history. You know what I'm saying? There was a political history. He was a junior senator. He was a senator. He was already into politics. Trump had no political history whatsoever.
Well, do you not think, Doc? Do you not think that's what made him so attractive to so many people at that particular time? It was the fact that he didn't have that political background, but for people, he was rich and he understood money. Whether we understood what he knew or not, he gave off that persona that he understood money. But I don't think America cared that he had a political background or not. I think that was what made him attractive to a certain degree. Would you not agree with that?
I agree with you 100%. But what Shay said was qualifications. Appeal and qualifications are two different things.
No, absolutely.
So yes, I agree with you that was appealing to a certain demographic of America, but it does not negate the fact that he had no political qualifications when he ran. And now, with 37 felony convictions, do you know that you cannot join the military if you have a felony? He will be commander. If he wins the election, he will be commander in chief of the military. And the only person in the military that has felony convictions, not one, not two, not three, not four, 37.
Is he even allowed to vote?
According
Did he
to
even vote today?
according to our regular law, he's not. But according to Trump law, who knows?
Well, he voted today.
He,
Judith called that out for us. Then it was on the news that he went to Florida and voted this morning.
All right, so that's illegal.
Because
no, Florida
is
has a
Florida
different
state
voting.
law.
Yeah, they have
Yeah.
a different voting law because the convictions are out of the state. He's
Mm-hmm.
allowed to vote, and he's not incarcerated. So as long as you're not incarcerated, and he's not convicted in the state of Florida, he's allowed to vote. We're
Isn't that
talking about it a
special?
little bit. Yeah, well, it's not quite so easy for other convicted felons. So
Exactly.
Yeah. Isn't that special?
And that's what
If
the
that's the case,
representatives of that state were pushing for, because they were like, okay, yeah, we want them to be able to like pay all their fines and everything, their restitutions or whatever, and then everything will be restored. And they were like, it should be that easy for regular people and not Trump having his own set of laws and regulations just because of his good old boy network.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I remember telling somebody that a couple weeks ago. I was like, y'all realize he's a convicted felon? He's not supposed to be able to vote, and he's not supposed to be able to own a gun, and yet he's going to commit. He's gonna. At the time, I didn't know that Florida allowed you to vote if the conviction was outside of Florida. Thank you for that, Judith, because I didn't know that. But I was like, y'all realize he's actually, somebody's gonna put him on camera voting for himself, and he will have committed a crime for the world to see. But I guess there's a loophole for some people at some times.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah, that's America, right?
It's what it was built on, man.
Yeah, I mean, people think that we have a full democracy, but we don't. We have a republic. Some folks didn't pay,
right?
Some folks didn't pay attention when they were in school.
In civics class, 5th grade civics class. No, they did not.
Yeah.
They don't realize the difference.
Yeah, we don't have a full democracy. We have a republic. And as I was saying, as it was saying in BWC this morning, brought up by one of our family members, is for the president, the office of president, it's elected by the Electoral College. And to date, there's no real penalty for them going against the popular vote. We've seen that when he ran against Hillary. The popular vote voted for Hillary Clinton. The Electoral College voted for Donald Trump.
Right.
My question is, what keeps that from happening this time? That's where my real concern is at. What keeps that from happening this time around? Because there's no major penalties for the Electoral College, for those who are elected to be on the Electoral College. It's no real penalty for them to vote against the popular vote, or what the numbers say that they.
About that a little bit earlier, and I certainly want to get your perspective, because Judith, who is with us, talked about what's next in this story, right? She talked about tomorrow, and she talked about the weekend. The day after, if you will, right? The aftermath, if you will. What are your thoughts, Doc? What are your thoughts? Because for me, we've been live for 10 and a half hours, and my sole purpose for today was to help to reduce anxiety and fear around going to the polls, right? Many people woke up with anxiety, went to sleep with anxiety, and I felt the need for us to really understand that there's nothing and no one to fear but God, right, Doc? There's nothing and no one to fear but God. And so this conversation has helped to, I think, soothe some of that anxiety. But still, after we've made this difficult, monumental decision tonight, we now have to go to sleep and wake up tomorrow. What's next from your perspective, Dr. PJ?
I'm going to say it like this. This is my analogy for what's next for PJ. In my kitchen, I have a fire blanket. And that's in case there's a fire in my kitchen. I'm able to pull that blanket out and extinguish the fire. I don't have anxiety every time I go in the kitchen and cook that there's going to be a fire. Now, those who have anxiety, it's very real. I don't minimize it. Again, this was asked for me personal. I don't have any anxiety. For me, the day after is the day after, and I will live with it. At 65 almost, I've lived with the decisions that we as Americans or the Electoral College has made for every president since I've been alive that I've been able to vote. So therefore, I will continue to do that. Whatever happens tomorrow, if I'm here, I'll be prepared for it. And just like I have a fire blanket in my kitchen in case of a fire, I've got something in place for whatever happens. Back to you, TM.
I absolutely get it, man. I mean, you know, for me, I'm trusting in God. I got a download week before last at this point, right? It maybe have been last week. I think I said last week, so it had to be week before last at this point. Everything is going to be all right was the download I got, Pastor. You know, Dr. PJ, it was like everything, ultimately it was justice will prevail. That was the download. Justice will prevail. That was the download in my spirit that I truly got from above. And I was okay. I've been okay about it ever since.
Well, TM, I think what happens is that people buy into the fake news, people buy into the scare tactics, people buy into the rhetoric that they hear rather than dealing with facts and understanding and processing and validating the fear. When the hurricane hit here in Georgia and the power went out and the gas stations were not able to supply gas because there was no power, I had to drive an hour away to get gas. And in driving an hour away to get gas, one, I had to have gas cans. Two, I had to make sure that I had enough gas to get to where I was going. And through that time frame, it was 7 to 8 days that we had no power. I ended up making 2 trips, but also made sure that I had on the second trip that I had gas with me in the event the gas station that I went to did not have gas and I had to go further away to get it. And what I'm saying is, as long as we're prepared for whatever happens, I don't think I think we push that anxiety away. And for those who are born again believers, to know that God has brought us this far, the question is, why would he leave us after this election?
Absolutely.
Now my perspective may be a little bit different than some other born again believers in that all of this is on God. I don't believe that. God allows certain things to happen, but that's not putting it on him. It's saying that he allows it to happen. We have put ourselves in the position that we're in. I'm not one that's going to say God put us in this position, because that would erase our free will. We've put ourselves in this condition. We've put us with the global warming and the other things that we have done as a people. We've put America in the position that it's in. He's allowed it to be that way. And throughout all that he has allowed, TM, as you said, I don't think he brought me this far to leave me. If he's allowed me to make it through all of the other stuff that has happened, if he allowed me to make it through Afghanistan, he allowed me to make it through Kuwait, he allowed me to make it through cancer 2 times, he allowed me to make it through January the 6th, 4 years ago. Okay, then what makes me think that something in this particular election is going to change his track record? He's not like Donald Trump. He doesn't go with what he thinks works. He has protected me through all of that. He protected me through the hurricanes. We've got trees down all over. TM will probably be into next and into next year in recovering. The thing is, he was consistent. Did he send all of that? No. And from my perspective, no. He allowed it to happen. Let's look at what global warming, what part it played in the hurricanes and the tropical storms that we have. You know, so those for me, again, and I recognize what you said. For those who have the anxiety, I'm praying for them. But for those who are born again, I'm just saying, go through what he's already done. And if you can validate that there's been a time that he failed, then you be worried. But as for me, I can't find the time that he failed. I'm gonna pass it back to you. You know I'm a preacher like you. I'll keep talking, bro.
Listen, I'm with you, man. I'm absolutely with you. You know, I think a lot of times we focus on things that have never ever manifested ever, right? If we really pause and we ask ourselves, I ask clients all the time, has it ever happened? It's never happened. That thing that we're like, what if it never ever happens? And so appreciate you, man. Thank you for tapping in. Thank you for being here. And Judith, did you want to say something?
We never win the what if game. We never win the what if game because the what if game is not reality. It's your mind playing tricks on you. And if we allow the mind to play tricks on us, then we'll never win. You have to go with what's the history, go with the data. And you know what we do in NLP, neuro-linguistic programming, is all about what we tell ourselves subconsciously or unconsciously, whichever one description you prefer to use. It's what we're programming it and how, the words that we use of how we program it. And so that what if game is not the reality, but it absolutely will create stress, create anxiety, and create fear that really cannot be validated.
That false evidence for sure. The false evidence for sure. It is 5:47 where we are. 2 area Atlanta precincts. Man, the time was extended at precincts due to some bomb threats here in Atlanta. Man, listen, doctor, you gotta come on, man. We gotta help these folks out here. They are totally losing their minds. I guess trying to impact the vote however they can, right? Trying to impact however they can, but nothing will prevail. Nothing really can't stop something from happening that's destined to happen. Definitely can't stop something that's destined to happen. DJ, the sun is going down, brother. He been DJing all across the state of North Carolina at the polls out there. What's good in Greensboro, North Carolina, brother? He just swiped himself right out. Just swiped right out. DJ, he been DJing. You on mute, man.
I said, if he swiped out, he can swipe right back in. I said, if you can backslide, you can slide back.
Everybody, every time they hit the mute, they hit leave or something. I don't know what
There he is.
You back, brother. You back. Rocking out in Greensboro, North Carolina. We can hear you, man. Hey, I'm not sure if he know he's with us. Brother, can you hear us?
I don't think he hears it. He just rocking.
It's a party, y'all. It's a party, y'all. Let's go. Hey, DJ is rocking out at the polls, Greensboro, North Carolina. We've been DJing all day long. we started off in Jamestown, then we went over to High Point, and we are wrapping it up tonight in Greensboro, North Carolina. The DJs at the polls. Listen, we rocking out too.
But music is a
Hey,
healer, so I'm glad he's out there.
Pastor Jeff, man, we appreciate you, bro.
I had to
For,
get on here with you, man. I had to get on here with you.
yeah, man, appreciate you for sure. Judith, were you trying to respond to something that Dr. PJ was saying?
Yeah, I agree with Dr. PJ in the fact that, what's going to happen with the electoral vote. And I've done a little bit of research, and I think Madam Boston might want to research this too, about what happens if neither one get the 270 votes. If they tie at 269, or one gets 269, one gets 260, you know what I'm saying? There's a whole different can of worms that if nobody gets 270. And, there we go. And then I believe it goes to the Senate or goes to Congress, and then they gerrymander around with it and decide. And so, yeah, I just think we're in for the long haul. And I'm with you, Dr. PJ. God's got me, and I'm going to wake up tomorrow and I'm going to drive my van and take care of my clients and, keep it moving forward. And he's pulled me through a lot, and he's going to continue to pull me through. So I agree with you. I'm just a little bit concerned about my children that live closer to the city, because in 2020 they had a rough time of it, and I just don't want. I pray for them that they don't have a rough time of it again, and that we don't have a city of Chicago explosion or anything happen in the city and all of that stuff. But so that's where I was going a little bit earlier today. But yeah, it's gonna, like every day. Every day's an adventure, right? And we walk with God, and we have him on our side, and he keeps moving on, moving on. We keep lifing.
Exactly. And that's,
Absolutely, Judith.
yeah, that's why I said earlier, like, it doesn't matter. I mean, to some it does, but to us that have survived regardless of what has been put up against us, it really is like something I learned a long time ago that the Dalai Lama said. He said, learn the rules before you break them, right? So it's like we're going to have to do the same thing regardless of who becomes president. It's still going to be new, regulations, new policies, new things, and we're not all going to get what we want, but we do have to figure out how to get what we want while we're here. And to answer your question, Judith, so how the House would pick the president in the event of an electoral college tie. So the answer is, if no one gets 270 electoral votes, the House of Representatives decide who wins the presidency, with each state delegation getting one vote. So what does that look like? And it says they also said that this does not happen in the modern era. But it doesn't mean it can't happen, right?
Yep, doesn't mean it can't happen, and I don't like the look of that if it does happen. However, there's a lot of stuff that's happened that I don't like that I've learned to live with.
Right. But it's like, we gotta hope. We gotta hope that everyone that voted with, I don't even want to say good intention, right? I want to say purposeful intention, right? Purposeful intention. Because I've stated even in the past, like we've had discussions about, the right to vote and how some people, decided they're not gonna vote because they don't like either candidate. And some people will argue and be like, no, it's your right, you should go, whatever. But my stance on it is, I'd rather you not go and just pick anybody just to be filling out something, or just go to write in a name, or go and make uninformed decisions. Because happenstance doesn't do us well. It just doesn't. Not in our life, not in things that dictate how our lives go in a grand scheme. You know what I mean? Because all of us are business owners. It's not like we're just operating in one space. You know what I mean? We have other things on the line as well. And so we're part of something that is historical, another historical thing happening, right? And I honestly feel like she's going to win. And I digress.
You know, I would say that I do disagree in that people vote purposely. I contend that some will vote off of their emotions, some will vote off of the scare tactics that has been prevented and misinformation, and then there are others who have made an intelligent, analytical decision based off of based off of the qualifications and the track record of both candidates. Those are all different groups, all different demographics of the voters, and unfortunately that's what we have. If all voters voted intelligently based off of the data that's presented, it would be a landslide vote. But
Right.
unfortunately, that's not what's happening. And so
Right.
hopefully we have enough intelligent voters that are not voting off of their emotions and not voting off of, and this is one I don't know if it's been discussed today, but I talked about it on BWC this morning, Breakfast with Champions on Clubhouse, is as a pastor, I've been preaching since 1979. From 79 to, I'm going to say about 2000, I voted based off of religious beliefs, which was whatever candidate was against partial birth abortion, that was the candidate that I voted for, because that's how I was cultured, that's how I was programmed.
Understood.
I came to the reality and to the education that, first of all, that was a bad way to vote.
Right.
That there's more than one issue. I also came to the reality that just because there's something that serves Dr. PJ, it doesn't mean that it's the best thing for American people.
Right.
And then I changed the way I voted based off of what's the best thing for the American people, and based off of the track record and the data for each candidate of which candidate would make the best president based off of that. And that's how I vote now. So I'm not a party voter. I'm voting off of the data that's available. Forget all of the hype. And so I really wish that my religious my religious family would understand that voting off of one issue that we don't even hear all of the circumstances with, they only focus on one portion of abortion. There are many reasons that a woman gets an abortion. And without looking at all of those, just basing it off of one, of somebody has a pregnancy out of going out and having fun that they don't want to, and they don't want to keep the baby, is not the only reason that a woman gets an abortion. And so when we look at the totality of it, it's not a issue, I believe, that those who are in the household of faith, as they say, should base their vote for 4 years of governing of the United States off of this one thing that they haven't even taken the time to research to find out what's the real issue with partial birth abortion. And so I've changed that. And anybody I talk to that's within in the church circle, I share that, is stop voting off of one issue and stop voting for something that's only going to benefit you, because you're going to get some more money in your tax return. The truth of the matter is, if you're a smart business person, you're not giving up all that money in the first place. So you don't want a large tax return. Let me hush here. Tayyam, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, we talked about it earlier, right? There are people who vote for themselves, very selfishly. Then there are people who vote holistically, from an ecology perspective and what's good for the whole, right? Or what's good for everybody. But we know that there's some selfish people, man, who focus on what is going to benefit them. But I do think that a lot of people who vote, based on one issue, right? And it's bigger than just one issue. So I think you raise a great point. A great point. It is 6:00 where I am, my friends, which means that we are about to slide into it. Looks like 11:59. Excuse me, 5:59 in some places, but my clock had struck a little early apparently, where it says 6:00.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, it is 6:00 right now. I was just a few seconds fast. It looks dark out there where Judith is. It is dark where DJ is. Either one of y'all want to weigh in on anything?
I'm gonna jump in real quick because my phone's on 4%.
Yeah, before you lose power, go for it.
We still outside. It's 6 p.m. here in North Carolina. Voting is still going on. We got another hour and a half, and we still out here rocking, man. I appreciate Dr. PJ and Madam Boston for having this conversation because that's something that just doesn't happen on a daily basis. So I appreciate y'all. But we still out here, bro. I'm outside today, man. I don't do this every day, but I'm outside today. Okay, we got to get this vote out. If you haven't gone to vote, your polling places are still open. Go make your voice heard. Whoever you voting for, it's all good. But
proud of you. We proud of you for being out there.
I'm outside, baby.
We applaud you, DJ.
I'm gonna be in the A next week. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm coming to see y'all. I gotta pull up on my folks, and I gotta shout out my brother, my man Skibo Live, aka Roderick Johnson. He been out here with me all day long.
All day.
We out here. We in these streets.
We can't let elderly people with canes scare us away from the movement.
What? Keep your head on swivel, because I'm still traumatized. I'm gonna go see my counselor tomorrow. Yeah, man. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. This your Worldwide Mixmaster. I go by the name of DJ Justice. My brother TM Hyman is doing his thing worldwide. He been running this marathon all day. Y'all show him some love because he's doing it for you. Simply to educate, simply to edify, and simply to inform. So we're going to engage, empower, and inform. That's the three things that we must do. Engage, empower, and inform. That's how we bring about change.
For sure.
I am DJ Justice. My phone 3%. I'll holler back at y'all. Let me get plugged back up. I'll be back. I'm coming back. Oh, it ain't over.
It's election day. It's election day in America, my friends.
Yes. And the next poll closes at 7 p.m.
Yes.
And the only numbers I got in right now is 2 for the Republicans in the House. But they need 218 to win. So, yeah. The Senate, they need 50. The Republicans are at 38 right now, and the Democrats are at 28. We talked about briefly earlier today about those 10 seats that are open. And then we haven't gotten any numbers yet in on the presidential election, but I do think we will within this next hour. And we're going to be here till 7:30 anyway, so we're
going to be here till 7.
Oh, 7? We'll be here till 7.
How is that election going in Texas with Ted Cruz?
Judith, I got both questions. Same question. What's happening in Texas?
Yeah, so Ted Cruz and Colin Ulrich, we haven't seen it. I haven't seen an update regarding that yet, but I'm certainly watching it close. I haven't seen an update just yet, but that's going to be that's going to be an interesting one. Dr. PJ, are you watching the South Carolina race?
No, sir. I'm right here in Georgia with you, and I'm not even watching the news. I'm on here. I'm on here with you. I'm gonna go to sleep tonight and sleep good, and I'll wake up in the morning and find out who got elected. I mean, that's me staying up all night and being
Right.
drowsy tomorrow is not in my forecast.
Yeah,
I can't
absolutely.
change. I can't change what happens through the night, and I've done this before. We've been through this, and it did me no good to stay up all night watching the polls of and listening to the predictions of what was going to happen.
Absolutely. Say I'm gonna sleep in peace. I'm gonna sleep real good tonight and wake up in the morning and find out. I absolutely get it. Absolutely get it. We waiting for these battleground states. I believe that a lot of this stuff is going to come in way before we go to sleep, depending on how soon you go to sleep. It
Right.
depends, right? But I think a lot of this we're going to know tonight, and so we only have about 55 more minutes left here. And listen, we are at 11 hours and 3 minutes that we've been at this, and so this has been a total marathon for us. But man, we've talked to a lot of folks throughout the day, and we've had some pretty good conversations. And so the first polls start to close. Georgia closes at 7. Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, Vermont, Indiana. I think I said that right. And so, hey, I think New England as well closes at 7, and then we'll really start to see some real movement. I think in the polls. Yep.
Yeah, I'm wondering how many of those those polling stations that will close will still have people in line when we know they're not supposed to close until the last person in line actually gets to
I
cast
think
their vote.
Temple University was certainly. I think Philly will still have people in line. I saw like students on students on students. Like it was a
That's
2-hour
a good
wait.
thing.
It looked like, and so there will be some places, but then there were other places like New York. Trisha tapped in New York. Shay was here with us from where? Wisconsin. That they
No,
were
it was in Minnesota.
Minnesota, and they were able to go right in. Yeah, because Waltz is from Minnesota, right? Isn't Governor Waltz from Minnesota?
Yeah, oh, he's the football. He was like the football coach or something, right?
Well, let's just make sure. He's the governor now.
So yeah, Minnesota or Minneapolis, one of the two.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about Walls. What did you say her name was? Shane. Don't. I'm gonna tear up her name.
Oh, you're talking about Shay.
There you go, Shay.
Shay, or as I mispronounced her name the first time, I called her Shia.
Hey,
don't mess with the doctor. I'm sorry.
She definitely will get you.
Will correct you absolutely.
Together.
She read me the riot act.
Yeah, she certainly will. I don't see where it's giving me the state. Oh yeah, Minnesota. Okay, so yeah, we got it. Yeah, she definitely will get you straight on that nameplate.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Live stream also.
So what's happening in the ATL, TM? What's happening in the ATL?
Man, what is happening in the ATL?
Besides bomb threats.
Aside from the bomb threats, I mean, listen, I think everything looked like is moving right along. A lot of early voting in Georgia overall, and so Atlanta wasn't carved out, right? But tons of early voting. We saw, I believe, like 40% of the state had already voted like last week, and so that was significant. I think even for the rural areas of Georgia per se. But I mean, Atlanta's Democratic full blown.
Yeah, absolutely. I always get out an early vote because I don't like standing in line. And as you heard DJ Jester say, you know, the folks in my age bracket out there with canes and they dangerous. I don't want to be standing in line with no cane. So I get out and vote when I can walk in and walk out. My thoughts are, TM, do you have any sense of the sentiments of young black men in Atlanta? You know, at the event
Yeah.
that we attended, where we were talking about that was an important demographic.
Yeah, no, listen, I shared how, you know, we have been pushed to really to the forefront of, it seems like, this whole process, it seemed, when it came to Vice President Harris. But I think, you know, at the end of the day, we understand who's for us and who's not for us. You know, I think it took people to have some real tough, reflective moments and to have conversation amongst ourselves. See, a lot of times people operate in echo chambers. And I think, to your point, you said it. We think very selfishly sometimes. But, you know, all you got to do is go home and have a conversation with your wife or with your girl, right? Or with a woman that you care about. And, you know, she'll give you some perspective. And I think, you know, all things considering, you can't be selfish with the decision. All of us want tax breaks, but we truly have to put the tax breaks in perspective, right? We have to put it, we can't look at one thing, to your point. We have to look at it holistically. And so I think when we all zoom out holistically, right, there's some rationale that we apply that maybe we didn't apply, wouldn't have applied, you know, initially. And so going back to, I can't speak for all black men in Atlanta, but I was a part of a big conversation with you and black men, black people, right, of great influence. But I've had those one-on-one small groups as well. And I think at the end of the day, it's truly about who really cares. Who cares about the things that are important to our community? That's what it comes down to. And I think hopefully people are able to rise above just the words, rise above just what we're hearing, and focus on what we know from a character perspective and what's likely to happen, right? What's likely to happen. So, yeah, I think that's where we are. And I think people are going to show up tonight. I think it's personally going to be a shocker. I think either way, it's going to be a shocker, right? But tonight is going to be a shocker. Yeah, because I think there's a lot of things that we're not considering. And I think we're not considering the power of women. That's what I think we're not considering.
Well, if we was, go ahead, Madam Cleo.
It's CeeLo, but yeah, thank you. I was going to say that I think that women are in positions of power. I think women are automatically second guess. And again, it really does come back from societal constructs and how we were raised. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's really where like it stems from. And yeah, that's the only thing I had to say about that.
Well, I think the late great godfather of soul, Mr. James Brown, I think he put it out there best. He said, "It's a man's world, but it ain't nothing without a woman." So if you really understood what he was saying, you know, some male chauvinist men may take that to mean that they have the power.
Right.
But smart men already know, especially if you're married. If you're a married man, you are a smart married man. If you understand that woman can change your life either for the better or for the worse, which means that she's the one that really has the power. So I agree with you, TM, and that question with black men. I really was proud of my 35-year-old son as we stood in line waiting for gas after the gas stations opened up after the hurricane, he was talking with some younger African American men that were in his age bracket, and based off of really not even the conversations that I've had with him, but based off of just using some common sense, he was sharing with these young men who at that time were professing to be supporting Donald Trump, and just going over some of the reasonings that they came up with. Like one of them, TM, was the stimulus checks. And, he reminded them, Donald Trump did not want those stimulus checks to go out. But once they went out, he called them back so he could put his signature on them. Smoke screen. He didn't, the folks talking about he gave him money. No, he didn't give you the money. He didn't want you to have the money. Go ahead, Tia.
But he knew exactly what the long play was. Right? He was in it for the long play. Hey, bring him back because I need to embed in people's brains that I wrote these checks.
Right. And no, you did not.
Yeah. Well, guess what? Him being able to put his signature on it said that he did.
Yep, absolutely. It was the illusion of, and it gave people the perception. Perception is people's reality.
Yeah, because think about it. Had any checks ever gone out like that with the president's signature on it ever?
No.
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 Not one president ever signed a check ever. It was his mandate.
Right.
So
It's usually the Treasury Department, right? It's usually
it's
Secretary of
someone
absolutely.
from Treasury.
Absolutely.
So think about that. It was the long play, baby.
Yeah, and I agree with you, and that's also akin to those who have not educated themselves on how money works. And I was one of those for a long time. I mean, a long time, really, until I came on to Clubhouse in 20, whenever it came on, that I learned that the Federal Reserve was not a government agency. All of my life, I thought it was that was my perception because it said Federal Reserve, and anything else that says federal indicated that it was a government agency. And to my surprise, to find out, thanks to the book, The Creature from Jekyll Island. All right. Thanks to the book and the education on Clubhouse, I learned that, the Federal Reserve was started in Jekyll Island, South Carolina, by not one of those not one of the 5 gentlemen who created it.
Right. Rothschild.
Right. It's not a government agency. And the Bank of America was originally owned by a European bank. That was a European bank. It wasn't the Bank of America. But the perception, because it said Bank of America, you went and put your money in the Bank of America. You would have argued a person to death that it's an American bank. Perception becomes people's reality. And so to your point, TM, you were right. He created that perception. And these folks who don't know, have not been educated to the difference, their perception was he gave them the money.
Right. Because, and then you also have to think too that before he became president the first time, the people that really backed him were the people who bought his books, the people who believed in him as a businessman, because there were a lot of them, right? Hell, I knew.
Excuse me.
I was one of them.
I was one of them.
Sir, the mini, yes. So I too didn't vote for him because I thought it was crazy that he switched, because he wasn't a Republican before he even ran. Like, I knew him that well to know that before it even came out. And I was like, wait a minute. He up to something else. He about to take The Apprentice on a government stage. He about to take this production on the road for real. He about to take
production on the road, baby.
That's my contention. It was a publicity stunt that he was never intending to get elected in, and that's why you could say publicly for the whole world to see, grab them by their pee. Who else could get away with that and still get elected? Not nobody else that I know of.
Or say
I could shoot him. Yeah, I could shoot him in the middle of the street in New York and get away with it. You know, we don't.
It was on live TV.
Common sense factor. The common sense factor. When you look at him as a businessman,
right?
He's an expert business. I'm just saying this from my perspective. All right, from my perspective, Dr. PJ, he's an expert business crook. Look at all the young people money he took for his university. Those they didn't get their money back
at all.
And he's the king of bankruptcy.
Nor did they get a degree.
Nor did they get a degree. They didn't get their money back. Didn't get a degree. From a business perspective of going bankrupt, it's what I call white collar crime.
Right.
When you do it as many times, it's supposed to be a fail safe and an opportunity for you to start over. But he done it so many times that I say, Dr. PJ says, it's white collar crime. You're just taking people's money. You bankrupt the business after you've gutted it out, and then you bankrupt it, and then you don't pay anybody.
I seen
let me hush.
I seen him do that in real time in Atlantic City. Listen, when I was in like my early 20s, I used to run back and forth a lot, right? Up and down the coast. And I found myself in Atlantic City often. You know, he owned a couple of hotels, but I literally saw him take a hotel that he was supposedly going to renovate and renovated it and then ran out of money to complete it. Ran out of money to complete the rental and the hotel renovation, and the renovation sat for years in Atlantic City. And it was pretty much one of those situations now that I'm older that I understand. It was, you know, one of those situations where you pretty much get a property, you suck out all the equity, you drain it dry, and then there's, you know, if you don't do the right thing by way of the money, there's nothing else left, right, in it to get anything done. He used to do that to commercial properties. And so it's real interesting, right? And we can go down this rabbit hole, but I think it comes down to the point is perception. Perception is reality. Perception is reality. And he is the king of creating perception, right, that people are able to fall into. And so, listen, tonight, America is going to the polls to decide. And perhaps 45 will become 47. Perhaps 45 will become 47. And, you know, if that is the case, then we need to put on our seatbelts because we're about to go on a ride. We're about to go on a ride. But I think regardless, we have to understand that there's nothing to fear, right? But God at the end of the day, because there's not too much at a federal level that can impact us. We got to make sure that we're engaged at a local and a state level, and we know who our representatives and our people are, and we know where the resources are, right, that we need, and the people who can help us. And hopefully our votes today will get the right people in office who can help to reinforce the things that we believe in. So do you all believe that you voted locally and statewide for people who you know, or you know their platforms, their agendas?
Some. I'm going to be transparent. I'm going to say some, because literally, TM, if our system is set up that if you don't understand how to do research, if you don't like doing research, then you're going by word of mouth, or you have within the church system, pastors may be more lenient toward one set of folks and policies, and they promote that within their congregations. But to really vet every candidate, their complete track record, then the new candidates that don't have a track record yet because they're just entering into the political ring, that's a lot of work. And for Americans who are working 2 jobs, 3 jobs, children, single parent, some just don't have the time to do that. So I know a lot of people that ask for here in Augusta, in some circles, there's a list that goes out. People ask for that list, and they go to the polls, and they go down and they vote based off of what's on that list. That's just the reality of what's happening. I think it would be wonderful if we had some type of system that enabled us to be able to come together and educate ourselves on each candidate every time there's an election.
Yeah.
I really.
You know what? There actually is. I met a friend at the Forbes Black event this year, and I wish I had his contact information right in front of me. They designed a tool, and this is an electoral tool that actually gives you like every candidate across the country. They have it all built in, AI driven, a really cool tool. And I felt like the tool would be really good, like for educational purposes, but they needed some funding around it to really get it to where they needed it to be. And so, more to come. But I agree, right? Easily accessible tools. But even with that, right, we shared the Rock the Vote site earlier. And so let me just share what we shared earlier because, right, this may not necessarily be helpful tonight, as if you don't know where your voting place is or where to drop off the ballot, it's too late. You have about 32 minutes, 33 minutes to make it happen. But
our polls are not going to close until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Yeah, and so if you need to drop off a ballot and you don't know where, if you need to find your location and you don't know where, if you even want to know what your ballot looks like, you can go to Rock the Vote, right? If you click Rock the Vote and then put in your information, it will actually show you what the ballot looks like. It'll show you what the ballot looks like. And so you can do that on rockthevote.org. If you need to find your voting place, again, you can put your information in, click next, and it will give you your polling location. Rock the Vote is one of the best campaigns that I think have that was ever created around voter registration. To drop your ballot off, if you want to know where to drop your ballot off, you don't know, you can go right to rockyourvote.org, click drop off ballot, and it will tell you absentee, track your absenteeism ballot. You can go right to Rock Your Vote, put your information in, and it'll give you information about your absentee ballot. So if you have questions, concerns, this is a tool that like I've always been able to pivot to, and we talked about this several times today. And so rockthevote.org, rockthevote.org.
Yeah, keep me
TM, I can
updated.
also share that. Oh, sorry, Dr. P.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that Ballotpedia is a place that you can, it's like Wikipedia, but for all things political. You can put in your candidate's name, and the candidate should have a page with links to articles and places where they're mentioned in the news, things like that as well. And so what I told Blue Biscuit, because I'll share with you guys transparently, Blue Biscuit, of course, is younger than me. And this is his first election voting. He had been feeling so disenfranchised with politics that he just didn't even want to be part of it. And so we had a lot of talks about why I felt, and why I actually engage in what is my civic duty. And through those conversations, he decided that he wanted to register and he wanted to go vote. And so I showed him what I do, which is I pull up the ballot. Each city in Minnesota has a .org page, and you can find out exactly where you're supposed to vote there. And you can see your sample ballot and actually see who's on the ballot so that you have the spelling of their name. And then I go research them if I don't already know them. The only ones, you asked the question if people voted, if they felt like they had voted consciously with, knowing who people are. And Dr. PJ said, not fully. For me, it was everybody except the judges, which this will be the last year that I don't know all the judges in the city that I live in. Because even though some of them are incumbent, meaning there's nobody running against them, and they're already on the seat, I still want to know who they are and what they stand for, because the judiciary is a very important part of our electoral process.
No, thank you for that share, Shay. And I think the fact that he's voting this year after feeling disconnected and being disconnected is crazy positive. And so thank you for that share. Thank you for that share. DJ is clearly rocking out.
Here, bro. I had to place with Kurt Franklin. We at this church right now, so we stomping.
Hey, bro. Hey, we didn't know what you was rocking out to. We knew you was rocking though.
I just had to tap back in real quick. I love y'all, man. I'll be back.
Do what you do, DJ. Do what you do.
Straight up, right?
We're gonna stop.
He is having such a good time. Oh my goodness.
Fun
I
at
love
the
that for
polls.
him.
Yeah, stomp out that injustice. Stomp it out.
Bob chilling. Bob is chilling. Listen, if you don't love what you do, I say wrap it up. If you don't love what you do, wrap it up. River was like, TM, I knew you could hold a conversation, but I had no idea you could hold a conversation for this long. She said, I had no idea. Listen, I love what I do, but when you are dealing with hot topics that matter to people, I love it even more, right? But listen, I never would have thought in a million years, Dr. PJ, I never would have thought in a million years, as we just hit 11 hours and 30 minutes, I never would have thought in a million years that I would ever be able to do something like this for so long.
Well, the magnitude of this makes it easy to do. And the fact that,
yes.
that you have people who are willing to engage. It would have been a major task for you to do it alone. But I believe you still
wouldn't have done it alone. Absolutely not.
But to have people that support and to be able to have dialogue makes it much easier. And so therefore, going in the future, in the next 4 years, I'm pretty sure you'll do this again with some other topic, because now you know that you can do it. And if TM Hyman, America's favorite mentor, comes on, he's going to get some folks that's going to come on and engage him, because there's some folks that love you. How do you get to be America's favorite mentor and folks don't come and support you? I'm just saying. But I want you to keep the conversation we were having earlier. Please keep me in the loop at where they're going with the AI that will keep us educated, because you and I were blessed to be early adapters to the public accessibility to AI, because it's been around for
they're out of Miami. They're out of Miami, and I'm going to find his. I want to say his name is KB. That's what I remember. But he's out of Miami, and I'm certainly going to find his info and keep you tapped in for sure.
I hope they get funded. That'll be something I'd love to be able to share in my local area, because the easier we make it for people to be informed, the more people that will make informed decisions. What I've learned, and just digressing a little bit, what I've learned as a pastor is people don't want to do the work. They want you to do all the work for them, and they don't want to do the work. So if we can make it as painless as possible to keep people educated on the track record of those that they're voting for, I think we will eventually have better informed voters and more voters that vote from an intelligent perspective than voters that are voting from a emotional perspective.
The facts, man. I think there's a lot to be said about voting with intention, voting from an informed perspective, right? I think a lot of times we can do a lot of things from an emotional stance, but when we really sit back and we process, we zoom out and we process, we can acquire a better understanding. And so thank you all for taking time out of your day, your evening. Thank you for rocking with us. Madam Boston, do you have any kind of analysis that you'd like to share? We cannot hear you.
Of course you couldn't hear me because I had this thing called mute on. So, okay, so like I was saying, they haven't given any numerical updates as of yet. The latest update is just pretty much giving updates as far as polls reporting, their accuracy and focus on timely counting of the votes. And let's see. And again, as we know, 2 precincts in Georgia were extended until, well, it says actually now it says 7:58 p.m. And again, we understand that was because of unfounded bomb threats. And let's see. We just got.
Yeah, I want to ask this question. What if this was our choice tonight?
Oh, Kamala.
I think it would have been a landslide.
Wait. Me.
I think it would have been
You're
a
saying,
landslide.
what if Biden was still on the presidential?
What if this was our choice tonight?
I would still go with Biden.
I would still go with Biden as well.
Yeah, I would as well, but I think it would have been a landslide the other way.
The other way.
I think it would have been a landslide the other way.
The other way. I totally agree.
Okay, so the reason why I don't think so is because even if his faculties had diminished the same way and he didn't step down, however, Kamala's role was increased, is how I saw it if he didn't step down.
How would her role have increased? The vice president is the vice president is the vice president.
I think that he would have pretty much had to tap out at a point anyway. So she would have had to take over anyway. So in my mind, even if he would have made it, say he would have did great on the first debate, right? Which would have, we don't know what that, if Trump would even went with a second debate if the first one went well. But let's just hypothetically say Biden won. In my mind, that decline was going to happen anyway, and she was going to end up taking over. Don't ask me where I got it from. Maybe it was a download. I'm not sure, but that's how I saw it. Like, that's what I saw before it even came to that.
Yeah, but we saw him getting slaughtered back in June, July. He was getting slaughtered.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the fact that Kamala was able to run a campaign, people one begin to find out who she really is, and facts were able to come out that would not have come out, because they wouldn't have had to come out if she took over. She would have just been the president. And so I believe that based off of what was going on and the fact that Trump was willing, I think he was looking forward to a second debate with Biden, but you could see he bowed out to have debates after the first one with Kamala. And so I believe it would have been a landslide the opposite way. A lot of people would, if they had thought the same way that you're thinking, Madam Boston, I think they would have said it's better to pick Trump than to have Biden bow out during the presidency. That's my perspective of it. And again, it's the what if game. We don't know because he didn't. he's out, and now we're voting for a candidate that we believe is better suited than Biden is anyway. And I think another perspective, TM, that we may not consider is the fact of the weight that's on the vice president. Not only the vice president of the United States, but the vice president of any corporation or any company oftentimes is working in the background twice as hard, 3 times as hard, 4 times as hard as the president, because the president becomes the face of the organization and the vice president is actually back there doing the work. And so for Kamala to do that, we know that she's qualified. We know that she's qualified because that's where she's at. And then by her being by Biden biting out and her having a campaign, America now knows a lot more about who she is than they would have known had we woke up one day and found out that President Biden is no longer the president and that Kamala Harris is. So that's my perspective. I'm glad it happened the way that it happened, and I think we have a chance to have a much better America with it happening that way.
Now, Reverend Doctor, do you believe that President Biden should have stepped down sooner? And this is just based from a conversation we had earlier. I just wanted to know like what your perspective was on that.
You know, that's hard to say, Madam Boston, if he should have done it sooner. I think the fact that he did it with only 100 and some days left actually gave more momentum to Kamala. I mean, it's unprecedented. I mean, this has never happened in history before. You look at all the momentum, the money she was able to raise within 100 days.
Right.
And to have a race that's as close as it is, and hopefully she's going to win. This has not happened in America ever. And I think the earlier he would have bowed out, it would have begun to diminish the impact of what she's been able to do and the amount of time that she's been able to do it.
Correct.
Which I believe is a show to the power of women. The show to the power of a woman.
Yeah.
So I really think it's not only is it monumental for her, I think it's monumental for women in America. I'm old enough to remember when I was born, my mom was not able to vote. Period.
Yeah.
Right.
Didn't women used to require the signature of a man in order to be able to vote? If they could vote at all, they couldn't vote without a husband or some kind of like man backing them up.
I think you might be thinking about the bank account. Like they couldn't open a bank account without a man.
Okay, I thought there was something about voting, I think, at some point as well, that women couldn't vote without a husband or something.
Okay. Chat GPT it.
Yeah, but I think
the point is
to your point, right? That this is major.
This is major.
It's very significant for the advancement of.
It's major for the advancement of diversity, equity, and inclusion in the United States of America. And one of the things that the myths I think we need to dispel when they talk about the emotions of a woman being one of the reasons why a woman shouldn't be president. of the United States. We men, especially those now who are or what we call emotionally intelligent, we understand while men may not know the names of their emotions, we're human. We've got emotions too. And if men don't believe that, I'm going to go to Mud Deer. Some folks may not know who Mud Deer is with Tyler Perry, but I remember her as TM when she talking about the was it the dime between the knees when the woman went on lockdown. Men to find out whether they got emotions or not. I'm just saying. Sometimes folks don't want to deal with the real talk. Yeah, let your woman go on lockdown, especially if you're married and you're not going out and cheating. Which we don't condone. Yeah, you'll find out how much emotions you got and how much control a woman has and don't have.
Okay, you can be Googling how to stop crying.
That's hilarious. Listen, we have about 15 minutes left. And we are out of here, my friends. This has been a Marathon Force. Thank you. This has been fun. This has been fun. And you're right, Doc. When you have things that are important to people and you say you're going to show up, community is awesome because community shows up as well. And so, man, this has been amazing. I feel like I'm about to fall asleep here at the desk.
I told you I don't think we're gonna make it to the actual.
Listen,
I have a question before you
to keep
go.
my eyes open, and I'm hungry, so I don't know if I'm even going to eat before I lay down, because I've been up since 2 a.m. Shay, go for it, my dear. Go for it.
My question is, who's staying up all night? Any of us staying up all night?
I'm sitting here talking
Not you,
trash,
TM,
but
because you just
I
said you're
do
sleeping.
believe I'll be up. I hope I'm up. I hope I'm up to at least see some of what's happening right now. But I can't guarantee you, Shay. I can't guarantee you.
I'm
I
not
have
sure.
a hard time sleeping. Once I've given my vote, I want to watch. I want to pull out the popcorn and get comfortable with
There
my
will
little
be a
command
lot of
center.
people on Clubhouse and Chatter. Pick one, choose one.
Right.
Yeah, so you missed it. I already said I'm going to bed probably about 10 o'clock. And when I wake up in the morning, I will be refreshed and I'll find out where we're at. And that's because what we're not going to have tomorrow, we will not have all of the mailed-in ballots yet. The absentee ballots, all of those won't be in. And I think they're going to play a major role in the outcome as well. So we'll have some idea of the count for the ballots that were cast on today, the ballots that were cast early, but we won't get a final word until all of the ballots are counted. So I'm not losing no sleep. I'm not getting no younger. I don't need no more beauty sleep, but I'm just gonna get some sleep because I'm as handsome as I can.
Once I actually
somebody cut out.
What are you saying, Shay?
Actually cast my ballot. Once I cast my ballot, it becomes the night of becomes sort of entertaining to me. I want to get my popcorn and I want to watch what's happening. I want to hear what the pundits are saying. I want to dial into that kind of stuff. So I'll probably be up watching CNN, ESPN, going back and forth between the channels.
Well, I have played CNN today, so I am done with the network, for one day. As I have played the role of CNN today. So listen, I'm going to probably watch it from the bed, right? We'll watch it from the bed.
Open like this.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm sitting.
Maybe.
I'm sitting here right now watching them play with the board. Well, if this state goes this way and this state goes this way, then we can do this. And
right, I'll get to a point where I'll at least have the studio and the boards. I will not be the one doing the weatherman reports though with the states.
Me either. My back is not set up for that.
Yeah, and so Boston will probably have to hire someone to do that. right? If she doesn't do that, she will be.
I can't delegate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
My
more
friend,
power to you. More power to you. I'm going to get me some rest.
appreciate you. Appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you so much for tapping in. Listen, it is a round robin as we say our goodbyes, my friends. River Scott out of Canada. River, are you still with us? Please give us some last minute shout out and love because we appreciate you for hanging out with us.
Well, good night, everyone. And like Pastor Jeff said, rest well and do not stress over what it's going to be because it's going to be what it's going to be. So peace, love, and light. And we'll see each other and talk to each other soon.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you, River.
Peace, love, and light, baby. Peace, love, and light. Dr. PJ, appreciate you. Shay, appreciate you as well. Thank you so much. Judith, you've been hanging out for a while. Any last minute comments, feedback?
This has just been a great day, and I wouldn't have spent it any other way. In and out of the car and took you into the house, and you have a great night. You deserve it. You deserve all of this. Thank you. Prayers, my friend.
Thank you so much. No, right back at you. Listen, we deserve to leverage our voices and leverage, right, our resources in order to acquire all that is stored up for us at the end of the day. Listen, my friend, Dr. Tangi Brewer, looking fly. Listen, fly. Is that a pole in front of her, or is that a beam of light? That's a beam of light. It's a beam. It's a beam of light. It looked like it was a pole, Doc.
Yeah, I was about to say, is she on the bus?
It looked like a subway at first. Didn't look like she
It sure did. Dr. Tangi.
You guys, it's like hasn't been any not a lot of lines, right? Depending upon where you go, but like this is it up here. You know, they have it at different places, right? Did you guys vote?
Yep.
How do you feel after voting?
Pretty good.
Feel good? You feel good in your spirit, man?
Hey.
Feel good? Okay, we're just doing a little live talking about voting and seeing how people can. What can I do? Oh, no cameras inside. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you.
Listen, she about to get arrested. She about to get arrested, taking us into the voting place.
We don't want her to get arrested. We don't want Dr. Tangi to get arrested, not in Chicago.
Dr. Tangi said, who you vote for?
Go hard. Dr. Tangi, go hard, baby.
Listen.
Tell me how you feel after that vote, baby.
BWC gonna have to get bail money for Dr. Tangi.
We got you.
And it'll be all captured here at TM, then I'm sure this would go viral then. You guys, it's so interesting because I don't know about you, but all day I was just feeling like so prayerful. This is such an important time. And I've talked to so many people, and it's interesting that I have friends and you have different ones that are leading different ways, right? It's just interesting. So
it's beyond interesting, right? That the different people have different voices, and we've been able to have the conversation tonight, Dr. Tangi, that includes people from all over the country. All over the country, right? People who are voting for Kamala, people who are voting for Trump. We've had the conversation, and man, you have made me happy tapping in before we tap out. For sure.
It's so, I love this. I love this roundtable. I wish I would have been able to hear everybody else's views. I'm sure it's been so many things going on. And no matter what time you get there to the polls, as long as we do, right? As long as we exercise our vote and do it. So for me, it's just a prayerful thing, praying for everybody as they go to the polls. They're in that place by themselves, right? And I think maybe the spirit will hit them, whatever direction they thought they may have been voting. Maybe they'll vote a different way, who knows? But we just want to be led by the spirit, right? Not by what other people are saying, but you have to trust where you need to be, right? And I think that's important.
Absolutely. You're the best. You're the best. Thanks for tapping in from the polls, baby. In Chi-Town, baby. Listen, we've been all over the country today. People have tapped in from all over the country. All over the country. And so this has been like Dr. Tangi, my clock says 11 hours and 52 minutes.
11 hours and wow, TL.
Yes.
What's been the most amazing thing? Has there been any aha moments? Has there been anything powerful happening that you've seen across the country?
Oh man, listen, I mean, so many for me. Mary Kim popping in with Desi, taking Desi to the polls, in New York. DJ, like bouncing around the state of North Carolina. He went from Jamestown to High Point to Greensboro, all as a part of the DJing at the polls. And so, you know, so many highlights, so many aha moments. You know, the anxiety that people have felt, and being here and people's anxiety going down, right? The fear going down, not being as fearful. So many things, which was really the reason why we wanted to be here today. And so, thank you, Judith, for tapping in from where you are. Thank you so much to you as well, Dr. PJ. I know you're ready to get into bed, brother. We appreciate you, man. Listen, Trisha Rue, anything you want to share before we sign off out of New York?
Just that I'm excited that we were able to be here, and God's got us. He's got us, no matter what happens. And I'm gonna wake up tomorrow doing the same thing. I just shared the crust of my husband's pizza. He eats the pizza, I eat the crust, and it's still gonna be the same tomorrow. We're still gonna be loving each other the same. So God's got us.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Oh, that's so sweet, Trisha.
So
Awesome.
it's the truth. That's what it is. We're gonna still be doing the same, and vote for the local people, because those are the people that are gonna have our voice for us. So
Local people, local people. Thank you, Trisha Rue. Dr. Tangi, are you connected to your local, like leaders, your state leaders? I know you're tapped in a lot in Chicago, and we're planning to come to Chicago in February, right? And so, when it comes to voting locally, supporting local initiatives, are you tapped in local and state?
Yes. I am. I've been to some parties, people who are running different things too, as well, and can definitely get you connected. Is that something that you're wanting to do?
Well, no, I'm asking because of the whole conversation around. We've been focused on Trump and Harris, right? But the real work is done within our state, within our cities, right? With those local leaders. And so just wanted to know if you